There are moments in life when you wonder if it was worth it. Ye Qing was breathing heavily, holding a pitiful piece of a bat in front of him and a simple wooden shield in the other. He was level 0, and this thought sounded like a death sentence, because the guy couldn't deal even a single unit of damage to the hungry monster in front of him. All this time he survived by collecting garbage in the dungeons, because society considers people with level 0 as a burden. The wolf raised the fur on the back of his neck and growled angrily in a low bass voice that made you shiver. Ye Qing's every instinct was telling him to run away without looking back, but he still desperately fought for his life. Fangs snapped, the wooden shield shattered into pieces, and a sharp, burning pain pierced his shoulder. Ye Qing felt the breath of death on his neck. But even so, even though everyone considered him a scumbag, he himself refused to die like a scumbag. With the last of his strength, the guy hit with a wooden stump. 1 unit of damage was inflicted. The system reported what changed his whole life. That morning, everything started as usual. He arrived at the gates of the third-class abyss. They glowed with the pleasant blue of the sky. Inside the ordinary garbage man, many dangers awaited him. The monster chased him all the way to the gate. And if it weren't for the hunter who came, perhaps the simple garbage man would have remained there forever. But despite this, Ye Qin returned to this work every day, collecting and sorting all the trash that remained after the battles. The guy thoughtfully twirled a cloudy third-rank crystal in his hands. One of these could be worth 50,000 credits, which is why the gate's management didn't want these things to be distributed among ordinary people. The boss who had just saved him rudely put his foot on the box and warned that for stealing even 1 crystal, the guy would face prison. Of course, Ye Qing knew all the rules. He had been working like this for several years. The work of the scavengers is performed by poor guys whose level has remained 0. Every day they risk running into a monster that the main team has not finished off. Without any exaggeration, this work is mortally dangerous. In one day, you could get 300 credits, another 600 for the collected junk, of which a good third would be taken by the management. In the end, Ye Qing would be left with no more than 540 credits. Given his colossal debt of more than 500,000 credits, he had to work hard just to not die of hunger. The other workers simply called him a rat, but sometimes they gave him extra work, so E was not offended, and now they offered him a job for 3 tons. No one said anything in detail, but Ye Qing agreed. He was in no position to waste opportunities. He and the other workers were heading to the first-rank gate. The reward for cleaning had been raised because the previous team had reportedly not returned. But what could ordinary workers do? They complained about their lives, about the global conspiracy of capitalists and injustice, but they continued to risk themselves. Ye Qin listened to these conversations with half an ear. He understood that there was no point in being indignant if nothing could be done about it. It was better to accept reality and move on. Now the appearance of the gates has become something of a business. An economy has been built around them. But 10 years ago they were a real disaster when they appeared. People came face to face with the chthonic offspring of the abyss. Along with them, a special class of people emerged, and only they could cope with this threat. Gradually, everyone learned about the magic crystals, weapons, potions, and artifacts that were found in the abyss. People began to study the abyss using a scientific approach and modern management. The abyss became a new industry. But even the status of the player hunter did not change much if your level was 0. Ye Qing had to pay the space hospital bills, but the doctors just threw up their hands. No one made allowances for his age or difficult family situation. Everyone demanded repayment of debts. Ye Qing was hoarding rejections because who would need a pathetic 0-level worker? The real abyss of despair was on Earth and not in the gate at all. At that time, he was too young to know what a microloan was. Of course, he had heard something about it, but when a person desperately needs money, he is ready to grasp at any straw. The insinuating voice of the moneylender's agent promised a solution to problems, low interest rates on payments. He saw before him only a future milking cow, not a person. Ye Qing sighed heavily. At the bottom of despair, he thought that he would soon just die, and did not worry about the future. But he did not die. Even other workers heard his story, which was incredibly stupid. He took out 1,000,000 loans using his organs as collateral and squandered it all on the stock exchange. They also heard that the guy had to pay endless bills for his sister's treatment, and no one felt much sympathy for him. Given the risk of working in the abyss, everyone understood that the boy would rather die there than pay off his debts. At the entrance to the gate, players who were dissatisfied with the delay were waiting for them. The garbage men who had previously behaved rudely towards Ye Qing immediately changed their tone in front of someone of a higher rank. The main player told them not to lag behind inside, otherwise they would remain in the abyss. Yeching followed behind. This was the first time he saw a first-rank gate so close in its purple light. Even though life was full of darkness, he looked at everything with the constant hope that one day he would be able to get out of here. The guy walked through the gate with everyone else, feeling slightly nauseous and disoriented, as if the abyss was immediately trying to tell everyone that they were no longer on Earth. Yeching looked at everything carefully and with curiosity because he had never been inside at such a rank. The other hunters looked impressive. They could afford to walk without armor with light weapons. As soon as the squad crossed the portal of the abyss, a pack of gray wolves immediately rushed at them. One hunter stepped forward, as he was the only one with a shield. He called out to the second hunter in the red shirt and bandana, whose name was Lao Chen, and he responded reluctantly. "Just a pack of dogs," said the hunter, and summoned fire magic into his hands. He fired a volley, and a wave of heat washed over the narrow corridor, and the acrid smell of smoke filled everything around. An explosion thundered and covered the entire pack of wolves that ran up to them, scorching their skins. The animals prudently ran away with their tails between their legs. The leader urged the others to be careful. They could be attacked at any moment. Then the hunter in glasses suggested going straight to the destination and not lingering here. There were 5 floors to climb in this place, each of which looked higher and wider than usual. That's how the abyss worked. It distorted the space inside itself. Having examined everything, the hunters did not find the bodies of the previous group. Oddities poured in one after another, but they continued on their way anyway, entrusting the garbage men with finding the bodies so as not to be distracted. The other workers left Ye Qin. They didn't care what he did. And the guy walked as if he was on a sightseeing tour, looking around. That's why he didn't notice Lao Chen at all, because he stopped to adjust his shoes, and collided with him and fell awkwardly on the ground. In horror, he asked for forgiveness, but a strong hand grabbed him by the collar. The hunter pressed him against the wall with one hand as if the garbage man weighed nothing, and snorted in irritation. He had already thought that the monster had attacked him from behind. Ye Qin almost fell asleep under such a grip, but then the leader called out to the hunter, telling him not to be distracted. The boy was then thrown to the ground as if he really was trash, and he earned another humiliating curse. But how could a simple scavenger like him answer? Most hunters were arrogant bastards. Their strength had corrupted them. He had long been accustomed to this. This is how their society is structured, with players at the top. They are followed by the working garbage collectors, whose lives are worth nothing. And at the very bottom of the hierarchy, he is an ordinary zero-level riser. If Yeching lived without hope, he would most likely bite off his tongue and simply fall into an eternal sleep. But the guy's eyes still sparkled with life. 99 out of 100 points, one more experience point, and he will finally be able to get the first level. One hope supported him all the time, but then a hunter rushed past and the guy found himself face to face with reality. But he was from a combat group and chickened out, Yeching Yu realized belatedly. He should have just run away. But the scavenger was dumbfounded. A menacing wolf emerged from the darkness of the corridor, its eyes sparkling with genuine animal malice. It was mortally wounded, but still wanted to take its guide with it to the next world. Yeching glanced around the room and noticed that there was only a wooden shield and a stick nearby, useless equipment that another hunter had abandoned here. The monster was on its last legs, and the guy decided that this was his winning lottery ticket. Throwing all doubts aside, he started the fight. Even a simple scavenger had some skills, and Yeching showed good dexterity in dodging the wolf's attacks. Having dodged one attack, he himself suddenly approached the beast. Yeching swung the bat with all his might and hit the wolf right on the crown of his head, making a distinctive ringing sound. Only the system mercilessly reported that he did not cause any damage and only tickled the evil dog. The guy was horrified and confused. Other workers were whispering behind his back. No one was in a hurry to come to his aid or call the hunter. The toothed trap snapped again. Even through the shield, Yeching felt the impact and recoiled. His stats were on par with an abyssal slime, and at any moment the guy could simply become a weight from a simple push. His weak equipment failed him, and it was impossible to pierce the thick skin of the almost dead dog, so Yeching hastily retreated. He still had the chief advantage of man, the ability to think and to assess his situation. All of the wolf's attacks were predictable, and Yeching jumped like a cat across the rooftops to avoid its dangerous fangs. While the wolf was gnawing on a tree root, the boy attacked him again, putting more force into the blow. Meanwhile, Lao Chen finished clearing out another pack of wolves and spat contemptuously. Ordinary scavengers fled even from weak monsters. Killing one beast can give you a couple of experience points, but if you come across a demonic monster, Your loved ones will only get a short obituary like playing roulette. When the cleanup was complete, the hunters collected the most valuable items, and the rest was left to the scavengers to clean up after them. Having counted all the carcasses, the huntress noticed that one monster had managed to escape. The workers' screams reached them, and Lao Chen went to check what was going on, arrogantly ordering them not to touch the purple equipment. Was it worth it? Ye Qing thought, as he felt fangs pierce his shoulder. He couldn't die here like trash. The thought flashed through his mind, and anger gave him strength. From that distance, he hit the eye right in the eye and dealt one critical damage. Having given up the ghost, the wolf fell to the ground right in front of the guy. He himself could no longer stand on his feet. A cry of victory burst out from his chest, and at that moment, euphoria overwhelmed him, so much so that Ye Qin forgot about the pain. Lao Chen smirked arrogantly. A pathetic horse could defeat a half-dead wolf, he said to the guy as he came closer. He was irritated by such reckless heroism, so he grabbed the guy and shook him. It would have been a shame to drag his corpse away because of such stupidity, but despite the fact that he was scolded, the guy still smiled. For those who reached the first level, there were more development paths. You could join a combat group or get a special specialty. The hardest thing in this scheme is to get the first level, because beginners often die and cannot defeat the demon beast. So Yakin risked his life for many years to find the wounded monster and finish it off. He survived day after day at the limit of his strength and capabilities, gradually gaining experience. It took an eternity of sweat and blood until he killed the last demon beast. This is the only way to get experience points if there is no one to help you level up. The bright light of the upgrade illuminated the room, and even Lao Chen exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the garbage man had leveled up. The blue light like a low-ranking abyss gate enveloped Ye Qing's entire body, and he felt power filling his body. A first-level garbage collector, the maximum. He read his status above his head, and the triumphant euphoria evaporated somewhere. When Lao Chen also read his status, he immediately burst out laughing. Even after reaching the first level, he still remained a garbage man, and immediately hit the ceiling of development. It was hard not to laugh at such a devilish joke that the abyss played on the guy. After all these years of huffing and puffing in the world's garbage dump and still being left as trash, Lao Chen didn't even try to hold back his laughter. Patting the boy on the shoulder, he reminded him that all the other scum had already escaped, which meant he would finish the cleanup himself. After which, the hunter went off to tell his team the incredible story he had witnessed. Ye Qin was too exhausted to do anything. The first level wouldn't allow him to use equipment. But perhaps this class had some special skill. This thought gave hope. The dead body of the wolf he killed was surrounded by a bluish light, like in a game when some object is highlighted. The system reported that a waste recycling facility had been found, and the guy stared at the status window in surprise. He had never heard of such a thing before. As soon as he confirmed his consent to the processing, it was as if the gates of the abyss opened behind him. Dozens of black hands reached forward as if in a waking nightmare. This spectacle inspired chthonic horror from the fact that something not of this world was happening, even by the standards of the abyss. Hands reached out to the wolf, grabbed him tightly, and dragged him into the hole. Ye Qing watched the terrifying sight of the monster disappearing behind a veil of darkness into another dimension. When the absorption was complete, the system signaled that processing had begun. The black hands even gestured that the process was over, and Ye Qing shuddered, imagining what the owner of those hands might look like. 3 equipment points and the Ghost Dash skill were his reward. Even more astonished, Ye Qin opened his stat summary in the system. To use the Wolf Leap card, you needed to have 3 dexterity points. Then he put everything he had, all his points, into dexterity. All the conditions were met, and now Ye Qing could use the wolf skill. The system asked if he wanted to activate the skill, and the guy agreed. The body was filled with extraordinary lightness and a green glow. But there were no visible changes, Ye Qing realized when he looked at himself. While he was fiddling with his ability, they were already waiting for him, and curses were heard from the corridor. Ye Qing took a step and almost flew into the wall. It was like accelerating from a standing start to 100 in one jump. He didn't expect this at all. The air hit his face as if Ye Qing had fallen into the water, but his flight was interrupted by a root that had turned up under his foot. Unable to keep his balance, the guy fell to the ground, his head spinning from such jerks. And the system reported that the skill was on cooldown. But for the first level, it wasn't bad at all. Deciding to deal with this later, Ye Qin stood up and sighed heavily. And then his gaze widened, because in front of him was a whole cemetery of useful things, everything that everyone else considered trash. For the first time, he could smile and take on the task of cleaning the abyss with such pleasure. Every time the chthonic horror behind him absorbed a corpse, It transferred skill points to the guy, since it was impossible to increase the level. Then there was no need, because you can pump up stats. Yiqing didn't receive any new skills, and his stat points began to drop with each carcass he consumed. It was natural to assume that the carcass of a stronger monster was required to obtain new skills. The Abyss immediately showed a finger up, as if confirming his guess. But even so, Yiqing managed to collect 111 points. It was necessary to decide which characteristics to upgrade, because it was unclear when the opportunity to so successfully collect high-ranking carcasses would arise again. Without thinking twice, Qin simply distributed everything evenly, according to all the qualities of a hunter. But even that was an impressive growth spurt, like becoming 20 times stronger in one click, so the level cap didn't affect it at all. Meanwhile, the battle group continued hunting and dealt with another pack of wolves. The work was going well. They didn't even break a sweat, having gotten used to the same type of wolf attacks, and they could carefreely gossip about the unusual garbage man. Every year, the Abyss created hidden professions, but they did not affect the rating of the 3 most popular classes. Most of them seem to be created for fun, especially if the maximum level is first, which is only slightly higher than 0 in strength. Essentially nothing has changed for the guy, Lao Chen agreed. However, this event was quickly forgotten, and the hunters returned to work after a short break. Soon they reached a large hall, in the middle of which towered a coil of dense and thick vines that grew everywhere. But once you took a good look at the find, it sent shivers down your spine. It looked like an ominous message to everyone who invaded the Abyss. The bodies of other hunters hung on vines as if crucified, with roots growing inside them. This place was the goal of the hunters' mission, to find the previous group. They were amazed by the size of this tree, which fit in a shopping center and even on the 5th floor. The abyssal transformation had only affected this place 2 days ago, but the bodies looked as if they had been lying here for 10 years. Moreover, before this, the hunters had only encountered weak demon beasts, while their predecessors were a second-class group and should have easily destroyed everyone in their path. But there they were, staring at the hunters with empty eye sockets, frozen in a creepy installation. Even when this abyss appeared in the shopping center, it had already caused the disappearance of 27 people. The group captain shouted for everyone to be ready because they were already surrounded. The whole place was an ambush, and they fell into it like children. The dead left their shelter and came out from all sides. Now it became clear to everyone where the bodies of the missing had gone. Lao Chen was the first to treat the dead to fire. They were simply lured here by weak demon beasts, the squad captain realized belatedly. To top it all off, the huge liana began to move as if it itself were a monster. The roots parted, and the final boss of the abyss appeared before them, a first-class carnivorous plant. This horror was as tall as the ceiling. Long branches of the vine stretched out the entire length of the spacious hall. The next moment, their dead comrades, who had turned into mad zombies, jumped on the hunters. All this time, one lone scavenger was simply doing his job, collecting crystals and absorbing bodies. He no longer received points for corpses, but he was given an achievement. The abyss opened up and gave him his first reward, which the boy was very happy about, because he had not received any gifts since childhood. An ordinary dagger fell into his hands, the most primitive weapon in the abyss, after a level 0 stick, of course. Even the garbage man's reward was complete junk, Ye Qin thought ironically. A roar was heard from the upper floors where the group of hunters had gone, and it made the guy flinch. Something was quickly approaching, and when the guy turned around at the sound, his heart almost stopped, because a zombie in a dress with roots sticking out of its head was running towards him, and clearly not to get an autograph. What kind of disaster was this? Ye Qin thought in horror, quickly deciding whether to run or fight. There was no time left to escape. The zombie almost grabbed him, scraping his broken nails on the tiles. Although Ye Qin didn't have any special skills anymore, 20 points of agility gave him the body of an athlete, and he was able to dodge the attack in 2 jumps. If it weren't for this, it would have definitely been the end for him. New sensations in his body excited Qin. He suddenly felt that he was capable of anything, just like a superhero. He could live with that, he decided, and clenched his fists. As soon as he was distracted for a moment, the persistent zombie again crawled towards him to hug him. His reaction remained the same, but his body became much lighter, and it was so easy to move that the guy dodged again. It was a whole other level of body control, a power he had never had before seething inside him, as if it was begging to be used. Then Ye Qin decided to test himself. He used a ghost dash and pushed off the ground with a kick. It was no longer a measly one hit from the stick. The blow worked, and the zombie flew to the wall to think about his behavior. Thanks to 20 points of strength, this blow overcame the defense, and all the damage was absorbed into the enemy, causing the zombie to vomit some purple liquid. Just a cannon, Yicheng thought, enjoying the new version of himself. 20 points of intelligence allowed you to see the enemy's weaknesses and his level. The zombie was strong, did not feel pain and fear, but fire could destroy him. Spreading his arms for a strong, friendly hug, the dead man jumped forward again, but this time the guy ducked from below, letting the zombie pass above him. So he found himself behind the enemy, who froze, having lost sight of him. The neck was also a weak point, and taking advantage of the monster's confusion, the guy managed to strike with a regular sword from his inventory. This time he was lucky, and his luck points worked. The wounded zombie began to bleed juices. In order to avoid being hit by the counterattack, Yicheng immediately closed his distance. As soon as he cut the root that penetrated the victim's brain and controlled the zombie like a puppeteer, the monster died and the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The poison in the monster's fluids that had gotten on his skin from the blade painfully burned his hand. But thanks to his constitution points, his resistance had grown. For the first time, he had killed someone on his own, and a new feeling was spreading throughout his body, the euphoria of control. As a reward for processing the zombie corpse, he received the poison resistance skill. Moreover, the poisonous effects were now converted into beneficial ones. Thanks to this, one could drink poison like water, and Yicheng immediately activated this skill. In addition, for just one zombie, he was given 5 stat points at once. And he also received decomposition poison as a bonus, an extremely toxic substance. Since the system said that everything would be fine, the desperate guy decided to refresh himself with a poisonous drink and see what would come of it. Fortunately, everything worked, and the hero did not fall to the ground from severe poisoning. The poison became a healing agent, and the fatigue disappeared as if by magic. This time, Yicheng invested his new glasses into intelligence to better see all the weak points of the new enemies. Survival came first. He experienced another explosive growth in his abilities that left his head spinning. Behind him, he heard heavy footsteps and the scraping of claws on the tiles. Hunting season had begun, the boy thought. Only this time there were too many enemies. They walked in a dense crowd, swaying awkwardly as they moved. He was a burden, trash, scum, despised by everyone, but now Yicheng decided to show himself and the whole world what the power of a scavenger was, and the abyss responded to his call. At the same time, on the 5th floor, a deadly battle was taking place. The Falcon Squad, consisting of experienced hunters, turned into elite zombies and greatly annoyed the rescue team. Even though they were fighting the dead, whose movements were jerky and predictable, the enemies were still strong. And that's not counting the predatory puppeteer plant that towered over everyone, anticipating a hearty dinner. The hunters decided to retreat and break through with a fight. Lao Chen cleared the way for them with fire. But not everyone was lucky enough to escape. As soon as the team broke formation and succumbed to panic, the first wounded appeared. The dead have joined the army of the dead and given new powers to the boss of the level. All the former arrogance and haughtiness evaporated from Lao Chen's face. Now he was just a pathetic person trying to survive. He and the captain managed to reach the stairs, but the fugitive did not stop to cover his ally. He came here for money and items. It would be stupid to die here so easily now, Lao thought. Suddenly the captain felt his body slow down, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. The captain cursed loudly and asked Lao Chen what kind of antics he was doing, since they were on the same team. Either you or the ancient beast prince prevailed in the cowardly hunter. Someone had to hold off the zombie so that he could escape. Lao Chen promised to pay for the captain's funeral and rushed down the escalator. Curses rushed at his back, which quickly turned into a death rattle. Now Lao Chen was thinking about how to get out of here. He was able to collect a couple of items, and it was worth coming up with a good excuse for why the team died. Everything would be fine. Suddenly, he hit the wall and fell to the floor, hitting his tailbone painfully. He barely restrained himself from screaming so that the zombies wouldn't hear him. And he cursed filthily through his teeth when he realized that the same garbage man was standing in front of him. But Lao Chen was wrong about one thing. This was not the same garbage man he met on the 1st floor of the shopping mall. He was horrified when he saw the chthonic thing that was devouring corpses. Not believing his eyes, the silent hunter rose to his feet, not taking his eyes off the dozens of hands that were collecting the bodies. It was impossible to leave witnesses. A clear thought flashed through the fugitive's head. Without further ado, he immediately kicked the guy and mockingly declared that becoming a zombie would give him more strength, just as he wanted. But all the damage returned to his leg because he was unable to overcome Ye Qin's passive defense. So without realizing anything, Lao Chen fell onto the stone floor again and began to curse. Ye Qin could endure everything, but not when the pathetic traitor who abandoned his group called him trash. The guy's eyes flashed menacingly, and then the abyss opened its thousand-armed embrace of horror to meet the scoundrel. Lao Chen grabbed the stone floor so hard that he tore out all his fingernails while being dragged, but it didn't help. Thousands of hands pulled him straight into the darkness, starting the recycling of the garbage. However, the system showed with a gesture that even the abyss has a limit to what is acceptable. And Lao Chen was thrown back. Sometimes trash is not so easy to get rid of, the boy thought. But no one let Lao Chen go just like that. The abyss took away his spell mastery, even though this skill could only work for 3 minutes. It's good that the hunter didn't object and didn't dare say another word, the guy thought. Being a garbage man was very convenient for Ye Qin, and he absorbed the card, becoming the Lord of Flame. To use the fireball spell, you only needed 15 intelligence points. With 50, Ye Qin could also use Big Bang, the next level of this magic. A crowd of supermarket customers quickly approached him, greedily clicking their teeth and growling gutturally. But Ye Qin didn't run. Instead, he wanted to test his new skills. Remembering the movements with which Lao Chen activated the fireball, the guy repeated them, and the explosion blew all the approaching zombies to pieces, scorching his eyebrows. There was nothing left to feed to the abyss within the radius of a direct strike. Such power of a grenade launcher in one hand was simply amazing. Ye Qin was upset. This was too much for a simple zombie, because now he was left without valuable characteristic points. Before he could finish off the simple puppets, a skilled killer with 2 daggers rushed at him. Luckily, the garbage man had enough reflexes and instincts to dodge this sudden attack. But the zombie did not lag behind and made another lunge, aiming at critical points. Ye Qin pulled out a sword from his inventory and parried the next attack, the sound of steel ringing echoing throughout the hall. He still lacked close combat skills, as the boy had never trained. It was lucky that the body of the leader of the hunting party was lying nearby, the same one who fought with a shield and sword, and the abyss obligingly swallowed him up. Dead hunters, just like monsters, could drop their skills, and the all-powerful scavenger received a golden shield. Ye Qin believed in himself so much that he went into battle again. There was no point in running away anyway. Gathering his strength, he broke through the zombie hunter, depriving him of his head. Ye Qin paused to catch his breath. Despite the mortal risk, he felt like a winner for the first time in his life. The power was right in front of him. Throwing away any moral complex in front of the dead, he ordered the abyss to swallow him for the sake of valuable skills. The dagger mastery card was just in time, the boy thought as soon as the quick burial ceremony in the abyss ended. Being a garbage man was just great, Ye Qin decided and grinned. Now he was fully armed, having a sword, shield, magic, immunity to poison, and just crazy stats. So when another wave of converted monsters with dead eyes and stinking mouths rushed at him, he was not afraid of them. The mission of the hunters was to clear the abyss and recover the bodies of the fallen crew and other people. Without this, it was considered a failure. Every time Ye Qin absorbed a hunter, he would gain a useful skill. It's a shame that the team will be buried in empty coffins, but who cares about the dead when it comes to his life, the guy thought, and sent them all into eternal sleep. He slashed, pierced, and destroyed the flesh-eating ancient's puppets one by one until his sword was worn down to the hilt and had to be thrown away. The garbage man waved his hand, and the abyss extended hundreds of hands in response. After Lao Chen got out of the abyss, he was not allowed to go home, but was taken to the interrogation room. There he told a heart-rending story about how all the hunters who entered the zone were processed like garbage. Something in his story didn't add up. He was the only survivor who came out of the abyss. Moreover, he dropped to the first level, something that the observers from the leadership had never seen. Then Lao Chen shouted that his low level was the proof, because the garbage man had processed his abilities. His speech was slurred, his voice kept breaking into a scream, and the agents decided that the hunter was simply delirious from what he had experienced. Having fallen into the abyss, he had received too much pollution, and therefore was hallucinating. After everything that happened, Ye Qin managed to slip out of the gate unnoticed. He sold the collected crystals on the black market, even though they took a crazy commission of 70% of their value. But it was better than getting nothing. The funds received should have been enough to pay off the huge debt, but Ye Qin was afraid that the surviving Lao Chen could cause trouble by telling about his abilities. Moreover, the observers of the abyss could restrict his freedom in order to study the new hidden class. While he was free and undetected, he needed to earn even more money. Without further delay, Yechin immediately rushed into the next gate that had just appeared. Besides him, there were many more who wanted to get easy money. The hunters were gathering a team of those who had a high level and who could change professions. The leader of the squad's gaze stopped on the skinny guy who stood in front of him, and he asked what his level was. A first-level scavenger, Ye Qing honestly admitted and showed his awakened mark. He was immediately laughed at. He behaved too boldly for such a weakling. But Ye Qing didn't mind being taken for a weakling. He just wanted to stay in the rear and quietly feed the abyss with the bodies of killed monsters while no one was looking. True, someone intervened in their squabble and ordered the hunter to let the guy go. Everyone made way for the charming beauty with snow-white hair and a cold gaze of green eyes, the daughter of the famous Liu family everyone knew. Her class was chosen by the gods, and she had recently received it. The girl ordered to take the guy with her, so they had enough people to go on a raid. The hunter who held the boy objected that they had no use for such worthless people. But Liu Xingran replied that it didn't matter. They were only taking him for the number anyway. The hunter immediately softened and began to fawn over young Miss Liu. And Yechin sighed with relief. He was already afraid that he would be kicked out like before. It was not the first time he had to play the role of a complete non-entity. The charming beauty looked at him for a moment and turned away. Her face seemed familiar to him, and Ye Qing tried to remember. He had actually seen her 2 years ago when Xingran was the same newbie with level 0. Her sword broke when the lady was left unattended in the chaos of the raid, and then the hero came to the rescue. He covered her with himself and finished off the wounded monster with an ordinary wooden mop, the kind used to wash floors, sharpened at one end. The young lady was surprised that a simple garbage man was able to kill the monster with his bare hands. The strange guy was no less surprised than she was and was very happy about his first kill. Lu Xing had heard of this method of leveling up, but this was the first time she had seen anyone use it. She asked him if he really got the experience points and asked why he was taking such a risk. The strange guy sighed heavily and muttered in response that it was all for the money, of course, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. But not for Lu Xing. She couldn't believe that someone would take such a risk. Then the strange guy looked tiredly at the one who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She was just lucky to get a decent class, and there is no need to survive like everyone else. To rush at demonic beasts without a command was sheer madness, the girl declared, and then he asked her what she wanted. Of course, she wanted to become the strongest and conquer this place, the heiress of a great family proudly declared. Why does he want to change his class? Liu Xing asked him again. It was simple. He also had a family to protect, answered the guy, whose eyes were full of hope and light. The proud girl asked the name of the man who helped her in difficult times. There was a gulf of social status between them, but they both seemed to understand each other at this moment, and Ye Qing introduced himself. Smiling, she said that she believed in his dream, that one day he would succeed, and when that happened, she promised to take him into her team. For a while, the guy looked in surprise at the girl's hand with snow-white skin extended to him, and then shook hands. It was a promise given in the empty corridor of the abyss. Their meeting did not last long. Soon the young lady's bodyguards came for her, who got pretty wet while looking for her. They quickly dragged the girl along with them to the surface of the abyss, and Ye Qin never met her again. Finally, she threw him a small crystal from her pocket. The guy stared in surprise at the mana shard that cost so much. The first reward for the first kill, Liu Xing screamed and disappeared from sight. Then he too went his own way, proudly raising his hand up. It seemed like they had met again, Ye Qing thought, until a slap from the hunter brought him back to reality, telling him not to daydream and to move the crystal boxes. The guy thanked Liu Xingran for taking him into the squad and promised not to drag everyone along with him. She didn't even look at him, just ordered him to take his gear and get ready to enter. Once everyone was ready, they lined up in front of the purple gates. This time, Ye Qing was going to make some good money and make sure to return alive. From the past abyss he returned having obtained a golden shield, the mastery of the dagger, very useful skills. In addition to this, he also acquired the berserker skill from one of the hunters. With such a set, defeating the first-rank abyss boss was not particularly difficult. His card gave super regeneration to a carnivorous plant. Now he could choose any class, and there shouldn't be any problems with this. The additional points could be distributed evenly by Ye Qin across all beams, gaining more than 100 points on each characteristic. In the previous abyss, he had processed everything he could reach on his own, and now he wanted to know what level corresponded to his skills. Using his clairvoyance skill, Ye Qin saw that even the strong man next to him only had 12 points in his main skill, while his intelligence was only 1. This meant that he was 10 times stronger than ordinary hunters. Here, a wall directly in front of the garbage man extended, set in motion by a hidden mechanism. Everyone heard the noise and turned around with displeasure to see what was happening. After asking for forgiveness, Ye Qin justified himself by saying that the walls were old and falling down. Fortunately, he managed to push the trap back. Otherwise, he would have been separated from the main group. A little later, one of the hunters found the chest and joyfully proclaimed this news. But as soon as the group surrounded the find, it became clear that there was not a single dagger master among them. And then a simple garbage man volunteered to help them from the back rows. He earned a few surprised looks, but when he got to work and opened the chest, their surprise turned to delight. Usually the lockpicking skill appeared at the 4th level of a dagger master, and Ye Qing explained that this was because scavengers often opened chests when they were cleaning. They decided to divide the contents after completing the mission, and the hunters continued on their way. Before the group went into the corridor, Ye Qin stopped them and said that there was something ahead. He threw a rock in case of hidden traps, and it bounced off the walls and floor several times. And indeed, hidden mechanisms activated the trap, causing the walls to move. This strange garbage man was again under suspicion, whether he really was level 1, but the guy quickly referred to the fact that he had a lot of experience working in the abyss, and he had suffered from traps. He thought he sounded plausible, but someone was watching him closely, although they didn't show it. Thanks to pumping his intelligence to 100 units, the guy saw all the traps in the dungeon. The head of the hunters even gave him a reward, for some reason believing that first-level junk could be of at least some value to him. Since they avoided all the traps, they reached the main room very quickly and without much effort. They had already begun to think that this was a simple abyss where there were no monsters, and then they saw an altar, a bowl filled with red liquid. There were no monsters in this room, only rewards. This was a special type of abyss, the system told them. But Lu Xing told everyone to be on guard and not to rejoice prematurely. The abyss often played a cruel joke on slow-witted hunters. Of all the awards in the hall, there was only a stone stele, and the big guy in the horned helmet, taking it, decided that this was the only way to return. However, at that very moment the blood test began, and a fountain of red liquid shot like a real geyser into the ceiling. The entire room turned into a trap, and the hunters angrily shouted at the slow-witted strongman who thoughtlessly touched everything. The red liquid spread out in a dome around the hunters and then transformed into ugly monsters. Lu Xing told everyone to stop panicking and prepare for battle, and with a calm expression she grabbed the sword from the storage. Liquid monsters gurgled and swayed in front of them, completely surrounding the group. In order to avoid revealing his skills ahead of time, Ye Qing put on a ring of weakness that only allowed him to use a quarter of his abilities. When he first found this artifact, he thought that a ring that could arbitrarily reduce characteristics would be useless, but it came in handy. Thus, Ye Qing realized that every item could find its use in the abyss. The enemies were approaching, and the hunters stood in a tight circle back to back and began to fight. A cheerful brawl began, in which the hunters fought quite harmoniously, throwing away the liquid enemies, while Ye Qin himself kept to the side as best he could. If monsters rushed at him, he would break their dense structures into pieces in one blow, quickly and unnoticeably. Even with the ring of weakness it was easy. But then Lu Xing was too distracted by watching the strange guy, and did not notice how the monster was already approaching her. It might have seemed so at first, because a second later the liquid enemy flew apart so quickly that no one saw the blows of the young lady. Few people had any problems with these liquid monsters. They would fly apart in one hit. This was all suspicious, considering that the number of red nightmares was not decreasing. Gradually, their form changed. They began to look more like people. This was the type of monster that imitated its opponents, and therefore became more dangerous. The more force the hunters put in, the better they struck, the stronger their opponent became. At first, it seemed to them that everything would be easy, but then they realized what the trap was. The red nightmare, who seemed to have just been defeated, continued the fight and wounded the big guy in the horned helmet. Clutching the stump of his arm, the wounded man fell to the ground and screamed in pain and shock. He became the first wounded in their small detachment, and the situation immediately became catastrophic. Everyone realized with horror that beheading the liquid monster didn't work, and the nightmare had already raised its blade to finish it off. His sword, like everything else in him, was made of liquid, but held by magic. It gained hardness and density. Another moment, and the big guy in the horned helmet would have remained in the abyss forever, but Lu Xing managed to do it in time and turned the monster into ice. Her entire group was completely useless in battle, the girl said, and smashed the block of ice into pieces. "It's just a bloody nightmare," she said contemptuously to the others and called them just trash. But with the destruction of one, other liquid monsters came to take its place. They caused a lot of trouble for ordinary hunters, whose abilities were not so good. Since the sword is useless, they must be finished off on the spot, Yeqing realized, and mana gathered in his hands. He didn't really aim, he just hit the area with a big explosion. Even the mage in their party was amazed at how they could cast a third-class spell so quickly. The garbage guy didn't look like a weakling anymore. Rather, he was a bug for having such skills at level 1. Although some of the monsters had evaporated from the explosion, there were still plenty of them around. Then Yeqing tried to use another growl skill on them. And it worked. The liquid monsters froze, succumbing to the shockwave. After that, he entered a berserker state, which increased his speed, strength, and damage by 2 times. With this, Yeqing broke through the crowd of blood slugs in one go, scattering their spray all over the hall. But the magic of this room began to put everything back together, and it became clear that it would not be so easy to defeat them. All the slugs gathered into one monster and, growling angrily, rushed at the garbage man. At this point, even Yeqing realized that the game had reached a new level and that he had some problems. More precisely, one huge, unkillable evil problem, a bloody nightmare of royal level. Nightmare became stronger by imitating his opponents, but who could have caused such a sudden change, Yeqing wondered. The monster gave him a minute to think, and then attacked without any tricks. Although Yeqing quickly jumped to the side, he knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat this monster if it imitated him. Then Liu Xing walked past and told him to stay away. The girl with snowy hair calmly declared that she could handle the monster herself. Without any fear of the monster's size, the swordswoman approached it. When the nightmare struck her with its paw, Liu Xing ran up it like a springboard, after which she jumped, surrounding her blade with an icy, glowing aura. She boldly plunged it straight into the monster's chest to freeze it from the inside. But the flexible monster already knew about her abilities and sacrificed the appendage to protect the main body, after which the monster returned the attack to the swordswoman and Liu Xing had to defend herself. Despite this failure, her imperturbable appearance did not change at all. The girl continued to analyze the enemy and look for his weak points. Lu Hang was used to taking risks. More than once she had dived to the bottom of the most dangerous places in the abyss, and she went through them completely alone, because her goal was to conquer the highest level of the Tower of the End. She was chasing her older brothers and sisters. Despite all her efforts, Liu Xing was still far from her elders, so she constantly took risks without sparing herself. The pride of the heir of the Liu family supported her and did not allow her to retreat, even if it was difficult. The monster attacked the girl again, raining down heavy blows from its appendages on her. While they were fighting, the rest of the group was resting and recuperating, watching the crazy battle in amazement. Then Liu Xing took out a blue flag from the storage room, without any emblems or signs. This artifact was called the Frost Flag, and it gave a speed bonus to allies. And at the same time, it turned everything that came close to it into ice. The bloody nightmare instantly turned into a block. He stood frozen like a helpless statue, and the brave swordswoman prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Even if the ice didn't destroy the enemy, it would at least slow him down, Liu Xing thought. Together with the speed bonus, she managed to deliver a crushing blow to the comet and cut through the ice sculpture. This is what a third-class god-chosen profession looks like, Yeqing thought as he watched Liu Xing with great interest. However, despite all her efforts, they had no effect on the nightmare. It quickly restored its structure without freezing completely. Liu Xing once again felt that she lacked the power of her brothers and sisters. She had barely reached the 3rd grade, and now she was hastily dodging the boss's water blades. Even though she belonged to the Liu family, she was still the weakest link, and the girl was overcome with doubts right during the battle. Her elders laughed at her, criticized her, called her the shame of the family. She felt pressure all the time. Anger gave Liu Xing new strength, and she went on the attack again, casting aside all doubts. As long as she could challenge herself and rise higher step by step, she wanted to handle everything on her own. In one leap, Liu Xing found herself at the monster's skull and slashed at it with all her might, but the thin blade could not withstand the load and broke, after which the nightmare simply hit the fragile girl like a bat hitting a ball. Lu Heng was slammed into the floor, and the nightmare pressed her with all its mass so that her ribs cracked. The group tensed up. Their strongest squad member had just dropped out of the fight and could have died completely. But Yeqing couldn't allow this, so he blew up the nightmare tentacle with his fire. The explosion caused the giant slug to stagger and it fell to the ground, nearly crushing the rest of the hunters. But thanks to this interruption, Liu Xing was able to come to her senses and recover from the blow. and when she looked at the garbage man, her eyes widened in amazement. Like a real madman, the guy jumped straight into the clutches of the slug, which had already risen after the blow. With the all-seeing eye, Ye Qin looked for his weak spot. The enemy continued to become stronger and could soon become invulnerable. The nightmare level is already high enough that it is not vulnerable to slowdown, freezing, and even its weak points have ceased to be weak as it increased. Realizing this, Ye Qing removed the ring and its restrictions and ran away from the boss at full speed. The group was amazed at such agility. Now the garbage man was distracting the monster while Liu Xing was recovering. The guy had to make a couple of daring jumps to the envy of acrobats to avoid sharp attacks. After that, he decided to find the boss's weak spot and thus save everyone. Several fireballs hit the bloody slug at once, but no matter where Ye Qing hit, any part of his body would be restored, and it was not noticeable that he was receiving any damage. Then an idea struck him, and the boy shouted to the other hunters to find the stone tablet with the writing on it. The thing was lying right under the feet of the big guy, who had already recovered from his wound. He kicked the stone tablet, causing it to fly straight towards Ye Qing. Thanks to Ye Qin's high intelligence, he was able to read the ancient writings. The solution had been right in front of their eyes all this time. But the monster also realized that his weakness had become known and intercepted the tablet in the air, after which he absorbed her and went into an invincible mode as the system reported. Liu Xing asked why the monster froze. It scared everyone, and the garbage man cursed. Turning to everyone, Ye Qin informed them that the bloody nightmare had now entered an invincible mode. Liu Xing came closer and asked him if they had met before. The guy was surprised that they didn't recognize him and reminded her that they met 2 years ago, when he had just started gaining experience working as a garbage man. And Liu Xing remembered him, the same garbage man who saved her in the depths of the abyss. Ye Jin, she said, pointing her finger at the guy, and he had to immediately correct her. The girl smiled, remembering their promise. He still changed his class, she said. The guy proudly declared that he was now a first-level garbage man, as if it were a cosmic achievement. Liu Xing smirked. Even the garbage man was stronger than her. Constantly risking his life, he reached such heights. This is not cool at all, the girl said. She quickly came up with a plan. As long as the tablet was circulating inside the nightmare's body, it would be difficult to catch, but with the ice they could slow it down for a while, and then Ye Qing would be able to find the tablet. Fighting as a team was still convenient, the guy admitted, because he himself would never have thought of it. Raising his fist, he challenged Liu Xing to defeat this boss together, just like the last time they met. The girl smiled sweetly and agreed, on the condition that he would not get underfoot. After hearing their agreement, the rest of the group of hunters also wanted to join. Even though they were not of much use, they were ready to fight to the end. Ye Qin agreed. Only together could they get out of here alive and well. The boss nervously looked from one hunter to the other, not understanding what they were planning. They had 5 minutes before the boss would go into invincible mode, after which he would go berserk and begin a 30-second massacre. This half-minute is their last hope, so they must return alive, Ye Qin told everyone. His speech raised everyone's morale, and the hunters believed that they could do it. For 30 seconds, Ye Qin dropped his fatigue and increased the regeneration of everyone in the team. It turns out that even a garbage man shouldn't be underestimated, the girl thought. She ordered everyone to watch the boss's condition and pointed her ice blade at him. A big guy in a horned helmet stepped forward and began to hurl curses at the nightmare, trying to attract its attention. The red slug did not tolerate insults and began to furiously wave its grown tentacles. Lu Hang told the mage to aim for the newly grown claws and cover the scavenger. The magician immediately began casting the most powerful magic he was capable of. Magic arrows attacked the large body of the slime from different angles, and it was impossible to defend against this attack. They couldn't hit the monster with fireballs because if the stone tablet was destroyed, the battle would never end, the garbage man warned everyone before the fight. He was going to attack the monster with one hand, Ye Qin declared his crazy idea. The swordswoman immediately exclaimed that this was extremely dangerous, even by her standards, realizing that the guy wanted to dive into the monster's stomach and catch the tablet. Ye Qin concentrated and a red aura surrounded him. Right in the middle of the battle, Liu Xing ordered the shooter to aim at the roof and create a ladder to climb. The guy had seen this in movies and other comics, so he chuckled, answered yes, and pulled the bowstring. Rambo's shot blew up the roof and sent stone fragments of the vault crashing down on the slug. At the same time, Liu Xing had to freeze the lower part of the bloody nightmare. Attacks from above and below forced the giant to freeze in place, opening the way for the scavenger. He rushed towards the boss first. Liu Xing followed him. But the boss wasn't that stupid either. Having recovered from the unexpected attack, he was already ready to meet the guy with sharp tentacles. Thanks to his regeneration, Ye Qing could afford to ignore minor wounds and move faster. Having approached to a close distance, Liu Xing threw a frost flag. The bottom of the boss immediately turned into a glacier, and the scavenger jumped on top of it. He aimed for the chest because it was easier to get inside. To give himself more speed, the guy activated Berserker mode. On top of that, he also drank the slowing poison, which, due to the ability, essentially became a speed potion. So the garbage man was able to use the cards that he collected in the previous abyss. Having gotten the most out of everything possible, he flew straight towards the enemy. Ye Qin accelerated and rushed towards the boss like an asteroid, so the boss raised all his tentacles to stop him. In the end, one of the shoots finally got the guy and tickled his side. The attack failed, and everyone saw the garbage man being thrown back. This was his finest hour. Ye Qing thought with regret that he no longer looked cool. What else to expect from a garbage man? He thought he could do it. And then, the guy activated the recycling ability. And the subject of the processing was himself. And then, in front of everyone, the madman fell into the chthonic abyss with many hands. Even the allies were horrified by such a demonstration and the incomprehensible origin of the abyss. Of course, the abyss refused to process him because he was still alive. And since something can't be recycled, it should be thrown into the trash, Ye Qing said and chuckled. And that's how he managed to turn his ability into another combat skill on the fly. The friendly hands of the abyss threw him like a sling straight to the bloody slug, and with such force that the guy punched a hole in his chest in an instant. Thanks to this, he managed to grab the tablet that controlled the boss. As soon as he landed, the monster spread across the hall like a liquid because the magic that supported it disappeared. After reading something in a language no one else understood, he completed the test and lifted the curse. Even Liu Xing couldn't believe that they had won in the end. It seemed so incredible. But the general increase in level immediately removed all doubts, and the hunters rejoiced. They received a boost to their stats that looked pathetic compared to what a simple scavenger had. Even Liu Xing didn't have that many points after leveling up. At the same time, the garbage man himself, as expected, remained at the first level. As soon as the monster dispersed throughout the room, a reward chest appeared in its place. Bright award cards for all participants rained down from it like fireworks. Ye Qing grabbed one of them with a rare sword, but in order to use this artifact, he needed to be at level 10, so he couldn't use it. He received a lot of equipment, but he couldn't use any of it, which was frustrating. Since he was the one who defeated the boss, he was the one who would distribute the rewards, Liu Xing said as she approached the guy. He was a little embarrassed by this role and called the girl to him to whisper something. Since Liu Xing was from a famous family, there was an honorary escort waiting for her outside. They were already thinking about calling a rescue team because the wait was getting long. But then they saw young Mrs. Liu coming out of the portal, and they almost cried with happiness. Bodyguards and even reporters who followed the affairs of the noble family immediately rushed to her. The proud girl accepted all the flattering praise and said that there was nothing she couldn't handle. She smiled, remembering their conversation with that strange guy who took her away from prying ears. Ye Qin sold all the equipment to the Liu family at a big discount. For everything together, he wanted to get 500 magic crystals, and he asked her to keep it a secret that he was there, suggesting that all the glory of clearing the raid go to her. Liu Hing was very surprised, but she didn't object. She had enough problems without giving up such a success. At that moment, she thought that the guy just wanted to make her into his debt. After everyone left, Ye Qin remained alone in the abyss and placed the tablet in front of him. All that was left of the huge bloody nightmare was a small spit, but it was enough to absorb it. The boy reached out and opened the abyss to make the monster's power his own. Hands grabbed these remains and quickly processed them. Thus, the garbage man received the ability of the nightmare body, which allowed him to summon a clone capable of imitating the behavior and appearance of the owner. Ye Qin immediately used his card, and his already considerable arsenal of skills was replenished. The guy was already burning with impatience, wanting to test this skill in action. Once the business in the abyss was finished, Ye Qin took a walk around the city to unwind. He sat in a cafe and scrolled through his status window, relaxing over a cup of coffee. He still has quite a few different equipment cards left. He sold everything that required a high level, especially since a first-level scavenger with cool artifacts would have aroused too much suspicion in everyone. At the same time, remaining an inconspicuous garbage man, he could secretly sell various loot on the black market. Thinking about this, Ye Qin immediately discarded these empty dreams after all. Who would buy goods from a simple garbage man whom he didn't know? And then, when he was dragging the equipment, he accidentally pressed the recycling icon, and the skill worked on the artifact, giving the guy 1 standard point. Ye Qin was completely confused by this event. Only now the system has launched training explaining that sorted waste can be broken down into materials, melted down, and recycled. The standard unit is a point that can be invested in upgrading, modifying, repairing, and creating new items. Then the guy took out a dagger that had already become completely dull after the fight with the boss, and which he had almost thrown away earlier. After processing a few more items into glasses, he received the required amount to repair the dagger. And everything worked out. The system not only repaired but also improved the dagger by adding damage to it. Any item was destroyed with use, but if you constantly repair it, even a trash weapon could be used all the time. Ye Qing then decided to work a little more on the various trash equipment in his inventory and strengthen it. As a reward for completing the training, the system awarded him a recipe for a potion that could instantly restore mana. Right now, Ye Qing was so strong that he didn't have to worry about his attribute stats at all. But what worried him was the inability to predict the depth of the abyss. Many unprepared hunters have failed because they wandered too long in the abyss before finding the boss's lair, and by that point they had already lost all their strength. So potions and mana are extremely important for survival, and therefore are highly valued. With the potion recipe, Ye Qing could create a mixture for 6 standard points. All he needed was glasses in any container. Having called the waiter to the cafe, the guy asked him to give him some kind of container. Having received several paper cups, he began an experiment. The first step in preparing to completely recycle your garbage. The second step is regeneration. The whole process looked like a mini-game where you had to press stop at the right moment. All this time, the waiter was watching the strange visitor in surprise. After a short period of time, 5 glasses of steaming potion were ready. Without thinking twice, Ye Qing decided to try the product he had prepared himself, and the taste was terrible, as if he had eaten rotten eggs. However, despite this, the potion worked, and mana and strength indicators increased. Thanks to the fact that he had fully recovered, the guy decided to clear another abyss right today. As soon as he left the cafe, he met a familiar and vile face. A bald, gangster-looking guy with a scar on his head also recognized him. Only a few days had passed since their last meeting, so the bandit did not miss the changes in the guy's behavior. It was time to suspect that the garbage man had found the crystals, and that was why he hadn't been going to work for 5 days. They were already thinking about filing a missing persons report. The guy stepped back and told the bald man that he had already paid off all of their company's debts, so they should leave him alone. But the loan shark didn't go anywhere. They still had his contract, so the guy was forced to work as a garbage man until he died. The bandit spoke rudely, and even ruined the potion in the guy's hands with his cigarette. Ye Qin let go of the glass and moved away from the impudent bandit again. This reaction amused the moneylender. He laughed loudly, calling the guy a pathetic weakling who couldn't even hold a glass. His accomplices also decided to teach the impudent garbage man a lesson, and were already sneaking up on him from behind like jackals. According to the rules of supervision, hunters who received the class were not allowed to use their skills outside the abyss, except for law enforcement agencies, so the guy immediately began to look for a quiet place where he could use his processing skills. The bald man offered to make peace if the garbage man would clean up everything he spilled with his tongue. He even promised to help him with a broom after all. The elders should help the younger ones, said the bandit and laughed. The guy immediately agreed, but on the condition that the big guy would first jump like a dog. The arrogant bull couldn't stand such an insult and wanted to immediately smear the garbage man against the wall. But then Rodrigo Caesar, who led a group of third-rank hunters, approached them. He grabbed the big guy by the tie as if he were a teenager and asked if they had gathered any hunters for the raid. It turned out that they were only 1 short. Caesar's eyes flashed with anger and impatience. Most of all, he hated pathetic weaklings who only knew how to talk. Turning to the guy who was just trying to leave quietly, Rodrigo shouted at him that he was hired. Ye Qing froze in place, not knowing how to react to such a proposal from a dangerous hunter. The bald man tried to make amends and promised to find someone right away, but Rodrigo objected that he needed someone as cannon fodder. Strength did not matter. They were going on a raid into the abyss of the Red Moon, the guy heard and thought. This is an event where normal monsters go berserk and rare monsters appear in the dungeon, but the high risk is justified by the high reward for killing them. So the guy was already looking forward to collecting a whole mountain of crystals and asked to sign him up for the raid. Rodrigo liked the efficiency of the simple garbage man and grinned. Having settled this matter, Rodrigo called all the other hunters to him, and among them was a familiar face. Lao Chen turned pale, and his words stuck in his throat from horror when he also recognized Ye Qing. Before he could say anything, the guy suddenly grabbed the slippery traitor. and he dragged him to the far corner, away from the eyes of everyone else. Yi Sin reminded the pitiful hunter that it was thanks to his strength that he was still alive and had not disappeared into that abyss. What Ye Qing didn't expect was that Rodrigo would follow them to find out whether they knew each other or not. The scavenger denied everything, and Rodrigo accepted it. He knew very well the fate of Lao Chen, who killed all the members of his previous team. Ye Qin questioned the traitor and found out that he had managed to avoid a 15-year sentence by paying a huge fine of 1.5 million credits, causing Lao Chen to sink to the very bottom, without money and losing his level. He demanded that the garbage man compensate for all the damage and threatened to complain about him to the committee. But the guy simply reminded him of his profession and said that he knew how to recycle garbage. The entrance to the Red Moon Abyss was located at the metro station and glowed with a dark crimson light. At the very entrance, other hunters from the Cannon Fodder group were waiting for them. The squad was led by Zhou Tong, a third-level bard. Ye Qin and Lao Chen introduced themselves and said that they were first level. Zhu patted the boys on the back consolingly. No one was laughing at them here, because they were all weaklings who decided to exchange their lives for money. Although Zhou Tong spoke as a leader, it turned out that they had not yet chosen him. Of course, the bard offered himself for this role. With them was also the second-level healer, Lao Zhu, and the warrior Lao Zhang. Both of them did not object to appointing the bard as the leader. Rodrigo's plan was simple: 6 main members of his hunting party, and 5 temporary members whose job it is to distract the monsters so that the main group does not get too tired. Enter the gate in this set. The abyss they entered had the shape of a labyrinth. Each room had many traps. The rabble's task was to explore everything as quickly as possible and find the boss's room. Rodrigo didn't have much hope for their skills, so when he encountered the monster, he ordered them to simply run. To get the money in this rat race, at least one had to survive, and he would receive the entire reward. At first glance, the good condition gave off a creepy feeling, because it turned the already weak members of the group into enemies of each other. Despite this, no one retreated. Lao Tzu had 4 daughters who needed to be fed, and Lao Jiang had a sick wife outside the gate who needed care. In the dark crimson light of the abyss, they all went to meet their death. It was not the first time that these hunters had to risk themselves like this. The ones who fell were always replaced by someone else. Only this time the newcomer looked too relaxed. It was the first time they had seen such a madman. Despite the gloomy appearance of the crimson gates, it was quite quiet inside and spacious, like a castle. Zhou Tong was surprised that there was no sound of any monster nearby, and Lao Chen hissed at him in a fit of superstitious fear. Suddenly the air temperature began to drop as if they had descended into a deep basement. The bard was the first to start shaking from the cold, since he was wearing only a light t-shirt. He decided to just get through the labyrinth faster, but then a hidden button clicked under his feet, and Ye Qing saw a guillotine descend from the ceiling. Then the garbage man threw a stone at the back of Zhou Tong's head so that he could take a step forward. The bard clutched his head and turned around in confusion, dumbfounded when he saw the trap he had almost fallen victim to. Ye Qing was amazed at how this guy was able to survive to this day with such agility. The bard attributed everything to his first-level luck and continued to walk carelessly through the labyrinth. Because of this, he again thoughtlessly sped up to quickly leave the cold basement, and thus activated another trap. This time some cocoons fell from the ceiling onto them. The cocoons moved slightly and looked alive. The hunters were in no hurry to approach them. And not in vain, because at that very moment the thin shell was pierced by sharp claws. And then from them hatched 5th-level demon spiders, elite monsters that spat poison. The bard screamed in horror. He hated spiders and was afraid of them to death. Lao Chen attacked with a first-tier fire spell to somehow delay the carnivorous insects. But their armor turned out to be fireproof, and the magicians did not cause them any harm. Then a warrior stepped forward. He stepped right into the pile of spiders and began swinging his sword. One of the monsters ran past and reached Ye Qing, who was simply watching all the efforts of the brave men. There was nothing to worry about, since the terrible demonic spider could not even bite through the skin of the all-powerful garbage man. Lao Chen couldn't understand why a simple garbage man was acting so arrogantly when he was keeping to the rear. And Ye Qin managed to crush the spider and send it for recycling. This brought him new stat points and more. Now he could apply poison to the weapons he used, which caused simply monstrous damage. This card was a lasso. It could be combined with some other weapon. While Ye Qing was learning the new features of his skill, a warrior from the puffing squad asked him for help. The scavenger nodded and applied poison tempering to the normal sword he used. Bard also had problems with these monsters, and when he was pushed against the wall, he finally decided to activate his main skill. He rolled to avoid the spider's particularly dangerous claws. His class didn't have any combat skills, but the bard could strengthen others. The situation was dangerous, so Zhou Tong raised his hand holding the microphone. Like a pop idol at karaoke, the bard began to sing some pop melody. It looked crazy considering everything that was happening, so even Ye Qing didn't immediately understand what all this was for. But either the spider didn't like the song or Zhou Tong messed something up. Instead of strengthening the team, he buffed the spider, and it became even more terrifying. Cursing to himself, the bard rushed in horror, slightly wetting his pants. The evil creature did not lag behind, and opening its welcoming arms, rushed at its idol. If Ye Qin hadn't come with them today, the bard wouldn't have given any more concerts. The singing inspired the other arthropods, so they increased their attack. The healer and the warrior could no longer hold back the spiders and decided to retreat as well. Lao Chen had the same problem. Without cover, he could do little with his fire. But at that very moment, the monsters turned into a constructor and flew apart. It all happened so quickly that they didn't even see the garbage man move. All members of the squad looked at each other and came to the conclusion that an ordinary bard had just saved them all. Ye Qin was thinking about the nature of the spider's poison. The poison had no effect on them, but it should have shown itself on other enemies. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong was simply afraid to admit that he had strengthened the spiders and not his allies. In this abyss they had intelligence and would not attack an invisible target, but would rather turn around and run away if they felt threatened. Ye Qing glared at the ferocious spiders, his eyes flashing with power. Predictably, the monsters trembled, sensing that he was much stronger than them. The spiders tucked their limbs and began to quietly crawl away. The hunters caught their breath. They had barely entered the first location, and there were already such terrible monsters. Ye Qing let go of the spiders because he had already taken enough of their arcana. Thanks to this, he accumulated 54 attribute points. After a short rest, the group lit torches and decided to move on. Their mission was to get as far as possible, and it was important not to fall into any more traps. The bard who had caught the most traps told them. Ye Qin ignored his remark. The bard would still get involved somewhere anyway. But then he came across a secret berserker zone that only he could see. Ye Qing wondered if it was worth investigating since she appeared in front of him, so he summoned a bloody nightmare and created his double. The scavenger told the clone to follow the group further and help them in his place. The clone immediately caught up with the hunters, who had already noticed his absence. On the other side of the secret door was a cave that led into a huge hall. As soon as Ye Qing entered, the sound of sharp paws scraping and an angry growl could be heard from above. He jumped aside at the last moment as the heavy body of the monster fell behind him. This one was much bigger than the small fry that Ye Qin had fought before. The scavenger dodged several blows from its paws and dealt them a couple of blows, but they were unable to penetrate the thick, chitinous armor. This meant disturbing news for him that physical defense was greater than the damage inflicted. The evil creature once again furiously attacked the hunter who dared to appear in its domain. For now, the guy could simply retreat and look for the spider's weak spot. But he was sent flying by a blow of such force that it left a crater in the rock. With the help of omniscience, he saw the status, a level 20 tarantula spider. An elite monster could give special abilities after refining, so Ye Qing chuckled in anticipation of the reward. The spider decided to slow down the fast-moving target first and spat a stream of web at him. Clearing his path with fire, the boy again dodged with quick jumps, after which he used a large explosion, deciding to test the fire resistance of the chitinous armor. The armor held, and the spider repeated the volley of sticky substance. Moreover, he shot quite often, so I had to jump all the time. The flame attack did no harm. The armor saved the monster again. Then Ye Qin took the risk of getting closer. At least he had the advantage in speed. He decided to stab the spider, putting as much force as possible into the blow in a simple, classical way. Jump, hit the armor joint, retreat. The tactic was simple, but it worked. The evil creature growled, feeling pain, and began stamping its feet. Surprisingly, even level 5 spiders had resistance to poisons, but the elite monster lost it. Perhaps this was due to the fact that he sat in a cave sending worker individuals to hunt in his place. The irony was added by the fact that the monster was poisoned by the poison of his own relatives. In desperation, the spider threw out all the web that he had in a wide net. Even Ye Qing did not expect this. The spider's web caught him like a midge and covered him with a sticky mixture all over his body. The spider thread is stronger than steel and cannot be broken so easily, so he used the berserker state to become stronger. The spider silk crackled, and the boy managed to free himself from its strong grip. The next moment, he delivered a heavy blow straight at the spider's ugly, barrel-shaped head. Like all his skills, the berserker card could be upgraded, the system said, and gave a choice to add increased damage to it, but pay with his blood in exchange until the condition was removed, or to prolong the entire berserker state. An ordinary person would choose the second option as more reliable, the guy thought. But the tarantula was no ordinary monster, unlike those he had encountered. The first effect allowed you to greatly increase your berserker bonuses, but the bleeding was a very dangerous side effect. And yet, Yesin chose the first option, because he already had a high level of regeneration, which allowed him to ignore losses. What was more important was that he could now overcome the physical resistance of a strong target. Several cards fell out of the spider at once. The reward for the monster was generous. The garbage man took what he could officially sell after he emerged from the abyss. The rest was simply processed on the spot, opening the gates of the abyss. In total, he received 20 standard points that could be spent profitably. After that, he reworked the huge spider carcass. His karate allowed him to summon 4 small spiders for battles, and they were still able to grow and develop as they gained experience. Yi King was once again amazed by the number of completely imbalanced benefits the system was giving him. Meanwhile, the bait group reached a whole mine with crystals. Finding even one was a huge stroke of luck, but here a whole scattering of them lay before them. The healer marked the spot with an artifact that looked like an eye on a stick. It was called Fury's Eye. Whoever caught the reference understood. It allowed scanning everything within a radius of 50 meters so that others could see this place on the map. Before the healer could finish, Lao Chen exploded and started yelling at him. They could have gotten rich if they hadn't told the greedy bastard hunters about this place. But the healer didn't agree to take such a risk. If Rodrigo and his men had found this place without them, they would have simply killed everyone. Voni also agreed with him. Their role is to report everything to the top. If they try to hide something, they will be buried in the abyss and written off as an accident because they are trash anyway. These words caused Lao Chen's unpleasant memories to stir up. He himself had set people up by throwing them into the clutches of monsters. Pride did not allow him to realize his position, and the traitor declared that he was not like them. He was not trash. He remembered again how dozens of hands were dragging him into the abyss, as if they had taken his soul away. And now, because of that garbage man, he became pathetic, Lao Chen thought angrily. Even though his level had dropped, it was more important to get rich again, the scoundrel thought, and glanced sideways at the crystals. By getting yourself some good equipment, you can compensate for your weak skills and get into the main forces of the scavenging groups. All you need to do is grab a couple of crystals, Lao Chen decided and touched one. A trap, the system told them mockingly, and must have laughed. Something flew past with a whistle, leaving a red trail in the air. At that very moment, the group lost its only healer. The poor guy died instantly without even understanding anything, leaving his wife and 3 children without a breadwinner. The rest stared at him in shock, not understanding what killed him. At this time, Ye Qian acquired a cute pet that smiled at him and waited for instructions. At the initial level, they looked no more dangerous than small kittens, but the system suggested that the pet could grow to the 5th level, a tarantula. In order for the baby to survive, the guy decided to give him some points. Having increased the level, the spider swelled and became kinder, and also acquired the web skill. The decoy group stared at the dead man. Lao Chen immediately declared that it was an accident. He just wanted to absolve himself of all responsibility, but others didn't like that. The warrior grabbed the slippery bastard and said that it was his fault. The man who risked himself for his family ended up dying because of him, the warrior cried. Lao Chen didn't even try to justify himself, and brazenly declared that he also needed money and that he was living a hard life. The situation escalated. Both were ready to grab each other's throats. They began to shout loudly and accuse. But then Rodrigo Caesar entered the cave. He clapped his hands, appreciating Lao Chen's life priorities, so much so that he even offered him a place in his squad. The other hunters saw the body and laughed sarcastically at the unfortunate man. Death is a common occurrence here. Beggars are willing to risk everything to earn more, and Rodrigo saw nothing shameful in this. You can buy cities with the crystals that grow during the red moon. 1 piece is enough to not work for a couple of years. The hunter pulled the scum towards him. He spoke quietly and ingratiatingly, enjoying the whole scene. But the price for 1 such stolen crystal is death. A monster or hunter in strange armor came forward, clinking his armor. The bait squad was asked to take a crystal each and put it in a bucket, but if they escaped, they would remain in the abyss forever. The warrior from the decoy squad was indignant that this was the same as a death sentence, because they would die anyway. Rodrigo grinned mercilessly and scratched his chin, reminding the poor guy that he had a sick wife at home. He himself said that he would do anything for her, the hunter said mockingly. The desire to earn more is not something shameful, he argued. The guy trembled with fear. He could only hope for a lucky chance that all this might turn out to be a mistake. He approached the group of crystals with great caution. However, fear took its toll. and the warrior bowed low and asked for forgiveness, saying that he could not do it. In fact, he had lost all his money and had to pay off his debts, and he did not want to die at all. Rodrigo snorted in disdain, finding the sight pathetic. Lao Chen admired the image of this hunter. Even in his best days, he was not this cool. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, the trader approached Rodrigo and said that he was ready to join his hunting group if there was room. The hunter was surprised. He had already forgotten that he had made such a promise. One of his comrades quietly nodded, confirming the words of the garbage man. Then Rodrigo called Lao Chen to him and he fell to his knees, showering him with gratitude. But at that very moment, the trader's contract to sign flew into his face. Of course, Rodrigo would never have accepted such trash into the ranks of his elite group of hunters. He knew very well about Lao's essence, a pathetic traitor who would not live long anyway. Rodrigo was going to force them to take the crystals anyway, so the bait group was like walking dead, the hunter said loudly as he kicked Lao. Zhou Tong was dumbfounded when he realized what kind of mess they had gotten themselves into, and behind his back, Ye Qin, taking advantage of the commotion, substituted himself for his double. After this, the garbage man touched the bard's shoulder and told him not to do anything stupid. He asked to leave everything to him and confidently stepped forward. How dangerous could collecting crystals be here? The scavenger asked, so that everyone could hear him. The Blood Oath hunters began to be indignant. What kind of pimple had popped up here? One of them asked. But right before their eyes, Ye Qin walked up to the scattering of crystals and calmly touched one of them. Before he pulled it out, the whole group hid behind the rocks, cursing at him for his crazy behavior. They were at a loss to guess whether the boy had outwitted death or whether the trap had only worked once. It was simple. Ye Qin had long ago pumped up his luck to the limit, so even if the trap worked, he would simply be injured and perhaps not receive any damage at all. That's why he continued to boldly take the crystals, and the system reported that the trap had not worked. Rodrigo immediately realized that the guy's luck had reached 60 units, although he himself was still level 1. Even for those who changed classes, the luck indicator did not grow on its own. From this he concluded that the trap did not work. Since the scavenger took 2 crystals, it means the trap no longer works, said the red-haired one from the gang, and touched the treasure. Nothing happened, he added, and chuckled one last time, after which the Darwin Award flew into his head, although the award was given posthumously. In front of his astonished comrades, the red-haired man stretched out on the cold floor of the cave, confirming the principle that stupid people do not live long. Rodrigo immediately changed his mind. It turned out that the garbage man still had a high luck indicator, which was associated with his class, although in the abyss, characteristics associated with strength more often increased. Would anyone waste points on leveling up a useless luck skill? The hunter asked. Although in reality, Ye Qin was simply investing points equally. Rodrigo grinned. If before he thought to get rid of all the baits, now he decided to leave one, for the sake of a high luck indicator. He ordered his hunters to take the last survivors, and they stepped towards Ye Qin. This is the end, the warrior realized. With the elite hunters, they could not even think about fighting. Zhou Tong suggested running away. But the first to respond to his call was the most vile and slippery scoundrel in the world, Lao Chen. Ye Qin stared at the villain in surprise. They could have outnumbered their opponents. The warrior did not immediately understand what was being said, since there were fewer baits than hunters, even after one of them had escaped. But Ye Qin replied that there were enough of them, and grinned. A grinding sound was heard from above the cave, and the hunters raised their heads. It was like a Spider-Man invasion, with very vicious-looking monsters falling on the hunters from above. During his absence, Ye Qin managed to pump them up to the level of demons. The bard was horrified that he now had to fight off monsters, and the garbage man reassured him by saying that these animals were on their side. Ye Qin scanned his enemies. The difference in levels was huge compared to the decoy group. But there shouldn't have been much difference between spiders and hunters, but his eye couldn't spot everyone. The level could only be determined by those who were lower in strength. Rodrigo was definitely either equal to or even stronger than Ye Qin. The hunter chuckled, realizing that the scavenger was capable of something since he was able to subjugate monsters. The villain's boss ordered them to deal with the monsters first, then the baits, and ordered them not to touch the crystals. The plans have changed, Ye Qin told the others, and told them to follow the example of the first traitor, Lao Chen. It was a crazy proposal, but no one objected, since the guy decided to sacrifice himself to delay the opponents. The warrior began to run away first, not wanting to become a cold body. The garbage man told the bard to do the same, no matter what his motives for going into the abyss were. Now he had to run to survive. The weirdo gave Ye Qin a thumbs up and said that he would never forget him. But the idiot never learned how to avoid traps and stepped into one of them. with his luck at 1 unit, after which the cave immediately collapsed, blocking the escape route for the fugitives. The warrior turned to him and cursed filthily, mentioning the bard's mother who gave birth to such a blockhead. Jotong apologized. He himself didn't know why they had been plagued by bad luck ever since they entered the abyss. Meanwhile, the fight with the spiders began. The paladin was the first to go into close combat, as befits his class. With a blow of his hammer, he managed to throw away the nearest spider, and the mustachioed paladin exclaimed joyfully, anticipating an easy fight. But the clever spider did not remain in debt and spat a web from its salivary glands right in the paladin's face. And while he was trying to regain his sight, he was attacked by Ye Qin, who decided to take advantage of the enemy's weakness. However, the paladin managed to put up a shield. "A pathetic first-level midge can't do anything to him," he shouted. The shield's blow actually knocked the garbage man away, and he somersaulted through the air. The forces were equal, Ye Qin thought as he flew. His 10th-level spiders were doing well, but it was not enough to win. After all, he was dealing with a dangerous opponent. As soon as the guy was behind the paladin, he aimed at his knee joint, at the joint of the armor. The blow passed through, and the paladin received 2 wounds, each of which affected tendons and important vessels. While the enemy was immobilized, the garbage man decided to finish him off right away, but 2 shooters had already taken aim at him. The guy twisted in a jump and miraculously avoided fatal hits, and the arrows whistled past. Both shooters began to argue about which of them was to blame for this, not understanding how this was even possible. Then one of them fired another shot, charging the arrow with aura so that it turned red. But the garbage man easily repelled this attack because he clearly saw it and cut the arrow in flight. Upon touching the ground, Ye Qin threw a large explosion at the archers. The ground cracked beneath their feet as the center of the spell was directly beneath them. Both were forced to quickly run away to avoid being burned to the ground, the echo of the blow resounding throughout the cave. Now no one has any doubts that the guy is a tough nut to crack. The berserker hunter swung his broadsword and attacked another spider. And unfortunately, his blow reached its target, destroying the one who was protecting the poor fellows locked in the cave. The ruthless bandit immediately rushed at them, not listening to the bard's pleas to spare them. He was saved by a warrior who, although weaker, had a shield and covered the bard. He angrily shouted at the brat to come to his senses quickly. It was because of him that they were stuck in this hole. "If you want to live, you have to fight," Voni said, but the berserker was already raising his hand for a second blow. The sword simply hit the shield, and it, unable to withstand the blow, began to break. The forces were unequal. The warrior was thrown back and rammed into the rocks. His sword fell next to Jotong, who still didn't do anything. The berserker was in no hurry, confident in his invulnerability and superiority. The warrior lived up to his class until the very end and rose to his feet, not wanting to die a miserable death. There was no point in looking into the abyss. He would have died sooner or later anyway, the warrior realized. It would be better to be killed quickly and painlessly, he shouted to the enemy. And he agreed to fulfill this request. His body was surrounded by an ominous aura. He gathered all his strength, but suddenly froze in an uncomfortable position, unable to move. Jotong started her performance, and this time it worked as expected. He managed to catch the berserker. But the singing worked on the warrior as well, so the maneuver was both successful and useless. The bards simply bought them time. Ye Qin glanced at their commotion, but he still didn't understand what kind of nonsense they were doing. He had a new opponent. The magician rose into the air, confident that the guy had already shown all his trump cards and that he would not be able to fight forever. There was some truth to this because Ye Qin had been using the clone for a long time, plus he had summoned spiders, so his bar was quickly melting away. Then, he took a glass of the nasty liquid out of the storage room and began to carelessly replenish his strength right in front of the enemy. The magician was surprised at first, but then decided that there was nothing to be afraid of anyway, since mana could not be restored with a potion. Unlike summoning spiders, raising a dead person did not require additional movement costs. The corpse would move forever. Ye Qin appreciated the effectiveness of such magic. It was interesting, but the corpse was still a corpse, and therefore suitable for recycling, so having replenished his mana, the garbage man summoned his gates of the abyss. In an instant, they dragged the corpses into the darkness, which surprised the necromancer greatly. As soon as the processing was finished, Ye Qin immediately jumped towards the necromancer. He was no use in close combat, so the magician quickly went to bed after receiving a slap in the face. Rodrigo heard some noise and turned around. He was just finishing fiddling with one of the spiders. Now he understood what had caught his attention so much about this garbage man. He demonstrated interesting abilities, the hunter said, crushing the head of the summoned monster. But we could have all earned a little money and gone our separate ways, the garbage man answered him regretfully. But all these dirty methods, exchanging people's lives for crystals, recruiting cannon fodder. This is immoral, Ye Qing said, and the feeling of a just hero awakened within him. But Rodrigo coldly replied that despite his abilities, the garbage man was still cannon fodder and belonged to him. That's how this world works. Whoever is stronger has the power. At this time, they heard screams from the other side of the cave. Taking advantage of the fact that the berserker was immobilized, the bard approached the hunter with a sword in his hand. The hunter just snorted and told the bard that he wouldn't leave here alive anyway, so it was better not to do anything stupid. But the warrior called on Zhou Tong to raise his sword and kill the enemy. But the bard had no combat skills. He could only influence other hunters or monsters, and even more so, he was not ready to kill a person. One of them will definitely die today, Rodrigo said haughtily. Ye Qing understood him very well. All he was sure of was that everyone had the right to enter the abyss and come back alive. He was determined to fight seriously. Then the enemy made his move too, his eyes flashing with malice. I hit the guy with a simple straight right, and he met it with a crossed block. The force was so great that he was thrown back against the rock. Never before had he met such a strong opponent in the abyss. As if going crazy, Rodrigo rushed at him with his fists. One strike shattered the rock beneath Ye Qing, and would have turned him into a pancake if he hadn't dodged it. "This fist is invincible," said the arrogant villain and grinned. At this time the bard was still hesitating and staring at his enemy like a hare at the headlights of an oncoming car. As soon as the effect of his singing wore off, the berserker struck the boy again. A blow from a gauntlet to the face is not the most pleasant thing one can experience in life, and the bard fell. The berserker raised his sword above himself and looked into the eyes of his victim like an executioner. But the warrior also came to his senses with him and grabbed the giant in armor by the belt, and he cried out imploringly to the bard to do at least something useful. Due to the difference in strength, the warrior could hardly do anything. He was thrown back, and the berserker slashed his sword at his chest. "At least something," the warrior shouted, and looked imploringly at the bard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered to be the leader. He must have had some kind of hidden skill, the unfortunate man thought. But in reality, Zhou Tong was just as weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked as cannon fodder, and by becoming the leader of the squad, he hoped that he would have a better chance of surviving. He was an ordinary, pathetic man, and falling to his knees, he began to beg for mercy and not to kill him. In the past, he was kicked out of the team because the bard could not deal any damage, only give bonuses to others. But on top of all that, he still couldn't control his power correctly. They got rid of him like trash and abandoned him. And then Rodrigo appeared, offering work, easy money, and the like. Even though he was a third-level bard, he was accepted, and the guy hoped that at least here he would find his place. The terrible roar of battle brought him back to reality. Ye Qing once again leveled the rocks with his back. In close combat, Rodrigo fought like a demon and was truly dangerous. The wounds inflicted by his special martial arts technique would not heal, and if he tried to heal them with mana, they would bleed more. His fists exploded with force and could cripple even a strong mage. The blows rained down on the garbage man too quickly, and he decided to break the distance. The most annoying thing was that the enemy had nothing to lose by using such dangerous skills. Zhou Tong was distracted from his thoughts and saw that a real hurricane was rolling towards him. After another blow, the garbage man flew towards him. Ye Qing still held his dagger in his hands, even though it was sprawled on the ground. "No one will pity him because he is weak," said the garbage man. He dreamed of this more than anyone else. That is why he too was disappointed with his hopeless weakness. But despite his weakness, he did not give up and continued to move forward. Even when death looked him straight in the eye, he was not afraid of it. Because you need to be afraid of your own cowardice to lose heart in front of the enemy. Even when his attacks didn't deal any damage, Ye Qing continued to strike. Only by not giving in to fear could one survive in this cruel world. He succeeded only because he gathered all his will into a fist and took the first step. The garbage man got back on his feet despite all the damage he had taken. Even when he was a weakling, he knew that he had been preparing his whole life to become a king. These words made the bard wonder what it meant to be a king, he asked. All this time, Zhou Tong had simply been hiding so as not to hear the ridicule, but now he realized that if he didn't become stronger, he would die. Now he realized how pathetic he was, and he no longer wanted to be a coward and a weakling. The berserker laughed, which meant bravery given the difference in levels. He was 17th. The bard was only 3rd. The bard demonstratively threw the sword aside. It was useless in his hands anyway. And then he took out a microphone and started singing as if he were a rock star. Maybe for someone such a pathetic buff meant nothing, but on a level 1 hunter it worked perfectly. Ye King received inspiration because the damage dealt increased by 15%, defense, speed, resistance increased by the same amount. Taking advantage of the fact that the berserker stood there and gave nothing, the garbage man summoned a bloody nightmare behind his back. The clone wrapped its liquid tentacles around the berserker and tied him up. The strong man tried to break free, but nothing worked. His arms and legs were tightly wrapped in tentacles. Rodrigo got tired of waiting and attacked the guy himself, but this time Ye Qin easily dodged his attack. Then the hunter continued the pursuit and put his full effort into the attack. But the guy wasn't so simple either. Having sacrificed his regeneration, he himself entered a berserker state, which consumed his blood. He became even faster and was already able to counterattack Rodrigo with his blade. For the first time, he inflicted a wound on him, although the scavenger had an ordinary blade in his hands. In this state, the guy could ignore the enemy's defense, but his martial arts still posed a danger. The fight had to be finished as quickly as possible before the opponent got used to his blows. Rodrigo exclaimed contentedly. He was enjoying this heated fight. The garbage man responded with a sharp lunge that almost hit the carotid artery, but the hunter dodged. The bandit had 20 years of practice in the abyss behind him, so he was able to catch Ye Qing's attack and block it. Then he struck at the open head. Such was the difference in strength and experience. Those who had developed their martial arts skills could receive the class of Street Fighter or King of Destruction. They both struck at the same time and their fists met with a ringing sound. It was a blow that instantly shattered the heavens, a powerful serve that sent the garbage man flying. But even after such a blow, he was still standing on his feet. Rodrigo didn't even break a sweat. He was sure that no one could resist his fists, especially some brat couldn't defeat him. But the guy had his own trump card. Throwing off the rest of his clothes, he showed a little fan service, and also invested all the unallocated characteristic points that he kept to himself into strength. A total of 176 points to those he already had. And then Rodrigo Caesar thought, as if he felt the change that had happened in the guy in one moment. In the abyss, everything depended on numbers and indicators. So the garbage man's body immediately responded to the changes and added muscle mass. Rodrigo attacked again. He was sure that even if the guy became stronger, it wouldn't change anything. Ye Qin was still behind in skill and mastery, but he now had enough strength to strike properly. Rodrigo also did not resort to trickery and responded with a direct attack to a direct blow. But this time the mass decided the outcome of the clash. The guy simply crushed the tall scoundrel since he was stronger and more massive than him. The hunter stared at his mangled fingers in amazement as he realized he had lost completely. The garbage man immediately jumped on top to perform the finishing move. Pressing the villain's head to the ground, he politely asked him to clench his teeth. From now on, Rodrigo Caesar would be cannon fodder. For a moment, the villain remembered how he lived 8 years ago, when they were required to hand over all their equipment. Then he just joined the group and dreamed of becoming stronger. Fearing being kicked out of the team, he tried his best. They were always treated like bargaining chips, but Rodrigo did not run even in the face of the terrible creatures of the abyss. He dreamed of proving to everyone that he was worth something, and wanted to take a place higher in the hierarchy. Then he discovered his talent as a fighter, managing to deliver a powerful blow. It wasn't all that difficult, the fighter thought at that moment. But it only seemed that way at first glance because the next second the monster laid him on both shoulder blades. The lower jaw was broken, 8 ribs were broken, the liver, spleen, and other organs were damaged, and restoring all of this cost a lot of crystals. Thanks to technology, it was possible to extract the cells of the monsters of the abyss and place them into people, and it so happened that due to the great similarity of DNA, Rodrigo was the best fit for such experiments. And from that moment on, he became the first successful hybrid between a monster and a human. After treatment, he received the lion heart sign and the right to join the squad. The leader, sitting on the throne, ordered him to accept the reward. From that moment, Rodrigo was to become his dog. But he did not see any other members of the squad nearby and asked where they were. "The useless rats are dead," said the king. And then Rodrigo realized that the abyss would swallow up all people one day. If a person does not prove his worth, he is just trash. Rodrigo managed to get to his feet and activated his indestructible defense. Their fight moved into the second phase. And the guy felt that his opponent was not as simple as he seemed. Rodrigo had fully recovered his strength and was able to punch the garbage man in the face. The power was gathering in the hunter's hand. Each magic crystal contained an incredible amount of energy, and during the red moon it became even more. Thanks to the monster's organs, Rodrigo could directly absorb the energy of magic crystals. Even though he might have become stronger than the abyss boss for a short time, even the system recognized him as a boss. At the same time, The garbage man himself lost his berserker state, and now he was overcome by impotence. Everything had come at the wrong time. The demon of the abyss stamped his foot, and the ground split. He ordered the guy to surrender. "It's better to stop being a weak person and turn into a monster." With these words, the demon kicked the stones like projectiles. Ye Qin returned, and the boulders whistled past with the force of a cannon shot. Now he could only retreat and think about what to do next, because the monster did not give him a chance. The longer this went on, the more insane the convert became. There was no doubt that high-level players were too much for ordinary hunters to handle. Ye Qin had already hidden his strength much more than his companions, but even he was taken out with one blow, let alone ordinary mortals. Even when Rodrigo was completely exhausted, his demonic essence remained, and the battlefield remained his. The demon laughed. For the sake of strength, he had given up his human form and understood what a freak he had become. Looking around the cave, the demon saw the last survivor who would witness his power. With a terrible growl, Rodrigo promised the bard an easy, heroic death worthy of legends. But he put his hands out and asked to wait a second, since he would die anyway. The demon did not wait and grabbed the bard, who was already talking too much. At this time, behind the demon's back, Ye Qin's clone began to gather. The bard took advantage of this and told the demon that he wanted to get out of the abyss alive, and he was not the last survivor. Rodrigo turned around and stared in surprise at the strange something next to him. Thanks to the bard, the guy gained a little time. The state of powerlessness subsided, and he replenished his mana reserves with a potion. He couldn't see the demon's weak points that easily, so he took advantage of the bloody nightmare to directly examine Rodrigo. Now it finally dawned on him that he had killed not the guy, but his clone. It was only unclear when the substitution had happened. Ye Qin paid for the power of the berserker with the powerlessness that came after it was cancelled. At the same time, Rodrigo himself challenged the abyss by encroaching on common sense and its limitations, so he had to naturally pay for it. The monster laughed. He considered this power his own, and the abyss had nothing to do with it. And in vain, suddenly his body began to change again, turning more and more into a monster. Rodrigo lost control and rushed at the boy with ferocity, waving his paws. This time he acted predictably, and the attack was easy to dodge. The guy used Quick Step, a skill he was one of the first to receive. But the demon also became faster. The mutation gave him more strength. The scavenger was short of a weapon, and the bard who was watching the fight threw him his dagger. Ye Qin caught it in midair before it could almost hit him, after which he again had to masterfully dodge the demon's clutches. He waited for the right moment and struck with his blade, leaving the monster with a slight wound. Each hit was critical and hurt even a very resilient demon. The guy confidently stated that the demon of the abyss was still too much for him, because hunters were created to fight them. In response to this, Rodrigo only became more enraged and blindly rushed at the garbage man. But he saw his every step and easily avoided his dangerous but sweeping movements. What kind of supreme being is this? Ye Qin snorted contemptuously as he looked at the monster in front of him, and he gave him a strong slap in the face with a fireball at the same time. The demon growled even louder and completely lost his human appearance. Nothing about him resembled him anymore. This mutation was irreversible, Ye Qin realized. There was no longer a human in front of him, and he asked the monster if he heard the call of the abyss. The aura around the guy changed. The demon growled incoherently, "Die, disappear," but fear settled in his heart. He kept saying that he shouldn't die, that he wasn't cannon fodder. Jutong said this was their chance before Rodrigo began his transformation. He was distracted and just tore apart Ye Qin's clone created by the bloody nightmare. But the guy covered himself in a bloody nightmare and asked the bard for help. All because the system gave him a hidden task to defeat Rodrigo without killing, and then he will receive a hidden reward. Even the members of his own guild would not let Rodrigo Caesar go so easily if they saw his current state. But for the sake of a reward, Ye Qin was willing to try hard. All he asked Zhou Tong to do was to distract the monster for 5 seconds, and the guy himself disappeared from sight using camouflage. Ye Qin realized that he didn't have to kill Rodrigo, because monsters belonged to the abyss and couldn't leave it. The abyss will welcome with open arms those who have rejected humanity. Such were her rules. Having broken through the wall, Rodrigo Caesar disappeared into the depths of the cave. At this time, the traitor and fugitive Lao Chen was searching the chest with rewards. He couldn't just run away and save himself. He was already looking forward to the return of the rich life, skill upgrades, and all that. But then the demon of the abyss cautiously peered out from around the corner and licked his lips carnivorously. Lao Chen laughed maliciously for the last time, and he didn't even know it. After they got out of the abyss, Zhou Tong recognized the garbage man as his boss and asked to be accepted into the team. And although the guy tried to be modest and said that he was not that cool, the bard remembered well his words about how he had been preparing to become a king all his life. After all, a real hero must have a bard next to him to tell about his exploits. Ye Qing sighed heavily. At that moment he was just pretending to be cool, and these words were just nonsense. But the bard convinced him otherwise, and only thanks to him did he believe that he was worth something in this life. Ye Qing asked the bard what he wanted, and the guy hit his chest and said that he would be the best support. The king's support, clenching his fist, said dreamily Zhou Tong, who had clearly reread the drama. His stats were so pathetic that the bard could simply die at any moment, and Ye Qing realized that it was in vain that he encouraged him. It could only harm the bard. And although the singer of the abyss had already imagined teamwork, where he supported his king from the rear, Ye Qing asked him not to go where it was dangerous anymore. The bard was stunned by this turn of events and asked about the reasons. In truth, the hero simply did not want to protect a weak ally for the sake of equally weak support. It was just a stupid and unjustified risk, so the garbage man could not do such a thing. So he showed the bard a bill for 1,000 crystals, which was his savings. With such funds, there was no need for the bard to go into the abyss and take risks. No matter how sad it was, he had to accept reality, Zhou Tong realized. But he still didn't want to live like trash any longer, and even after his death, he didn't want to be looked down upon. The bard's determination did not escape the scavenger, but how could someone who was unable to protect himself help others? Ye Qing summoned the sword of the deceased swordsman into his hand. He stuck it into the table and told the bard that the microphone only needed one hand. The bard class itself is a balance of physical and magical power, and the bard could either deal debilitating damage or support his own, or chop with a sword, dealing physical damage. Only by learning to wield a sword could he repay Lao Li, who had sacrificed himself to save him. The bard grabbed his sword and firmly declared that he did not need the crystals. Ye Qin praised him for his correct decision. They would have to earn more in the future, and this reward should be given to the families of the deceased hunters from the bait squad. And the bard agreed, not regretting his decision at all. After some time, 3 people gathered at the gates of the Blood Moon Abyss. A charming girl with outstanding abilities informed the assembled that after the incident in this gate, it was decided to send a squad of excellent rank to clean up, to destroy all the demons inside. All members of the Blood Oath group were killed, and their leader Rodrigo was turned into a demon. In addition, the bodies of several hunters not belonging to Rodrigo's detachment were found, and among them was one whom they already knew. Lao Chen, who was recently accused of the death of the team, said the charming beauty and handed over his documents. Lao himself was equipped with expensive gear, but it did not help him survive the battle with the demon. The investigation reached a dead end, and it was decided that Lao Chen's appearance was just a coincidence. Their plan had failed, the men in black suits realized, and Caesar had turned out to be a useless dog. In a ward of a state hospital, a patient sat on the floor and cried. He said goodbye to life and his loved ones. But there was no choice left, said the man, who held a strange black key in his rough, scarred hands. As soon as he touched it, a crack in space formed around the key. The rift in the abyss quickly expanded and soon swallowed up the entire floor of the hospital. Soon he left the building and burst into the city streets. People who found themselves in the disaster area were horrified. Right before my eyes, the gates of an abyss of enormous size opened. The monsters broke free and rushed to sow chaos and destruction. The 2 unfortunate people who got into this mess ran away from the bloodthirsty monster as fast as they could. The monster almost grabbed them with its sharp claws, and they separated. The girl was less lucky. She fell right into the monster's mouth. And at that moment, Ye Qin woke up from his nightmare and suddenly jumped up in bed. It took him a few more moments to come to his senses before he realized that the nightmare was a dream. It was not the first time he had dreamed about him, mostly when the guy was dead tired. Having finished his morning chores, he went down to the flower shop and asked for a bouquet. The saleswoman knew him well, since it was not the first time the guy had come to buy flowers for his sister. He was late today, and the saleswoman complimented him on his new hairstyle. It happened spontaneously. He just met Uncle June on the street and was no longer able to escape from his tenacious clutches. While the girl was collecting the bouquet, the guy helped her carry the particularly heavy flower pots to the display case. The street was busy, with many patrol cars rushing somewhere. Judging by their direction, the salesgirl assumed that they were heading towards the hospital, and the guy shuddered at the thought. The next moment he soared into the sky like a superhero. Whatever happened, it was better to make sure that my sister was okay. From the roof of the house, Ye Qin saw that the entire hospital was covered by a chasm. He didn't understand why the gate appeared here. The area was cordoned off and ordinary civilians were not allowed in for their own safety. But the guy ignored all the warnings and immediately headed into the abyss. The senior security guard scolded his subordinate for letting a civilian through the gate. But they quickly realized that this guy, like the others who had entered before him, could not be dealt with by simple security. Yazin was most afraid of being late this time too, so he mentally asked Xiaozhu to wait for him. Just like in the shopping mall, the gates created in the hospital expanded the space inside immensely, the guy realized when he entered. No monsters were found, which meant that a squad of hunters had already been here before him. On the floor there was a bottle containing the remains of a precious potion that was inaccessible to ordinary hunters. Ye Qing filled it with his regeneration potion. Since he would be searching for his sister alone in the depths of the abyss, the mana consumption would be enormous. This potion should help him. A fork in the road appeared ahead and he stopped to choose his path. With the help of the all-seeing eyes, Ye Qing noticed the clues. This abyss suggested that he choose one road, after which he would not be able to return. The group that walked ahead left marks on the stone floor, marking the chosen path, and the boy decided to take a different path. The abyss is huge. It can take an eternity to explore all its nooks and crannies. Trying to go through all the branches is the worst thing you can do. Ye Qing knew that he didn't have much time because ordinary people wouldn't survive for long inside the abyss. Choosing a path. Ye Qin ran forward along the clean red carpet, which meant that no one had walked here before him. He immediately understood. The way back was swallowed by darkness. As expected, there was no way to return. Then he took out the artifact of Fury's Eye. The guy already knew how to use it. The eye allowed one to mark the places one had passed on the map that it drew. But inside the legendary abyss without rules, this artifact did not work. That is how the guy understood its level. Suddenly, a whole stream of creepy tentacles poured out of the room in front of him. This place was a trap. This time it was unclear how the trap was activated, because the sound of the mechanism was not audible. It was still eerily quiet inside. The guy took out a dagger and a ghost materialized behind him. The ghost swung his huge scythe straight at him without making a sound. However, despite this, the garbage man managed to dodge to the side and missed the blow. Ye Qin immediately counterattacked the ghost. His blade passed through without touching the ghost, and the system reported the obvious. These actions were ineffective. The creature was apparently immune to physical attacks. For the first time, the guy came across such a dangerous enemy that he didn't know how to fight. The monster let out a roar, but it made him deaf, causing his perception to be significantly reduced. Then Ye Qin realized that he had somewhat underestimated the danger of this place. The monster ruled. Something similar happened to him 3 years ago, when he was a pathetic garbage man. Ye Qin found himself in a strange and creepy place and was so scared that he couldn't move. In front of him, in the stone rubble, stood statues carved by a sculptor with a crazy imagination. These were supposed to be angels who bring peace, but their crazy grins made my hair stand on end. Having come to his senses from the first obsession, he began to collect crystals and calmed down a little. Not a single crystal could be lost, and while Ye Qing was busy assembling, he didn't even notice the movement of the shadows. But as soon as I turned around, I saw evil grins and red eyes glowing like coals in the darkness. Just now everyone was a pile of stones, and now it seemed like they were moving. Something incomprehensible was happening. Then another garbage man came up to him and told him not to turn around. And if you look at the demonic crying statues, you can't blink. The name alone was creepy. The guy almost repeated his mistake, and the garbage man yelled at him again not to turn around. The demons in the abyss had their own logic, and the higher the level of the monster, the more difficult it was to understand its logic. The demonic statues had the highest rank, but usually did not attack. If a person looked at them with their eyes, they would turn to stone, but if they turned away, they would gain freedom and attack. To leave the room, you had to slowly back away without turning around. The task did not seem difficult, especially if you knew the rule that governs everything. But Ye Qin was still too inexperienced at that time, and he tripped on a stone, after which he fell and looked away. At that moment, the statues approached them, smiling madly. It was lucky that this happened already at the exit from the room, and another garbage man managed to grab the lever. As soon as he pulled it, the stone gates fell and blocked the way for the statues. Ye Qin collapsed on the floor and caught his breath. He was glad that he was lucky enough to survive. The paradox of these demons was that they could not be damaged, but as soon as you looked away, you were dead. Even though a simple scavenger couldn't compete with a hunter in battle, they had to be ahead of everyone in terms of survival. Remembering this, the guy told himself that he was no worse than other garbage men, which meant he could deal with this monster. Since the demon was immune to physical damage, he decided to test magic on him. However, as soon as he gathered the mana in his hand, Ye Qing felt a heat as if he had stuck his hand into a fire. It suddenly turned out that fire could not be used in this room. Unfortunately, he didn't have any other spells except fire, and that was a shame. The demon was already raising his scythe again, and the guy remembered in time that he had a wolf card. With its help, you could quickly dodge, jump to the side. If it was just a normal exploration of the abyss, it wouldn't be that hard, but Ye Qing couldn't afford to waste much time here. The demon had a strange logic. It couldn't be physically touched, but it itself dealt exactly that much damage. The worst thing was that the damned monster did not let him rest and constantly attacked. This was a stress resistance test, after which you can confidently get a job in any company. Scanning the demon with his clairvoyance gaze, the guy suddenly realized that he would only materialize for a short time before the attack. And before the sickle was swung, he became vulnerable for a moment and lost his protection. As soon as Ye Qing realized the enemy's weakness, he immediately accelerated and dealt him multiple blows. And this time everything worked out. The ghost disappeared like smoke without a trace. However, then the room was filled with a red, ominous light again. And a new demon appeared, larger and denser than the previous one. This creature had a second phase, although he is not even the boss of the abyss. The guy was surprised. The ghost spread his cloak like wings, and enormous power emanated from him. Ye Qing's hearing still hadn't returned, and now he couldn't see either. The stress test had reached a new level, and he was already thinking of calling a clone just in case. But then he decided that he couldn't afford it, because there was very little mana left, and if he used it on the clone, the reserve might not be enough to defeat the ghost. The darkness hit him unexpectedly. As if out of nowhere, the ghost changed his weapon to 2 blades. The guy was lucky to get off with minor wounds thanks to the skill of luck. If not for this, his hero's path would have ended here. Then it's time to use the super regeneration card obtained from the carnivorous tree. It helped. The lacerations healed, and the deafness was removed, so the guy was able to recover. He already understood that the second phase of the ghost was afraid of light, and even the slightest flash would not allow him to get closer. Overcoming the pain, Ye Qing summoned flames in his hand and grinned. He struck himself in the chest, and the fire quickly spread to his entire body, causing unbearable torment. But most of all, he was overcome by animal fear. The light of the flame made it possible to clearly see in the pitch darkness what the ghost had created. Experiencing unbearable torment, the boy rushed at the ghost to finish him off quickly, but the demon began to run away in horror. The ghost fed on darkness and was afraid of light, so fire spells were cursed in this room. But using a combination of abilities and creativity, the boy found a way to bypass the ghost's logic. Using a dash, he grabbed him and hugged him tightly, after which he used a large explosion on himself, hoping for quick regeneration. The shockwave threw the guy onto the stone floor. He lost his clothes, but the ghost didn't have it easy either. The health level dropped to critically low values. The hand was damaged so badly that it was impossible to hold a weapon or cast spells. Such was the price of victory. The system reported that the ghost had been defeated, and Ye Qing remembered in time that he needed to manage to process the monster before it burned to ashes. The gates of the abyss obediently opened and grabbed the body that had not yet burned. The Soul Reaper artifact allowed you to summon a spirit with a scythe, with very confusing properties. The spirit dealt 5 times more base damage, and if the target died from the blow, the Reaper of Despair ability was activated, which allowed you to restore 5% of the summoner's health. But that's not all. If you repeat the call 5 times, the summoner becomes empty for 1 second. In this state, he ignores all physical attacks, and he cannot be delayed. However, if the target did not die, the summoner would receive such an amount of damage, the artifact could not be used as equipment. It was bound to the soul and could not be exchanged. Ye Qing saw such an item for the first time and found it useful in a battle with a large number of opponents as a means of finishing off, which gives health points. It was a crazy thing, but it had to be used wisely, because if the target survived the hit, the owner would receive more damage. As soon as the ghost fell, the passage was unblocked and it was possible to move on. Ye Qing used the super regeneration skill again, and it grew him not only new skin but also clothes. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of the abyss, a familiar nightmare was taking place. The squelching sounds of blows from a cleaver echoed loudly throughout the dungeon. Despite everything that was happening, Ye Xiaozhu did not lose her spirits. She hid behind some bags and held a bottle with some liquid in her hands. To distract the evil creature wielding the cleaver, she threw the bottle away from herself. The orc butcher growled and turned around at the noise, and at that moment the girl looked out from her hiding place. Even simple movements were difficult for her, and as she tumbled over the bag, she fell sprawling across the floor. But even so, Xiaozhu didn't scream, but silently rubbed her bruised head. She began to crawl as slowly as she could towards the teddy bear, which was extremely important to her and reminded her of her brother. However, the orc returned faster than she thought, crushing the toy with his heavy boot. The big evil creature was in no hurry. The orc was apparently thinking about how best to prepare the girl, who couldn't even run away. Xiaozhu despaired and begged her brother to come to her aid, her heart clenched with fear. The orc had already reached out his greedy paws towards her, but then a shadow flashed behind his back. The sword whistled, and suddenly the monster suffered the same fate as its victims. The warrior's name was Wu Ming, and he wielded a heavy two-handed claymore. Xiaozhu breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that she had met a hunter. But the tall warrior, without saying anything, turned around and began to leave. Then, the frightened girl grabbed him by the legs and asked him to pull her out of this place. Wu Ming turned around and said that the monster was no longer there. She could go home. But if she went with him, she would definitely die. Despite this, Xiaozhu did not let the warrior go. She had to get out of this place for her brother, at any cost. A long time ago, she was given a disappointing diagnosis, paralysis of the lower limbs. Due to a back injury, the doctor called it a miracle that she can move at all. For the young man that Ye Qin was then, it was terrible news to learn that his sister would never even be able to stand on her own 2 feet. The severe spinal nerve damage was theoretically untreatable, the doctor said. Hearing even a ghost of hope in his words, the guy asked him to tell him more. Human medicine was powerless in such cases, but he had heard that in the abyss even the blind could see, and the sick could be healed. Everything connected with the abyss violated the idea of common sense. If the disability is caused by a monster from the abyss, then perhaps the cure lies in it, the doctor said. He said this to somehow soften the boy's bitterness of the problem, but Ye Qin seized on this hope. All the same, only those who received their class could enter the abyss. An ordinary person would die there, and the doctor advised him to think about more real things. His sister needed expensive rehabilitation, 8,000 credits a day. The boy, who was left an orphan and almost lost his sister, bowed to the doctor and promised that he would find the money. The doctor promised to do his best, but the bills had to arrive on time. From then on, Ye Qin often visited the hospital, and everyone here already knew him. His story was not much darker than others of his time. He lost his parents, his sister was disabled, he was left completely alone. The boy was not discouraged and always joyfully greeted his sister when he visited her. Xiaozhou anxiously asked her brother where he went. The guy told her what he had talked about with the doctor and said that he was going to enter the abyss. "But is it safe there?" his sister asked, becoming even more worried. In order not to irritate her, Ye Qin nodded his head and stroked her hand. "This is a very peaceful place and they will cure her soon," the guy said and smiled. Then he remembered something and jumped out of the hospital bed. Since he wouldn't be able to visit her often, Ye Qin entrusted his sister's protection to the cute bear. Xiaozhou understood everything and said that he was the only thing she had left and should not risk himself. Ye Qin confidently said that he would soon earn a lot of money and it would cure her legs, so she needed to gather her strength and wait. The little sister still insisted on her own. It was better to sit in a wheelchair than to know that her brother was risking himself. Then he gave her a promise on his fingers that he would not risk and go where it was dangerous. Xiaozhou couldn't stay in the abyss. She knew that her brother would definitely go to save her and risk himself. She was so weak, but she clung to the warrior so that he could not take a step. And Wu Ming was touched by her irresistible desire for life. He agreed to take her with him, but warned that he would not protect her if they were attacked by monsters. After which he sat him down in the wheelchair. Luckily, the wheels were intact. For the warrior, the girl was not a client, so he immediately said that he did not care whether she survived or not, and she promised not to get under his feet. The warrior looked gloomily at the desperate girl and said his name. Meanwhile, Ye Qin continued his search, walking forward with a torch to light his way, and thinking about the various healing remedies of the abyss that he had heard about. One of the general rules of the abyss was that upon entering it, one could not go beyond the physical state. A burn that was inflicted before entering the abyss cannot be cured. Health is always restored to the level it was at the start. Otherwise, Ye Qin would have found a way to cure his sister long ago. In one of the corridors, he saw traces of a fierce battle. The bodies of hunters and monsters lay in a heap. There were no living people in sight, which meant that the demons were still hiding somewhere. As soon as the torch illuminated the far corner, the guy was amazed at the sight. The giant monster was cut in two, as if he had been fighting a giant. Most of the dead had neither agility nor strategy. They lay in one heap, apparently relying on brute force. Ye Qin chuckled. He considered himself much cooler than this group of hunters. By normal standards, he had long since turned into an unkillable creature. On the other side of the abyss, a strange couple, a warrior and a random survivor, continued their journey. Xiao Zhou slowly followed the warrior until he suddenly stopped. 5 flashes flashed from above. And at that very moment, they all hit Wu Ming and pierced his body. Xiao Zhou, who was not used to such a sight, screamed in the abyss when she saw the wounds on the warrior's body. However, in a completely unimaginable way, he recovered, even healing the wound in his skull. Did it really not hurt him? Xiao Zhou asked. Then Wu Ming remembered the time 4 years ago when he had entered the Tomb of the Ancients, the first rank. Before his eyes, hunters died one after another. But Wu Ming did not run away, even though he was scared to death. For a mercenary, money is more important than life, the bespectacled old man who hired them shouted in an indignant voice. He paid double the price for their lives. Because Wu Ming was a criminal, otherwise no one would have taken him into the team. That's how he ended up in a team of bandits and scoundrels who didn't care about their own lives. They all volunteered to take the risk for double the reward. The old man offered 100,000 credits to kill the boss for everyone, and 200,000 to whoever dealt the finishing blow. After they had gone so deep, he didn't want to leave empty-handed. It was a question of price. The mercenaries were still haggling, wanting to get more for their risk. In the end, they agreed on 250,000 credits and returned to the boss's room. The bandaged mummy screamed terribly throughout the hall. These monsters looked strong. However, for the sake of a huge reward, the mercenaries rushed at the monsters, rushing to grab everything for themselves. They managed to destroy several mummies, but one of them was still standing. And in an instant, the monster destroyed the 2 attackers by cutting them into pieces. Next in line was Wu Ming, and the swordsman gripped his hilt tighter. But the mummy moved too fast, and the warrior missed a direct blow. This boss proved too much for the entire squad, and the monster assumed a victory pose. The old bespectacled man ordered everyone to protect him, because in the end they would only receive a reward if the employer survived. Min got up from the floor and rubbed his bruised jaw, the blow only angering him more. He jumped to his feet and chased after the mummy, but not to save anyone. It was a desperate desire to defeat a strong opponent. The heavy sword slashed at the mummy's uncovered ribs. Blow after blow, Wu Ming finally defeated this enemy. At the same time, a reward, a chest, and an artifact appeared. The old man impatiently pushed the swordsman aside to take a first look at the contents of the reward. But Wu Ming demanded the promised double payment, and he also got it badly during the battle. However, the old geezer muttered in response that the mercenary was already dying and had nowhere to spend the money anyway. He was already greedily moving his mustache, but when he opened the chest, something burst out of it, and the box itself turned out to be completely empty, dashing all hopes of recouping the costs. The greedy old man almost burst into tears with anger right there on the spot. That's what Wu Ming thought at first. But then the old man really began to puff up as if he had been tricked, and in the end, he was subjected to a sand curse, and when he burst, he crumbled across the ground. Wu Ming stood there stunned and realized that the curse had also fallen on him. Then he decided to grab the sphere that fell from the Mummy King. This artifact turned the owner into undead. Holy and healing spells would deal damage to him, but any other would not work on him. The price of transformation was the loss of the sense of pain and emotion. Then he became a man who could not die, but this did not add happiness to Wu Ming. Xiao Zhou listened to his story and couldn't believe her ears. The warrior's blood turned to sand. He was cursed. Wu Ming only glanced at her once and turned away without saying anything. The empty halls of the abyss once again echoed with fierce screams and growls. Ye Qin quickly broke through the horde. He was in such a hurry that he did not have time to distribute the points normally and simply divided them equally among all stats. In any case, it was impossible to understand what kind of monsters were waiting for him in the next room until he entered it, so it was more important to monitor his own health level. The monsters in the abyss are strengthened by it, but even they are unable to withstand the physical strain of constant fighting. Overcoming fatigue, the guy walked over heads and struck down enemies one after another. The orcs were completely helpless against such a strong opponent. Ye Qing's stats had already reached 200. He chopped with a dagger so fast that they didn't even see these movements, but they had to pay for everything with mana. Without mana, he couldn't use skills, and the guy slowed down. The orcs immediately sensed his weakness and roared in unison. Then Ye Qin decided to destroy everyone with brute force, using only his fists. The only problem was that more and more enemies were running towards the noise, and no matter how many you killed, there were more and more of them. After 4 battles with demons, the mana was at 0. All the simple mana potions were also used up. Only the bottles found in the abyss remained. But it was more important to save them as a last resort. Ye Qing accelerated again, and quickly straightened the faces of a couple of the nearest orcs. He broke them with his bare hands like dry branches. The bones cracked and the wounded wheezed. Even monsters had a morality rating, and the boy hoped to instill fear in them with his actions. Then he played the priest's card, which came in handy. The Reaper was a risky means, but with the help of the Reaper of Despair, Ye Qin hoped to regain at least some of his strength. It turned out that the ghost was very skilled and could knock down a healthy orc with one blow. He swept through their ranks like a deadly hurricane. Each kill replenished his mana and health, so the guy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the Reaper, he was able to save valuable potions and did not have to use super regeneration so often. Looking around, the hero saw glasses and a strange barrel that appeared out of nowhere. He was about to kick her, but then the barrel fell and a man fell out of it. He asked Ye Qing if he had seen his glasses by any chance. The guy picked them up from the floor and returned them to the weirdo, who introduced himself as a research doctor named Song Qingshan. Sun told how suddenly monsters appeared in his room, the same ones that the guy had just killed. Frightened, he started to run and eventually found a barrel in which he hid. The hero listened to this story with complete indifference and asked if the doctor had met other survivors. Sun replied that he hadn't met them. The hospital was full of people, including the wounded and disabled, so it was unlikely that they survived. But the guy didn't like such a dismissive tone towards people, and he grabbed the doctor by the collar. Sun began to justify himself, saying that he couldn't do anything because he was an ordinary person, and on the verge of life and death, he had to think about himself first. If he had the strength, he wouldn't have hidden in the barrel. Dr. Sun justified himself and asked if the guy had come to save him. But then the lost doctor said that he had already figured out the guy. The lion's heart had sent him. Rodrigo Caesar served in this guild, the guy remembered, and wondered why this had come up here now. As a reward for defeating Caesar without killing him, the system handed over his token, which contained 150 stat points. Zhou Tong recognized this emblem and said that it belonged to the lion-hearted hunters. This was a clan of the strongest. Even Ye Qin had heard different things about it. And then, for the first time, he realized how high the bar was for these hunters. Since the hero did not need anything from the doctor, he left him and moved on. The doctor urged him not to go into the wards and not to save the poor, since they had nothing to offer anyway. But the guy did not agree with such a cynical assumption, because he was following his sister. Then Sun realized that this guy hadn't come here for him, and perhaps wasn't even a hunter. That's right, the hero agreed with him. He was a garbage man who recycled garbage, and his eyes sparkled with coldness. Without further ado, he walked towards the next room, separated by a curtain. The whole dungeon was a labyrinth, said Dr. Sun, who had followed him. Each room had a fork in the road. It was easy to get lost. The annoying doctor offered his services as a guide and promised to find the boy's sister, and in return he would help him get out. Ye Qing remained silent again, and the doctor took this as a sign of agreement, pointing to the door he had come from. The hero still followed him, although the doctor could have been deceiving him. The veil closed again. The guy who crossed it in the labyrinth one could only go in one direction. On the way, Sun asked the guy what guild he was from. He still wanted to know as much as possible about him. The hero answered the truth as it is. He did not belong to any guild. This amazed the doctor. He did not believe that someone could decide to go into the abyss alone. Anyone with even a little bit of power received an invitation from the largest guilds. Tattoo's Lionheart, Cloud Edge, Hunters received high salaries and other privileges in them. The doctor even promised to introduce him to the guilds, since the guy saved him. But in response, the guy sharply cut Sun off and said that his sister's name was Xiaozhou, and if he wanted to get out of the abyss alive, he'd better find her. Hearing this name, Dr. Song turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Xiaozhou's card and that of another girl were on his desk. Both of these patients were minors. But the bandit next to Dr. Sun convinced him that there would be no problems, because the patients did not have families. The bandits knew that the girl had a brother who worked as a garbage man in the abyss and could die at any moment. The second girl was named Lin Shuyan. Her family was bankrupt and mired in debt to survive. Sun asked the bandit if the families had given their consent, but he only smirked. The Lin family, where the father could not find a job and had to pay for treatment, was glad to get rid of the burden. Lately, the father began to visit his daughter less often. She had become a burden to him, said the smug bastard. The same goes for Xiaozhou. He pointed a thick finger at her photo. The girl's brother is risking himself and only dreams of his burden being lightened, the bandit said. After this, the bandit gathered the girls in one room to propose to them. All this was disguised as a new treatment. The scoundrel spoke softly and politely and then suggested that they stop being a burden to their loved ones. Both girls did not understand what was happening because they were too kind, so they succumbed to manipulation and agreed. The scoundrel smiled and showed them the contract they had to sign. That's how they deceived them without any qualms of conscience like real scum. The scoundrels justified all their actions by saying that they wanted to benefit humanity through their experiments, but in reality they were attracted by money and power. The essence of the experiments was to place the monster's cells into the human body. The experiments continued despite the terrible consequences and side effects. After receiving a signal from Dr. Sun, the assistant injected the liquid containing the monster cells into the blood pack for transfusion. But the experiments did not go as smoothly as they thought, and Dr. Sun cursed. Lin's body rejected the monster cells, and they did not detect any energy fluctuations. Unfortunately, the experience had turned her into a mess, so that it was hardly possible to recognize anything in it. Then the scoundrel's son said that there was nothing to worry about. This was just the first experience of many. But then another assistant told him about some kind of commotion outside. Father Lin came and began to demand that the girl be returned to him. Dr. Sun ordered him to be brought, and the other bandit grumbled and agreed. He stopped the guards and said that they did not beat the patients in the hospital, and then took him to Dr. Sun. The scum grinned and told the man that his daughter was inside. The doctor led him into the laboratory and, without any pity or sympathy, pointed to the flask. Inside was something floating that looked more like the remains of a monster that had been put through a blender. "Everything is according to the contract," said Dr. Sun. "Something went wrong because, as promised, they would compensate the expenses. Of course, they still have to get the body and study it," said the scoundrel who had no right to call himself a doctor. Unable to bear the despair and pain, the girl's father attacked Sun and began to beat him. He did not understand how it was possible to conduct such experiments on people. The impudent scoundrel merely replied that it was better for ordinary people to give up their miserable lives and contribute to society. The death benefit should have been enough to pay off his father's debts. The man was crying. It was impossible to call murder a rescue. His daughter was a minor, and he begged her to return her to him and take the money. But Song would not listen to this any longer. His mood was spoiled, and he ordered the rude man to be taken away. The man then promised to send them all to hell, but no one paid any attention to it. Without delay, the scoundrels decided to continue their disgusting experiments. There were no energy fluctuations in Xiaozhou's test tube either, and the bandit security guard began to grumble that this girl's brother would also make a scene for them. "But is it worth worrying about someone who has a level of 0 and is a garbage man?" Sun answered casually then. The garbage man noticed the change in Sun's face and asked if the doctor knew his sister. He moved away suspiciously and stated that it was the first time he had heard that name. Now Sun was trembling with fear, because he had been told that the girl's brother was a simple garbage man, but a weak person would not have passed through the labyrinth. The bastard left the girl alone with a bunch of monsters and ran away. If the guy finds out about it, he's finished. The doctor walked ahead and looked around nervously, which also did not escape the attention of the garbage man. Yesin repeated his question again, speaking calmly without any suspicion in his voice. Sun replied that he really was hearing the girl's name for the first time, and was worried that nothing would happen to her. There were a lot of monsters in the ward, and he had to run away. Now Sun bit his nails and was about to blame the girl's death on monsters. Suddenly, the guy grabbed him by the collar and dragged him along. And just in time, because a heavy sword whistled past at great speed. This time it wasn't a monster that attacked them, the hero said, and peered into the darkness. The warrior Wu Ming came forward. He asked for forgiveness for mistaking them for local residents and greeted Dr. Sun, whom he had come for, from the Lionheart Guild. Sun screamed in horror because his savior almost sent him to the next world. Now Yi Qing understood who left those huge sword marks. Only a strong person could break through into the depths of the abyss without a command. Wu Ming introduced himself as a mercenary who works for double pay, and indifferently stated that he was ready to kill even his own team members for money. Yi Qing had heard of such scum. They would do anything for money. Dr. Song immediately asked to be taken out of this place. But the hero stopped him, saying that Wu Ming was not there to save the doctor. His sword had too much of a deadly aura. The scoundrel was surprised because he hadn't felt anything like that, so the hero turned to Wu Ming. He said that the doctor had promised to show him the way to his sister, and this should not interfere with the mercenary's mission. Having heard about this, the mercenary said that he had seen a girl recently. The hero immediately asked where she was, and the doctor realized that he was definitely finished now. The warrior threw the bear cub to the guy, and he didn't immediately understand what was being discussed. But then he recognized the toy he had given his sister, even though it was pretty battered. Sweet girl, it's a pity she didn't survive, the warrior explained indifferently. The hero, hearing these words, was dumbfounded, while the scoundrel under the doctor's mask was quietly glad that the dangerous witness had disappeared. Wu Ming admitted that they walked together, although he did not promise to protect her, but he promised to pass on her message if they ever met. The sister hoped that her brother would be happy if she came out of the abyss before he went to save her. Ye Qing instantly exploded. The terrible news, in addition to the complete indifference with which the mercenary spoke, shocked him. Why did he stand and silently watch although he could save her? Wu Ming coldly replied that his duty was to carry out the order. He didn't care about anything else. Because of his curse, people nearby were constantly dying. The hero tried to strike, but the mercenary parried him. The girl knew what awaited her and went with Wu Ming anyway. All the hero wanted to know was where his sister was, and he jumped back to the mercenary. Wu Ming promised to tell him if the boy let the doctor go with him. The doctor agreed, although he was not given the floor and no one asked. Ming also stopped holding back. He didn't care who he fought. If that person was interfering with the mission, he could destroy him without any hesitation. But with a sharp thrust of the dagger, the guy managed to knock the heavy sword out of the mercenary's hand. Without a sword, the enemy is no good, Ye Qing decided and swung his fist. But even this attack did not cause surprise on the experienced mercenary's face. He simply intercepted the guy's hand. Ye Qing tried to strike with his free hand, which held the dagger, but the same thing happened. The mercenary also had a disarming skill, and the hero was left without a dagger, after which he received a strong blow to the head and flew back. Now it became clear that the mercenary also fights well in hand-to-hand combat, and not only wields a monstrous sword. Although he was a simple mercenary, countless battles had given him unimaginable experience, so Wu Ming was prepared for any situation. That was not all his strength, he said, and pointed his heavy sword at the boy. When he used the rock destruction ability, a thick aura covered the blade. Ye Qing calmly analyzed his opponent. The sword was too heavy even for a strong man, which meant he could deliver his blow before Wu Ming's swing. But the blade's aura was too powerful, so the guy couldn't even get close. He had to retreat, and then he used a summoning card. The spiders grinned evilly at the mercenary and jumped out of the storage room. At first, they tried to slow down the mercenary and spat webs at him. Thick streams of sticky silk entangled Wu Ming, and at first it seemed that he was stuck. But roaring like a bear, he freed himself from the strong web with one jerk. It was unlikely that a bunch of monsters could defeat him, the mercenary said indifferently, and jumped up. The rockbreaker lived up to its name as it nearly split the entire dungeon in two. Taking advantage of the momentum after the attack, Ye Qing came from behind. His hand, covered in darkness, almost reached the mercenary, but he covered himself with his shield like a sword. This strike was dangerous, Wu Ming admitted. Only the sword charged with 100 points of power protected him. The guy in front of him was definitely not one of those incompetent garbage men whose level was 0. This power was much greater, and the guy nodded his head. He was not inferior to the mercenary. There was no doubt about it. Ye Qin gritted his teeth and repeated his question again, asking where his sister was. Wu Ming thought, even when he was with Xiaozhou, she was amazed by his strength, and said about her brother. The best brother in the world, even though he was just a garbage man, but he worked hard every day to change their lives. The girl dreamed of becoming as strong as him. Wu Min was surprised then, because he knew that the garbage collectors had a 0 level, although the girl insisted on her own. It was enough for her to strictly take her brother to understand that he was strong, and then the mercenary said that he would like to see this man. Now he realized that Xiaozhou was not lying. Only someone who had gone through countless trials could have such a look. The guy used the last of the potions he had saved in case he met the boss. He was still analyzing his opponent, a swordsman with a lot of health, but he also had his weaknesses. However, this mercenary was different from everyone Ye Qin had dealt with before. He didn't use anything other than his sword, and he didn't even wear armor. His fighting style was also crazy. He attacked without paying attention to defense. Because of such recklessness, even the hero had to do more than just dodge all the swings. From the very beginning, it was a fight to the death, and it could not have ended any other way. The guy used a surprise attack, but the mercenary managed to turn around and meet him. He had excellent control of the battlefield. This excellent reaction and fighting sense were very dangerous for a simple garbage man. Yaten used a quick movement and managed to land a critical hit right on the carotid artery. The enemy didn't even think about protecting his weak points, and this was strange, because after such a hit, the fight should have already ended. For a moment, the mercenary froze in place, as if stunned by this blow. The hero saw sand pouring out of the wound instead of blood, and then the mercenary rushed at him again with a furious and insane attack. The attacks didn't become weaker. Everything only became worse for Ye Qing as the mercenary gradually memorized his movements. Then the guy opened the gates of the abyss so that dozens of hands grabbed the mercenary. But he, with a mad expression on his face, grabbed one of the paws of the abyss. After which I simply hit her. Interrupting the skill, it was pure madness. There was an explosion and everything was engulfed in a cloud of flame. The guy was not prepared for such a turn of events. Once the explosion dissipated, Ye Qin managed to catch his breath. The mercenary indifferently admitted that he could not be killed with conventional attacks. The abyss can give such powers that modern science cannot comprehend them: class, skills, equipment. But Wu Ming himself received something else. He was cursed. He suffered divine punishment in exchange for the power he received, because of which he no longer felt the fear of death. Then he appropriated someone else's spoils, and the god noticed him and rewarded him, perhaps just for fun, to laugh at his fate. Wu Ming received the power he so craved, but in return he gave up something important, the most valuable thing he had. Hearing this, the guy was amazed. The man himself turned himself into an undead. The rumors that one can become a monster in the abyss are true, Dr. Sun realized. The undead are invulnerable until their energy is exhausted. At that moment, the mercenary fell. He became sand, and then began to reform again right before their eyes. At the moment of death, Wu Ming reached out and touched eternity, after which he was reborn. People began to regard him with suspicion, and there were rumors that this mercenary was killing his teammates. Although there was no evidence, more than once Wu Ming was the only one in the group who remained alive, and so he learned the value of eternal life. He had been dead for a long time, but he was still alive, the mercenary said, and rose from the sand. After which he immediately attacked the guy using the Death Thirst skill, which reduces damage taken and doubles damage dealt. Combined with immortality, this was a scam. The garbage man was indignant, having long since surpassed common sense with his height. The sword split Ye Qing's body in half, as if he had become a slug. The blade did not even feel any resistance. And then the mercenary realized that it was a decoy clone. The real Ye Qin managed to jump aside. Then, raising his shield, the guy went on the defensive and began to think about the nature of immortality, whether it really meant that he could not be killed. Wu Min was confident that victory in this battle, as in hundreds of previous ones, would be his. The boy used the Soul Reaper card to try a different type of attack. Wu Ming's face remained as indifferent as the hot sands of the dunes. Battles had long ceased to arouse any interest in him. He fought in order to continue to exist. The Reaper delivered a sharp blow to the back. There was no pain, only a feeling of a push, but the very nature of this attack was different from that of the weapon. Anyone who dies from the Reaper's scythe activates the skill to restore mana and health points. Ye Qin explained to the mercenary, since the opponent is already considered dead, the skill will be triggered with every hit. The reason why the undead were immortal was because of their magical power. For those who became monsters, the health bar was an unnecessary decoration. Their real health bar was impossible to see, the guy guessed. The mercenary indifferently praised him for his successful guess. The guy had outstanding observation skills and immediately understood the logic of the abyss. For every unsolvable problem, there is a solution. Everything has its weaknesses. A strong person can be clumsy. A weapon can be destroyed due to its enormous power. Everyone has a weak spot, and the mercenary obviously hides his, madly attacking his opponents. He forces them to fight to the death, sacrificing themselves. Now the guy was completely focused on the fight. But the same thing applied to him. He had to have weaknesses. Among the 6 main characteristics: agility, strength, will, luck, intelligence, body. Players had those that they paid the least attention to. But this scavenger was different from all the other hunters. The guy decided to finish off the mercenary before his wound healed. The guy's speed, strength, and reaction were much higher than those of other professionals at his age. The guy could use it all: fancy tricks, powerful punches, underrated trash skill. Physical attacks couldn't kill the undead, but he still spent his mana. And if he continues to receive constant damage, sooner or later he will run out of strength. And then his regeneration will finally slow down, and after that, he will finally cease to exist, Ye Qin told the mercenary. But Wu Ming continued to fight with the same indifference. The undead had no morale stats. He could not be suppressed. The hero, however, also studied his enemy and knew his movements, and at the right moment he again called upon the Reaper to replenish his strength. Previously, only Wu Ming himself had used the advantage in the war of attrition. It was unpleasant to realize that it was working against him too. Every unsolvable puzzle has a solution, the hero repeated. For his part, Wu Ming had already realized that the guy's weakness was not in his abilities, but outside the battlefield. and they both looked at the teddy bear at the same time, which was still lying indifferently on the cold floor. Just as Ye Qing was distracted for a moment, the mercenary jumped towards him and grabbed his head like a kitten. He usually had no sympathy for those who got in his way, no matter who they were, enemy or ally. But this guy was different. Wu Min liked his character as a real person, but even if the guy knew that the customer was a real scoundrel, he still wouldn't be able to stop him. If he had to choose between the child's life and Dr. Sun's, who would he choose? Wu Ming suddenly asked. And then Ye Qin realized that his sister might still be alive. Then the mercenary removed his hand and said that he never claimed that she was dead. The bear was just proof that they had met. Besides, Xiao Zhou is not as easy to kill as her brother, the mercenary added and turned away. All this sounded like complete nonsense, so Ye Qin was stunned. A few hours ago, Wu Ming was breaking through hordes of orcs. One of them grabbed the defenseless Xiao Zhou and raised her in front of him, looking at her as if she were some kind of nonsense. The girl remembered the mercenary's words that he would not protect her, and she realized that she did not have long left. She was most worried about her brother at that moment, because she knew that he was risking himself at his new job in order to prolong her treatment. Xiao Zhou regretted the most that she was a burden to him, and wanted to become stronger even for a moment. And then the abyss seemed to hear her prayers. The cave was filled with a purple glow. The transformation class was received, the system reported, and instead of a fragile girl, an enraged bear growled in the dungeon. In an instant, he turned the pathetic monsters into mincemeat that scattered across the walls. At the same time, the mercenary dealt with another orc and turned around. Ordinary people who were infected with monster cells would most likely awaken their powers in the abyss. Wu Ming had heard of this and thought that this girl was also infected. Then the menacing teddy bear looked at his paw and burst into tears. Usually those turned into monsters lose their minds and attack everyone in sight, so the mercenary became wary. The plush monster with tears in his eyes tried to understand what happened to him and why he became taller and could walk. Wu Min was amazed that the girl was still conscious even though she had fully transformed, and asked her to state her name. She sat down on the floor and, sobbing, gave her name, which meant it really was Xiaozhou. The mercenary was surprised. When the girl came to her senses a little, she looked at her new appearance in the mirror. Wu Ming did not know whether to congratulate her or sympathize. Xiaozhou had no idea how to show herself to her brother now, and didn't know what to do. The mercenary just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. After all, this was her class. No one forced her to go further with him, the mercenary said. He was going to finish his mission. The girl decided to come to her senses first, as she could not show herself to her brother in such a state, and gave the bear a request to convey her words. This is something the mercenary could do if they meet, he added. Even though the curse had taken away his feelings almost completely, this story made the mercenary smile. Wu Ming just wanted to fight the guy and see how strong he was. But if they continued this battle, he would be at a disadvantage, especially since they had no reason to fight. The garbage man froze, stunned by this news. All his anger immediately evaporated. But Dr. Sun was already preparing to put the bricks under himself, out of fear. And then Wu Ming said that this same doctor was to blame for everything that happened to Xiao Zhu. A father whose daughter disappeared after a cruel experiment became desperate, so he went to extreme measures. It is unclear where he got the money from. But he hired a man to take care of Dr. Sun. The key that opened the abyss would swallow the entire hospital, but a rescue team would be sent for the doctor, because the man wanted the scoundrel to stay there forever. The mercenary listened to his plan with indifference, and asked if the man knew the price that would have to be paid, and the sound of a ringing coin was heard in the room. The scoundrel doctor immediately began to justify himself by saying that Lin was terminally ill anyway, and her father received generous compensation since he had to spend all the money on maintenance anyway. Ye Qin began to guess what was going on and coldly asked Sun about his sister. The bastard said that the girl got here by accident and he couldn't help her in any way. Even if she became a participant in the experiment, it was her personal desire, and everything can be compensated, the scum said, not understanding how it sounds to normal people. Something clicked in the guy's head, as if a fuse in the system had suddenly burst. At the word compensation, he hit Sunu right in the jaw, calculating the force so as not to kill him immediately. The guy could barely restrain himself from turning this monster into a cutlet. Who needs a disabled person who can't even walk? The scoundrel wheezed at him. All this was a sacrifice for the common good, a contribution to science. The madman justified his actions. And this removed all the remorse from the guy. The hand of the abyss grabbed Dr. Sun. How could such a scoundrel understand what Xiao Zhou went through? The garbage man said coldly. The doctor mumbled something incoherently through his broken lips again. Enormous hands cut off his speech and swatted him like a nasty bug. Song was pure trash, and at this moment Yeching was glad that he got such a class. Even hell doesn't keep such monsters, he told the doctor, lifting him from the floor. After which he handed the scoundrel over to the mercenary, who waited with an indifferent face for everything to end. Yeming grabbed his victim with one hand that was still not attached to his body. Before the guy left, the mercenary asked him if they had come to an agreement. Most of all, the guy wanted to meet his sister. He didn't care about anything else. The father of the dead girl wanted Dr. Sun to remain in the abyss, and the mercenary who accepted the order was going to carry it out, although the scoundrel promised to double his reward if he was released. But he only has one life. Where can he get another one to double the price? Yiming asked in an indifferent, desert-dry voice. Next time they will have an interesting battle, the mercenary promised the guy. But he had already passed through the gates, into the room where his beloved sister was waiting for him. The teddy bear peeked out timidly from around the corner and called to him. But Yekin didn't show any sign of surprise and only apologized for being late. Xiaozhou felt more guilty, her voice trembling, because her brother had already been constantly taking risks for her. It was nothing, he answered her quietly and with a smile. Brother, there were no more monsters and she was safe. But the girl objected. The monsters were still here, she said sadly. After all, she herself became a monster. The huge teddy bear burst into tears like a girl, and there was reason to cry because she thought that she would remain like this forever. Xiaozhou relied on her brother for everything, and wanted to become a strong hero like him one day, get out of her wheelchair and stop burdening him. The guy just sighed heavily, thinking how much longer she would blame herself for everything without reason. Many people only look like people, but in reality they are real monsters. But she, although she began to look like a monster, is still his sweet little sister. His words calmed Xiaozhou down, but she still couldn't accept her new self. Then the brother laughed. After all, it was his job to clean up trash, and he knew very well who was trash and who wasn't. Having assessed the installation and the remains of the orcs, the guy noted that his sister had become quite strong. Xiaozhou shifted from foot to foot and awkwardly replied that it was not her fault. It was just a coincidence that she just transformed and destroyed everyone in one blow. Then Ye Qing thought that her level must be very high. Suddenly, the teddy bear's paws became transparent, and then he disappeared completely, and in his place Xiaozhou appeared in her original form and began to fall. She was completely stunned, because she thought she would be a toy all her life. The transformation consumed mana, and when it ended, the ability was cancelled. This was a feature of her class. So Xiaozhou also gained abilities. She could transform into a bear and back, and the guy congratulated her. The girl already thought that she could be like him, but Ye Qin said that he would not allow her to take risks, and then the little sister asked if he had seen a strange guy. She showed the face of an office worker early in the morning, in the evening, and at any other time, somewhat similar to him, Xiaozhou said. According to her, the mercenary really wanted to meet his brother and talk, and he also said that Ye Qin must be as difficult to kill as he was. The guy smiled imperceptibly and directed the stroller towards the gates. It was unlikely that they had anything to talk about, he answered his sister. After all the misadventures, it is not surprising that Ye Qin slept like the dead until noon, before a persistent vibration on the nightstand woke him up. The voice on the other end of the line grumpily asked the guy when he had last been to work. Since the mission in the shopping center, his senior garbage men comrades have not seen the guy at work. They heard rumors that he began to go into the dungeons alone, which only a madman could do. The guy politely explained that he was simply looking for a more profitable job, since he didn't have enough money. As he was still sorting the trash in the abyss, his uncle exploded with shouts and scolded him for such recklessness. The guy thanked him for taking care of himself, promised to be careful, and hung up. And just then, a notification came about the transfer of cash. Liu Xing transferred him almost 2.5 million credits, a fortune. The number of zeros in the bill warmed the soul. The morning definitely did not start with coffee, and it was even better that way. Thanks to Liu Xing, it was possible to put up for sale some of the items found in the abyss. No one would buy anything from a simple garbage man. Last night, he dumped a whole pile of things and artifacts in front of her, as if he had taken the loot of an entire group. Lu Hang was amazed by such a number and asked how many had to be killed for such a loot. The guy answered evasively that he simply cleaned up various trash in the abyss. In any case, he himself could not use these rare items, so he asked to sell them. Lu Xing gave him a defiant slap on the chest, amazed that he was still a first-level scavenger. But then she felt how strong the guy was, barely touching him. Ye Qin answered her that he just worked hard and became stronger. This made the girl think. She thought that the garbage man was one of the main classes, but his level could not be increased. Despite this, the guy obviously became stronger. Even a garbage collector can become stronger in the abyss, the guy answered her. Then Lu Xing suggested that he take a hunter's test in the World Organization, and thus the prey in the abyss that he would receive would be legalized. On the other hand, in this case, he will be able to enter the abyss only as a hunter, and his solitary robberies will have to be stopped, because they can put him in prison. The point of the test was to convince the examiner that he could be a hunter at the first level, and with Ye Qing's strength, there was no doubt about success. In addition, a recommendation was needed for the annual evaluation, and Lu Xing promised to take on this part. The girl smiled and told the secretary to write down all the found items on her. This was how she could pay him back for his help in the abyss. But now Ye Qin himself felt like he was indebted for resorting to her services. Suddenly he saw a parcel under his feet and was surprised. Xiaozhou smiled and said that since his apartment didn't even have a kitchen, he had to order delivery. Today was her first day out of the hospital, and her sister didn't want to spend the whole day in bed, so she got up early. Something in her body had changed since yesterday, and now she could walk. She stood up from her wheelchair and showed that she could stand confidently on her feet. But it took time to get stronger. Even Ye Qin was amazed by such a healing after so many years. The girl was very afraid of turning into a bear again and destroying his small apartment, so she concentrated all her magic in her legs. Although her brother told Xiaozhou not to push herself, she really wanted to get back on her feet and start walking normally as soon as possible. But you can't get fat from just one meal, Ye Qing warned her. It's true that he himself couldn't stay with his sister, even though it was a day off. I had to work a lot even now, my brother answered with an awkward smile. He looked strange, and Xiaozhou thought that he was definitely hiding something. Maybe he went on a date with someone. The guy stopped at a large building in the city center, and different people had already gathered near the entrance. From their appearance, it was immediately clear that these were serious guys and they were all hunters. The hero even felt awkward among them, because he felt like a simpleton. Here, someone asked him if he had come for a license, and when the garbage man turned around, he met his bard. Fate must have brought them together. Zhou Tong was amazed that all this time his savior and senior comrade had been walking around without a license. The thing is that the hunter's exam has always been expensive, and recently the guy had earned a lot of money, and in order to become a hunter you need qualifications. Following Ye Qin's advice, the bard practiced his melee skills a lot, although most of the guilds still thought that he needed to gain experience and couldn't join them. Since his senior is going to take the exam, he should aim only for the main position, the bard said, and wished him luck. The entrance was full of aggressively minded individuals who were in a hurry to declare high levels of strength and relatively low levels of intelligence. Another man, having given in to bad habits, grumbled with discontent because he had to wait in line. The two big guys dispersed the crowd in front of their boss, making way for him, and shouted at the rest of the newcomers. It was the first time Ye Qin saw someone with the Divine Chosen class. Liu Xingran was a knight and had ice magic, could create shields and heal, so she was given an excellent rank. In addition to the basic skills, she combined many others, making the basic skills also become stronger, which is why her class was called the Chosen God. The impudent hunter pushed forward and demanded to be allowed to take the exam. The man at the reception sighed heavily. Such guys came every year and he had long been accustomed to them, so he indifferently asked what position the bully wanted to take the exam for. The almighty license was the better position, so the bandit aimed at it. This caused excitement in many, and they began to whisper among themselves. But with the class of God's chosen one, the choice was obvious. The two thugs arrogantly declared that there was no point in staring at their boss. Compared to him, the rest were just scum. But then someone appeared who disagreed, and she had a weighty argument that was obvious to everyone standing behind her. The bandit looked at the beauty obscenely and caustically suggested joining them. But the purple-haired cutie just dismissively waved away the uncouth blockhead. But this only made the bandit more excited, and he began to boast about his successes in the matter of love. The girl did not tolerate such rudeness, and snapping her fingers sent the impudent fellow to fly to Mars with jet propulsion. Unfortunately, he had no fire-extinguishing skills, and the bandit began to twitch like a madman, covered in flames. His henchmen kicked him trying to put out the flames. It immediately became clear that this girl was not a newbie since she knew how to use the explosive flame technique. In an instant, the reputation of God's chosen one was destroyed and trampled, and he himself became distorted with anger. Forgetting all the rules, the bandit took out his weapon to teach a lesson to the girl who had disgraced him in front of everyone. But then someone put a hand on his shoulder, causing the idiot to turn around and curse at him. But he immediately fell silent when he felt the murderous chthonic aura emanating from this man. Yi Qing indifferently warned the madman that there were cameras everywhere and he might get into trouble, and surprisingly, he listened. Everything was exactly like that. The use of professional skills outside the abyss was strictly prohibited, but people still violated all these prohibitions. Yekin raised his hands peacefully and said that it was stuffy and hot here, that's why everyone was angry. The purple-haired beauty also asked for forgiveness, and was warned that if she did it again she would be detained. This girl had mastered the element of fire and wanted to hand in her spellcasting license. Given her uncontrollable behavior, it was decided to conduct an investigation, said the organization's manager, and took out the crystal. The girl touched it, and sparks immediately began to come from the crystal. It was an abnormal level of power. The manager was amazed. He strictly ordered the girl to follow him for verification, because recently there had been many traces of destruction left by unregistered hunters in the abyss. The girl immediately asked to take the test again. Perhaps there was a mistake the first time. Now the indicator was normal, and the crystal simply burned with a blue flame. Seeing that everything was fine, she cried out triumphantly as if she had just won a prize. Even Ye Qin, who was used to all sorts of oddities, was surprised by this change. The bard realized that the guild might be trying to track down his senior, and Ye Qing motioned for him to remain silent. Zhou Tong was sure that the hero would definitely not pass the crystal test, because he was simply abnormally strong. When he was called, the guy approached the reception desk and said that he too would like to become omnipotent. This license was not for everyone, and the manager wanted to know his class. "First-level garbage collector," the guy answered, hesitating a little. Hearing this, the other players laughed at him. Realizing that they were facing some newbie loser, Zhou Tong immediately began to defend his senior from attacks, saying that he would tear everyone apart like a rag. The hero himself simply wanted to get a license that would suit any team. There was nothing wrong with the application itself, but the manager had to make sure the guy understood what the test would be. The hero was surprised that there would be some kind of test, and the beauty behind him became interested in his new class, which she had not heard anything about. The essence of the test was simple. Ordinary hunters go in a team, taking the desired positions and clear the abyss. The Almighty must go alone. The manager warned that only death awaits arrogant and self-confident loners in the abyss. In front of Ye Qing, there was a board with keys of different trials, some of which were used to test experienced hunters, and going into such an abyss was the same as committing suicide. Since he is so confident in himself, he definitely shouldn't be weak, the manager decided, and threw the crystal to the guy. However, when he picked it up, there was no reaction, as if there was zero strength. The other subjects immediately moved closer to the bard and mocked his superior. Despite this, the guy still took the test key and asked the manager if he had any advice. The man in the suit stated that they bear no responsibility for his life, but the key can be used to urgently leave the abyss. But he's unlikely to need it, the hero thought as he removed the ring of impotence from his finger. He promised the bard that he would return safely and went to the rather beautiful gates. Everything would have started like this, but then the self-confident bandit spoke up again and asked why scum could pass such exams. He demanded the key for himself and wanted to go into the same abyss as the garbage man. The manager explained that there was only one key that could strengthen the gate, and the player should try another time. Then he wished to simply go with him, but not become a team. The rules did not allow such tests, but there was no prohibition either, the assistant manager whispered. They could go as competitors. Then the manager warned the players that only one of them would receive a license, the one who brought the boss token and passed the assessment. The more people there are in the abyss, the higher its level. That's why they only allow one person to enter it at a time. Even if it is an abyss that is supervised by a global organization, updating the rules can lead to the emergence of uncontrollable factors, such as the structure of the abyss changing and the monsters becoming much stronger. "Do they want to go together after all this?" their manager asked. Ye Qing knew about these features. The enhancement could add health points to monsters, make them immune to a certain type of attack, or create special victory rules. The bandit said that he had the best artifacts, and some kind of garbage abyss was no obstacle to him. This made sense. Artifacts could significantly increase stats. Even a beginner could become significantly stronger thanks to them. Ye Qin replied indifferently that he just needed a license, and he didn't care whether anyone went with him or not. In addition, if the abyss becomes more dangerous, the reward for monsters will also increase. The bard expressed his concerns that a boss could appear in the abyss at any moment, or the magic could stop working, so even dispel spells wouldn't help. Then the guy chuckled and said that he had a useful idiot with him who was carrying equipment for him in such a case. The bandit smugly reminded the garbage man that he wouldn't be helping him inside, and then the guy allowed the idiot to open the gate first and get them good terms. But he didn't understand the mockery, and took it as weakness, so he smiled contentedly. With a dramatic wave of his hand, the bandit opened the gate, and they were immediately sucked inside. The level of the abyss is difficult. The number of monsters has increased threefold. Health by 1.5 times. The level of monsters plus 70%. In the land of madness, debuffs have increased threefold, the system reported. In addition, the corruption spread inside. Any recovery was reduced by 3/4, and potions quickly became unusable. From such terrible conditions, the bandit turned pale and began to shake like an aspen leaf. He had taken a lot of potions with him, but now they were mostly useless. Even passive regeneration was blocked. Even simple scratches could become deadly due to such complex negative effects. The bandit's backpack, specially purchased for the test, became useless. He was still confident that he could deal with the monsters with his epic equipment and dressed up. The bandit decided to go first because his pride did not allow him to be cautious. However, as soon as the system counted the arrival of the second participant, it raised the difficulty of the abyss to hellish. A legendary monster appeared in the abyss, for which they gave a corresponding reward. This was amazing, because even with luck of 300 units, the probability of such an event was 0.01%. The manager decided to inform the management about this. Each of the test participants went to the gates they were counting on, mostly in teams. The bard was given a simple level gate and gave a rallying cry for everyone. Before going inside, he hoped that his elder would return all right. As soon as they opened the doors, they found themselves in a spacious room, the size of his mansion, the hooligan boasted. Inside, 2 gatekeepers were waiting for them, and the blockhead kept telling them that the abyss was too wretched compared to his garden. But the guy immediately corrected him, saying that they entered the boss's room, and right after it opened, so even the hooligan was surprised. The system gave a hint when the hero looked at the tall stone statues in front of him. Immortal, extremely fast attacks, constantly causing bleeding, incredibly strong. Each statue received 4 attributes, and the dungeon turned into a nightmare. Ye Qing immediately realized that it would not be easy with these 2. He decided to summon a spider and distract the opponents for a backstab. The Knights of Purity have a lot of armor in the front, but their weak points are in the back. Due to the anomalies, he couldn't use the berserk state that caused bleeding, so he chose this tactic. But before the guy could do anything, a self-confident hooligan ran forward with the motto of feeble-mindedness and courage. "Today they will see the King of Drops in action," the madman shouted, thinking that he had entered a gift festival, and went forward without any cover. But unexpectedly for himself, the hooligan realized that his enemy was made of stone, and how to kill him was completely unclear. Yi Qing then realized that the madman must have been dropped as a child and often. The stone statue took the sword's pitch like a bat and hit a great home run with the hunter. He flew away with such speed that he left behind a fiery trail. After which the blockhead found himself on the ground, but miraculously survived thanks to his armor, which did not break under such a blow. The second knight didn't wait for the next attack and stepped towards Yi Qing himself. His entire plan went down the drain because both the Knights of Purity were focused on him. Next to them, he was like an annoying fly that the giants could swat at any moment. They attacked him on the ground, and in flight the system was not lying when it spoke about abnormally fast attacks. The room was cut by a fan of sharp swings, but the guy managed to dodge them all. Even the slightest damage from the knights could become fatal over time. So Ye Qing was like walking on a razor's edge. The blows sent a hail of fragments flying out of the stone floor, and they alone were enough to catch the hooligan. The guy suggested that he hide in a corner and wait quietly. But this only hurt the madman's pride even more. "Just slipped once," he shouted angrily. Ye Qing was pinned down by the second Knight of Valor, clad in armor, motionless with destructive force. This knight is designed to fight tanks, the hero realized. Using the spirit dash, he was able to dodge the attack, and ended up behind because the bully rushed forward a second time. Since there were 2 bosses, it was necessary to fight as a team. Even such a useless idiot had some benefit, the hero thought, looking at his pathetic attempts to break through the statue's armor. But now, for the second time, the bully was thrown back with 1 blow, and he rolled back like a ball. The happiness didn't last long, the hero thought, and now both knights are even angrier. But even so, the bully could still stand on his feet. He was simply born to endure pain. That is, to take damage, the guy thought. Here the Knight of Valor used some kind of stunning skill. It was called Mockery, and could only damage the caster. What it meant was unclear due to translation difficulties. The hero couldn't really deal with one knight, and he needed to defeat the second one, who was even more evil. The giant was back in action, waving his stone axes. Ye Qing dodged it deftly and began jumping like a squirrel to get behind him. However, due to the iron armor, the statue only let through a measly 5% of damage, making dagger attacks completely useless. The bully was still trying to fight, which was just amazing. He was chopping the statue and was indignant that these monsters were so strong, because they usually died from one of his blows. The situation worsened dramatically because the Knight of Purity also decided to join the fight. Ye Qing was amazed that the bully was able to level up at all when he put all his points into defense and didn't attack. "It just happened that way," the hooligan replied. "He always relied on his natural strength." Then the hooligan saw that an attack of mad paws was approaching him, and he ran away. True, a second later he stretched out on the ground like a level 0 hunter. "The agile fighting style is not suitable for heavy armor," the hero noted grumpily. "The thing is that Wu San Shi, having become the heir to the conglomerate, paid hunters to drag him up the level and invested all his points in defense because as long as he was alive, he always had a chance to win. However, this time he almost died after meeting with the train. So huge was the sword of the Knight of Purity, the hero managed to throw the tank aside. The abyss was never a fun place. People risked their lives to earn a living with sweat and blood. Ye Qin rebuked the bully. Since conventional blows didn't work, he would have to resort to the simplest and most primitive method. Brute force, the hero realized. He suddenly accelerated and flew like an arrow towards the statue. Even a small percentage of damage is enough to damage the statue if you gather all the power in one point. The favorite tactic of the poor is fist fighting, and the guy began to shower the statue with blows. Wu San was amazed at the boy's strength, as he was able to push back the heavy monster with just his fists. But this alone was not enough to defeat such a boss. Ye Qingyu had to dodge 2 enemies at once, and there was little he could do about it. However, his luck stats started to work here. Each hit became critical and caused a stun. In just one blow, he managed to slow down the enemy thanks to luck. Even the guy himself was surprised by such an effect. But as soon as he stopped, he himself became a target for the knight, who had already swung his sword and batted him. In an instant, he tore off the lower half of the guy's body, leaving no trace of it. An inarticulate cry of horror and curse came from Wu San's mouth. He saw thick red ink spreading in the air. At that moment, they came together again, returning the image of Ye Qing, who was completely unconcerned about the progress of the battle. He kept a low profile and calmly analyzed everything. Wu San did too little damage per second to put pressure on the stone bosses, while the bully did not have enough damage resistance to be a full-fledged tank. In any case, the hero did not expect the blockhead to be of much use. He still had to control the battle itself alone. When the battle resumed, after a second's delay, the boy ordered Wu San to step aside, and he obediently ran away. The guy instantly accelerated and dealt several critical hits, slowing down one of the knights. The stone statue began to behave like an ordinary statue and fell to the ground. But then the attacks of the Knight of Valor became even more furious, and it was necessary to use all dexterity to avoid getting hit by the axes. Ye Qing aimed for the weak points, starting with the legs where the boss's defense was weakest. Wu San, who was watching from the side, was amazed by the guy's polished tactics. Even the experts he hired didn't move so well. This guy was supposed to be a newbie, but he used complicated techniques. The idiot let out an indignant cry. As a fighter of a new class, the hero was still a rookie, but years of fighting as a simple scavenger had given him the necessary experience, allowing him to rapidly accumulate points and improve his skills. His current level simply multiplied those fighting instincts that had been honed through sweat and blood hundreds of times. Wu San was completely taken aback by this, as he thought that he could become stronger simply by using different artifacts. "Equipment is just a tool that changes as your level changes," Ye Qin explained indifferently. The angry statues entered a berserk state. Each subsequent attack was delivered faster and dealt more damage, and they also placed themselves in the thorn state, which dealt damage in exchange for the damage received. "The main equipment has always been his body, which is becoming stronger, and his brain," Ye Qin said and smiled. Due to the new features of the knights, he had to come up with a different tactic on the fly. The return of damage in close combat allowed him to attack only with ranged skills. Now it was his turn to shine, the bully said with a satisfied look. He was not limited by swords and tank armor, and also knew how to use magic. This time the guy would have to rely on him. Showing off his lightning bolt spell, the idiot summoned 2 electric shocks in each hand. But while he was chatting and threatening the monsters with his power, the hero had already rushed into battle. Before the bully could do anything else, a fireball flew straight at the Knight of Purity's head. Wu San's face was frozen in confusion, and he lost his jaw somewhere. Once the bosses activated the thorny spikes, their magic damage resistance was reduced, so the guy was able to easily crit, even with a fireball. With the next fireball, he completely blew off the head of the first knight, and the echo of the explosion rolled through the hall. The fallen stone head almost crushed Wusan, who didn't make it anywhere in time. The blockhead never found his jaw, because a third-level spell had just been cast before his eyes, and instantly, without reading it. Melee fighters usually couldn't use spells, so Wusan didn't understand how this was possible. Yet Qingyu had no time to answer such stupid questions because the second knight was still in the ranks. However, at this moment, the Knight of Valor missed Ye Qing and hit the second statue. The damage reflection feature was still working, so the spikes stuck into the statue. But since he hadn't died yet, Ye Qingyu urgently needed to dodge, and his spiritual surge hadn't yet rolled back. Then the guy just put up a shield, hoping that this blow wouldn't turn him into a pancake. Luckily, he was lucky, but the monster was still more dangerous than any other boss the hero had encountered, and if he didn't have enough stat points, he could have been killed in one hit. Even more annoying was the hidden mechanics of the knight. The more you try to dodge his attacks, the higher the probability of being hit, so you had to stay in place and endure the blow. All this together justified the nightmarish level of difficulty. The boy remained in place and threw his dagger into his inventory, despite Wusan's warning cries. Yi Qin cast a fire spell again, straight at point-blank range. The shockwave prevented the knight from carrying out a series of attacks, and he froze for a moment. This was enough for the hero to escape the destructive force and jump up. Of course, he wasn't going to die just like that. To win, he had to become faster, the guy thought. He swung his dagger and opened the gates of the abyss right behind him. The hands grabbed the monsters, but the living creatures could not be processed. The knight screamed furiously and forcefully pushed the abyss away from himself. But at that moment, the guy himself went into berserker mode. His strength and damage indicators increased, but in return, he had to pay with his blood. One punch that he put all his strength into should have ended this fight, and this blow became critical. The dagger pierced the monster's eye. The armor was destroyed. The attack on the weak spot caused monstrous damage. But the guy was quickly losing health and realized that he wouldn't have time to finish off the knight before he himself bled to death. The knight grabbed his eye and groaned in pain, and with his free hand he brushed the guy off himself like a bug. Even without this, the devilish level was simply limitless, because the monster received instant regeneration. What kind of dark souls are these? The hero was indignant. His attacks were only able to drain the monster's health by 2/3. The boss's buffs continued to accumulate, and the longer the battle lasted, the more dangerous the enemy was. If he leaves the battle, death awaits him anyway. If he surrenders, he will die. Doubts are also a quick death, the hero realized and rose to his feet. He had to end it all now, and he put his life on the line, entering a berserker state again, with only 7 seconds left. The effect of the double berserker state accelerated the loss of health. The guy jumped straight to the boss, wanting to finish everything with one blow. The knight clapped his hands sharply as if catching an annoying mosquito. But the hero was faster. He cut his fingers, and with burning eyes, as if the demon from the underworld himself, rushed towards the knight's defenseless head. This time he succeeded in carrying out the attack, and the statue's head shattered into hundreds of pieces. Wusan was already tired of being surprised in this fight. Just for one moment, the guy surpassed the boss in strength before his eyes. It became clear that there could be no talk of any competition. As soon as the test was passed, the weakening of the room was immediately removed. Otherwise, Ye Qin would have simply died from his wounds. The guy began to hastily absorb the potions. After a couple of glasses, he felt better, and was even glad to feel that disgusting taste of rotten eggs. Such a hot battle made him hungry. He hadn't had a proper dinner for a long time, the hero thought. After which he began the long-awaited recycling of garbage, and opened an abyss that reached out to the knights with dozens of hands. He watched as they slowly retreated back to where they had appeared, behind a thick, dense veil. Wusan looked at everything that was happening, and at the strange skill that the hero used. Dumbfounded. There was no doubt that the strange guy was absorbing the corpses of monsters. It was a class skill, but the hooligan had never seen anything like it before. To some extent, the simple garbage man now scared him much more than the other monsters. The processing soon completed, and the system gave him a notification. The hero received a skill card, a multi-sword strike, basically a normal combo fencing skill. And the second guard gave him a roar skill card, which made enemies attack him, and if the hunter has a weakening effect, it can be transferred to the selected monster. However, the second card required wearing a shield. Even though the guy didn't use them often, the ability to throw off the abnormal state was very useful. Wusan still couldn't calm down after seeing the two giants disappear without a trace. Not even a trace of blood remained. Then a chest with awards fell from the sky and almost crushed the hooligan. The system suggested placing any object in the box so that the knight's soul could connect with it and create a new artifact. Yekin heard about this from the senior scavengers. After the event ends, the legendary forging altar appears, also one of the rewards. The hooligan immediately began to drool, realizing how unlikely such an event was, and the guy wondered if the difficulty had any effect. But the fact that he got such a reward, in addition to his own high level of luck, was quite possible. Such a reward justified the mortal risk. The more the guy pressed himself, the more he received in return, in the form of such unexpected bonuses, and he decided to check the altar with his good old dagger. Wusan abruptly stopped the guy, saying that he should use his best purple equipment. He should have several, but as before, the guy only used what did not have the first level restriction. Realizing that this strange guy had been fighting without any expensive equipment all this time, Wusan turned pale. There was no other way out anyway, and the hero threw his dagger on the altar. Like other upgrades, this had a chance of success and was dependent on luck. Since the dagger was only level 1, the chance of success was full. The guy was surprised how there could be a double chance of success. The system warned that after upgrading, the dagger would turn into a sword. Thus, his weapon was upgraded to legendary level and became dual-wielded. So he got legendary level trash, which was a bit ironic, the guy thought. This sword looked flashy, but was incredibly disappointing, and was still a unique artifact that could only be used by a level 1 wielder. The second blade was simply a perfect replica of the first, and its description was more than eloquent. It was garbage with 30 points of damage. Ye Qingyu liked this paired artifact, but Wusan looked disappointed. Judging by their characteristics, luck took a day off, said the hooligan. The guy wasn't upset at all. In the eyes of others, these swords were trash, but he liked them. But there was divine-level equipment, Wusan objected, deciding that the guy was not familiar with it. Then the hero decided to show the power of the trash sword and threw it sharply, after which he applied the restoration skill to the blade. A weapon that could be restored using the abyss was the same as getting a divine artifact for yourself. Wusan never even thought that he could use such trash to become stronger. The guy in front of him was not interested in god-level artifacts. He only cared about trash, as if he had become the god of the dump. The used forging altar was no longer useful, so the boy decided to take it for himself. And then it turned out that his chthonic handy friends were able to restore this thing. The recovery was successful, the system reported, and the hero was happy about it. The guy received a card from the forging master's altar and could summon him at any time. Now, at any time, it was possible to improve swords if there were suitable items, and even if the improvement failed, it was possible to restore the altar and try again. Tired of using a simple dagger, the hero now decided to walk with 2 swords. But usually, it was not advantageous to use 2 identical swords because of the large number of weakening penalties. Most players only use one type of weapon. The newbie does not understand anything, and his long sword skill is higher, so Wusan thought that he could switch roles with the guy. The guy opened the weapon panel, and the system told him that to use 2 blades, he just needed to learn the skill, but the attack speed would be halved. To compensate for this weakness, the hero simply decided to add 10 attribute points to the weapon skill level. These points were taken from recycling junk items. In order to raise the skill from rank 4 to rank 3, 10 points were needed. The next rank required 20, and so on. This way, he could improve his sword skills to the very limit, the guy realized, and became inspired. That's how his path as a newbie in wielding dual blades began right from the excellent rank, the hero said, and deftly swung them in the air. When everything was decided, they headed towards the exit. There was nothing else to do in the empty room. But surprisingly, the gate still did not appear, and this was strange, the guy thought. When Wusan caught the cold, impatient gaze, he immediately announced that he would admit defeat. If he had known in advance that the test would be so difficult, he would never have come here. He was already a rich man. There was no need to risk himself if there was money to spend. However, some unusual red fog appeared, and the system reported switching to combat mode. Something was clearly wrong, and the hero became nervous, trying to figure it out. He turned to the bully and screamed about danger, jumping towards him. A red stream struck and cut the room into 2 parts. Unfortunately, Wusan lost his arm. If Ye Qin hadn't saved him, the hooligan would have already split into 2. But it was only his slowness that was to blame. It was an extremely dangerous trap, because even the gatekeeper knights couldn't penetrate Wusan's defense, and then the guy realized that they were only guarding the real boss. Everything was just beginning. The clot of darkness began to thicken and glow with an ominous crimson light. The hero held out his twin blades in front of him and waited to see what would happen next. He swung them, sending out shockwaves, and the clot of darkness dissipated for a moment. There was something inside the red fog ahead, and the hero peered at it. And then the Elven King Damast appeared from there, a being capable of controlling gravity, impossible to subdue, possessing a demonic strike, a terrifying hunt, a tide block, a deadly lot, the system reported. For the first time, the guy saw the legendary demon with his own estate and frowned. Wu San went completely mad and ran away. He didn't want to suffer here because he needed the license for fun. Only those who fled or showed fear of Damastus were subject to his terrifying hunt and became a priority target. The demon rushed so fast that Yechin didn't even have time to stop him. And although he shouted at Wu San that while he was running he was bringing the enemy upon himself, the hooligan continued to run without looking back. The hero used the dash. He was still trying to save the overconfident fool. Thanks to the new upgrade, the guy decided to use his dual blades with excellent mastery skill. And he made it in time, managing to save the blockhead from the demon by blocking the elf's monstrous toothy sword. By striking with multiple blades, he hoped to change the monster's attack priority so that it wouldn't have to cover Wu San all the time. However, this attack did not work, because in the state of the tide, the demon received damage only from the target on which he was focused. The elf could have ignored the guy and simply pushed on. The abyss played a cruel joke on him again, the hero realized. The elf swung his saw again to cut the rabbit in half. One blow whistled faster than sound and split the bully into two equal halves. At this time, a couple of the organization's managers in black suits were sitting at the gate. They were tracking signals coming from within, and one of them had just disappeared, meaning the player was dead. Nothing surprising, said the plump observer. Overconfident newbies die in the abyss all the time. In this dungeon, players should be at least level 30. On the other hand, at least there was some use for it because, thanks to it, a legendary level abyss fell out, which would go to others. Once the rescue team arrived and dealt with the boss, a generous compensation could be taken from the surviving rich hunter. Thinking about this, the managers laughed contentedly. After committing the murder, Damast became stronger thanks to the skill of Lot, the system reported. Now the priority of the attack shifted to Ye Qing. The boy was surrounded by an ominous aura of power. He still wasn't sure if it was good news that the demon was now completely focused on him, but it would be harder to defeat. Yechin asked Wu San for forgiveness and held a lightning-fast funeral ceremony. Through the processing of his corpse, he obtained the skill of longsword parry, whirlwind strike, disarm, meteor strike. Ye Qing had to skip the lesson and get straight to the point, because his sword proficiency level exceeded the number of known skills. Now that he was ready, he raised his swords and shouted at the demon to attack. He stared at him with one eye, as if he was considering whether to accept the challenge or not, after which he abruptly swung the jagged blade like a death scythe. The hero barely managed to block this lightning attack, but he couldn't resist and turned into a red blotch that scattered across the room. Having become liquid, it began to gather again above the demon's head. And then he immediately brought down a meteorite blow on him. His swords actually began to strike, leaving behind a fiery trail. But another property of Damascus was discovered. It was completely immune to hidden attacks. Then the guy used a whirlwind strike, one of the ones he had just learned, and a fiery flash cut through space. A scarlet stroke of the monstrous saw sword answered her. Even with the help of the clones of the bloody nightmare, it was impossible to fool the demon. The system's rules were too incredible to protect him. The guy felt enormous pressure on himself and went on the defensive. The slow recovery made things even more difficult for him, and he felt death breathing down his neck. Something urgently needed to be done, but the hero didn't know what exactly. At the same time, the demon used a gravity vortex, and a black star appeared between his hands. Suddenly, Ye Qing felt like he was being pulled by an irresistible force, as if he was falling into an abyss. At the same time, the demon dealt him a powerful blow with his fist. The guy hit the ground with such force that he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. But he quickly managed to get back on his feet. The enemy was still too strong, and he did not know how to deal with them. Even if the treatment efficiency was only 10%, he needed to buy himself some time, so Ye Qing used accelerated regeneration. Before he could come to his senses, the demon disappeared for a second to appear behind his back. This attack with the toothy scythe almost became the last, but the hero managed to dodge. He had to show miracles of body flexibility so that the top of his head almost touched the ground. But as soon as he jumped back, the enemy again used a gravity grab, not allowing him to escape. The boy again felt himself falling horizontally forward. He was pulled towards the center of the hole, and there was no way to get any kind of foothold. This technique interrupted the rapid regeneration skill completely, and for a second, the battle died down. Yekin coughed and crawled out from under the rubble, losing his swords. There was only one health point left, and he couldn't use healing anymore. Any sneeze could break it. The guy chuckled no matter how well life was going. At any moment, it could teach a lesson and take everything away. He thanked the demon for this invaluable experience. The abyss was always full of vicissitudes. The restoration skill on the trash blades allowed them to be returned through the abyss system. The demon watched in surprise as they disappeared into the void, then to return again to the hands of its rightful owner. Then the guy went on a decisive attack again, a first-level scavenger, with only 1 unit of health. The meteor strike level has increased, the system reported. The hero fought on the razor's edge, and because of this he became stronger. The level of emergency evasion has also increased, the abyss reported. The guy continued to fight and learn right during the battle. As long as he could dodge and strike, everything was possible, and his skill levels also increased. He always relied on his body. It was like that from the very beginning. Even after climbing so high, nothing changed. With each blow, he became stronger and honed his skills. His sword struck faster and sharper until one of the glittering blows severed the demon's horn. The elf also fought back furiously, and his furious onslaught did not weaken. The air was filled with the heat of their blows. The swords knocked out sheaves of sparks, and the ringing echo filled the entire hall. For every blow the elf struck, the hero responded with 2, so that even the demon began to curse in his own dialect. He became enraged and, forgetting about defense, went into exchange, wanting to finish off his opponent. But the hero met the enemy face to face, not fearing death. But the toothy sword turned out to be stronger than his trash blades, and the guy had to quickly dodge. Yet Chin once again broke the distance in 2 jumps, and he looked with regret at his blades, which were not particularly durable. However, while he had glasses, he could endlessly restore weapons. He threw the blades into the abyss, no matter how many attempts he made, as long as he could start all over again, the hero said. Having restored his weapon, he stepped forward to continue their legendary battle. The boy pointed his sword at the demon, as if challenging him. The atmosphere around him changed completely, and the elf froze in bewilderment. And then he was struck by dozens of blows that seemed to come from nowhere. And then he took damage for the first time, kneeling before the hero. Finally, his health bar appeared. The guy sighed with relief, realizing that he had found a way to bypass the system's restrictions. He had nothing more to fear from Damastus, said the hero, and grinned. Damast's rage increased. In response to such impudence, the proud demon went berserk. At the same time, other hunters who were taking the exam just came out from the other gates. Many people spoke well of Zhou Tong. His buffs helped them fight in the abyss, but they were most fortunate with the girl who dealt 90% of the damage. They're just hopelessly useless, said the snooty beauty. After his test, Zhou Tong approached the gate where his elder had disappeared and realized that the battle was still going on. The signal of the last survivor was lost, which means both are dead, the manager said indifferently. None of them expected anything special. Madmen in the abyss are as common a phenomenon as the void itself. They had to clear this area before dark and their boss showed up, one of the managers said. Then 3 hunters came forward and said that they would take it upon themselves. The bard was horrified by the thought that he was left without a hero whose exploits he was supposed to sing of. He asked the organization's experienced hunters why they didn't try to save the test subjects. There is no need to save all this trash, the person who conducted the testing answered him dismissively. If the test subject left there gave a signal, they could rescue him for a fee. Usan's equipment looked quite expensive, so there would be no problem with payment. Everyone assumed that if anyone survived, it was the hooligan. There was no point in saving all the trash, the manager concluded, and ordered the hunters to explore the abyss, and if anyone was found, to hide all the remains. He told everyone to be careful and move forward. The greedy hunters were already anticipating easy prey. But suddenly the color of the gate changed to soft gold. The gate was passed. It was as if the one everyone considered trash had returned from the other world and asked if the item dropped by the boss counted as passing the test. The bard exclaimed joyfully as he had told everyone his elder had completed the task. All the hunters and suit managers were stunned and remained silent. The test is passed, since he has the reward, the guy said again, looking at everyone with a questioning look. It's impossible, blurted out the long-haired manager of indeterminate gender. He didn't believe that a simple first-level garbage man could survive in the abyss. But then he clearly saw a golden stone with a rune in the guy's hand. The hero gave the reward to the manager and said that he had completed the task. These stones only dropped from legendary monsters, the manager said in shock. still not understanding how the guy managed to kill one. The hero impatiently answered them that he had cleared the entire abyss from top to bottom. All the monsters were dead. This can't be. These words are just a bluff. Maybe the monster was weak, or maybe he was lucky, the manager was guessing, frozen in place with a stupid face. But even a weakened boss, with the help of tricks and tricks, could not be defeated by a player who had just received a class of the first level. This was followed by an accusation of murder. The manager did not know how, but was sure that the guy simply stole the victory from the god-chosen hunter and appropriated it for himself. That's what the manager kept saying. If so, then they had every reason to accuse him of killing his teammates, he said sarcastically. This was a very vile and disgusting accusation, without any basis or evidence, so the faithful bard was the first to become indignant and began to shout about it. According to the slanderous manager, the guy was just pulling at Wusan's expense and then betrayed him. That's what he said without any evidence. The bard tried to protect his elder, but he only made it worse without realizing it. He suggested that they look at the body of the murdered man, and if there are no traces of a weapon, then it was the work of a monster. Although it is not clear how even the presence of the body of the murdered man could help, because monsters also wielded weapons. Whatever happened in the abyss remains in the abyss, Ye Qin told them calmly. The body of the deceased is no longer there. Then the plump manager returned and confirmed these words. At the entrance, the system reported that there were no remains of monsters or bodies. The abyss is empty, so it must be some kind of bug, the manager mumbled uncertainly. The guy didn't defend himself. There was no evidence against him anyway. No body, no case. Alive or dead is not his concern. After all, the rules were set by the organizers. Here the manager himself admitted that there was no evidence and immediately stopped short, realizing that he now looked like a clown. They had no more reason to refuse him a license, the hero demanded, and smiled wryly. As much as they hated to admit it, a first-level garbage man had just passed a test to obtain an all-powerful license from a global organization, the nasty manager said. Now the boy had the right to join regular hunting groups, and he should be happy with it. Then Liu Xing approached them and said that this was far from all that they had to do. The heiress of the great family was immediately recognized, and it was a great honor for ordinary managers to meet her. They began to lick her heels and flatter her in every possible way, saying that it was not proper for such a noble person to trample the dust of their miserable shelter. Those who received the golden rune had the right to form a free group of hunters, Liu Xing said, which meant that Ye Qing did not need to join anything. She asked him if he had used their connection when he came here, but the guy indifferently replied that he had not done so. He looked down guiltily and admitted that he had simply forgotten about it. The day of group registration is coming soon, and the owner of the golden rune can apply to create a team. Only a fool or an intruder could not say this, Liu Xing said, and directed a withering look at the manager. He raised his paws up like an innocent rabbit and admitted that he hadn't planned anything. He would have simply given the rune to a stronger person. It would be a shame to waste it on a first-level garbage man. The bard immediately began to scream loudly in indignation. Not only was his elder being humiliated, but they also wanted to take by force what was rightfully his. The organizers who set the rules themselves and now changed them on the fly looked like crooks, and indignant cries from other participants rained down on them. A major scandal was brewing. In essence, people were simply exploited, forcing them to risk in the abyss for free. Then the manager tried to justify himself. He was clearly panicking, and said that the leader of the group must have at least the strength of the first or second rank. In the hands of an ordinary person, the rune would look like it was stolen. Before the test, his strength was barely rank 4, according to the crystal. With such strength, the elders of the World Guild would simply laugh at him, the manager shouted. But then his partner, who took out the scanner again, said that the crystals were recording huge jumps in attributes with a threshold of first rank, or even excellent. At these words, the tester simply exploded from the excess power in it. The talkative manager, whose greed clouded his mind, suddenly shut up like a meek lamb and looked towards the garbage man. Ye Qin looked at him with a professional gaze. He saw through such people and their rottenness. Trembling like an aspen leaf, the manager curled up into a ball and whispered to everyone not to come close to him, while the device's readings continued to grow. In a chilling voice, the hero firmly said that he did not want problems. He understood that they had their reasons for considering him trash, but today he was fed up with it and just wanted to get a license. With these words, an ominous darkness enveloped him, as if from the other world. They were not in the abyss, but the manager felt the enormous pressure coming from the guy, and stuttered that it was not good to attack the organizers. It was not allowed. The guy gathered the darkness in his right hand and demanded what rightfully belonged to him. The darkness thickened until it became a dense ball, and an enormous power emanated from it. The rune seemed to be drawn to this clot of its own free will, and broke free from the manager's hands, who only gaped in shock. A rune that looked like a golden egg ended up in the hands of its owner. Realizing that something was wrong with the indicators, the managers decided to use a magic crystal. They clearly saw how unstable the energy in the crystal inside was, as if it was about to explode. The jokes and games were over. Now the guy was really angry, and he was not going to play along anymore. Having reached the excellent rank, the crystal simply burst, unable to withstand the load, and then the hero suggested that they check whether he was worthy of the award once again personally. Or next time they should take other equipment, otherwise they will end up in trouble again, Yechin told them, and left. Then the envious and greedy manager finally realized that the garbage man was simply hiding his power. Lu Xing praised him for passing the test. It was obvious that the guy could handle it easily, and if he had called her name, no one would have bothered him. Such a close relationship with the young Mrs. Liu did not escape the notice of the organizers, and they realized how stupid they had been. Lu Xing suggested that the guy put on better equipment. After all, people judge others by their clothes. But the hero only grinned in response. In his current position, convincing the impudent managers that he had high connections would be even more difficult than simply showing them everything with brute force. After that, Yechin introduced his bard to the young lady and said that he also came for the test. The girl was surprised to notice that Zhou Tong's face looked familiar, and it turned out that he had performed at Lu Xing's birthday party. True, the performance was terrible because of the rap group, and the girl sullenly asked if he was one of them, which made the guy turn pale. But then she changed her anger to mercy and suggested celebrating the passing of the test by throwing a party, preferably at his house, and the guy felt the pressure. He even asked uncertainly if he had heard everything correctly, since he had never brought friends home before. He only had a miserable kennel on the first floor. Lu Xing would definitely be cramped there, the guy thought, and became despondent. The bard became despondent along with him, disappointed in his life. Lu Heng had already decided to give up her idea since it was so inconvenient for him, but the guy stopped her. Gathering his courage, he simply decided to make sure she didn't find out about his plight. Surely they will have a fun program if Zhou Tong drops by to see him, the hero said and looked meaningfully at his bard, and he agreed. With this, they agreed to meet tomorrow, and Lu Xing promised to come with gifts. Finally, she smiled sweetly at him and waved her hand. The guy smiled at her for a while longer until she left, and then his grin cracked. But now he urgently needed to get himself in order before tomorrow. Late in the evening, the hero returned home, to his native, but in some places cozy slums. His sister had been waiting for him at home all day, and she immediately realized that since he had returned so late, he had definitely been on a date. The guy smiled awkwardly and agreed. Then Xiaozhou understood from his appearance that the date was with goblins or ogres, and the meeting place was the abyss. When he nodded awkwardly again, she screamed at him for putting himself at risk again and deceiving her. His arms and legs are intact, and a couple of scratches are nothing. They will heal on their own, he said in response, and ran to the shower before his lively sister called an ambulance. She sulked for a long time, looking after him, because he didn't rest for a day, despite the fact that he no longer had to work for the hospital. Even the abyss could not heal all his wounds. The guy's body was covered with crimson scars. They looked painful. Health was still at 0, and by pure luck the sister did not notice it. Some old and new wounds could not be completely healed. After so many deadly battles, the hero needed several months to recover. Having defeated the elven king Damast, he received a generous reward, and noticed something. Reincarnation, the system reported, and the guy did not immediately understand what this inscription was talking about. Having defeated an invincible enemy, he himself did not believe that he could do it. After reworking the elf, he got his gravity vortex skill, which worked like telekinesis. It was a cool ability, and the hero was very happy with it, and he also received 100 attribute points. I didn't bother with this, and as usual I distributed them equally among all stats. When all his stats reached 512 points, the plus sign next to them turned gray, the guy noticed. From that moment on, the system could no longer increase them. He reached the limit. However, at the same time, he received the opportunity for reincarnation. His level will be reduced to 0, but he will be able to undergo a second awakening and increase the maximum level to 5. The attribute limit will also increase accordingly. In order for the garbage man to move forward, he had to first roll back. This was the only way to overcome the threshold of his own growth. Considering all the risks of resetting the level in the abyss, immediately after the battle, the guy did not even think about it. But now, in a safe place, at home, he decided to try reincarnation. At that moment, he remembered the mocking words of the nasty manager of indeterminate gender. Because of his low level, the guy really could not be recognized. There was some truth in that. He had already shed so much sweat, blood, and tears for the sake of his family living in safety and prosperity. But the final goal was still far away. The hero realized he could not afford a limitation in growth. At any cost, he had to overcome it. Gathering his resolve, he furiously jabbed his finger at the button, declaring to himself that he would break any barriers in his path to become stronger. When his scream came from the shower, his sister almost choked in surprise. When it was all over, the system reported that his level had been reset and the maximum had been raised to 5, and it turned out that he didn't have to work from scratch at all. All his wounds and scars disappeared. The hero was amazed. But then Xiaozhou burst into the shower and noticed traces of blood on his clothes and realized that her brother had brazenly lied to her about his condition. At that moment he was completely naked, and the awkwardness that arose almost made him feel sick. Xiaozhou felt something like this and let out something like a death rattle. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girl lost control, and with a roar turned into a huge bear again, and almost destroyed the entire house with such an appearance. The next day, the boy arrived at the Shenfeng City Equipment Auction House. The Abyss contains a wide variety of items that require careful study before being sold or purchased, and without this, they can only be sold on the black market. The auction houses the best equipment that only the rich can afford. When the guy tried to go inside, he was stopped by security and told that entry was by invitation only. The guy explained to the person with janitor syndrome that he came to have various subjects assessed. But the guard didn't like his tone and behaved in a boorish and arrogant manner, for some reason asking the guy what his level was. Even with the 5th, it hardly impressed anyone, so the hero sadly reported that he was at level 1. Of course, a man without manners and education immediately threw him out, saying that the poor have no place where the rich buy up all the best, although it was not his business to decide who can come in and who can't. The hero was already irritated by this blockhead, and he showed him one of the items, saying that it was better to first evaluate everything and then make a decision. The guard grumbled condescendingly that this trash wasn't worth his time, but reached into his pocket, doing the guy a favor. But instead of a device, he took out a regular calculator and added 0 plus 0 on it. It seems that the guard has not been friends with mathematics since the 1st grade. Probably that is why he held such a position. But his mother told him, "Study, son." After that, he roughly pushed the guy's hand away and the dagger fell to the floor. "Junk is worth nothing," the guard said. But then his stingy brain nevertheless noticed the strange shine and sharpness of the knocked-out dagger. The guard decided to pretend to be an appraiser as well, and taking out a magnifying glass, began to examine the object right on the floor. It finally dawned on him that this was a dagger of a unique level. It even had its own history. The blade required level 31, dealt 400 damage, and also created portals in a radius of 30 meters. When the guard properly assessed the item, he instantly forgot about his past hostility and almost drooled from greed. After that, the guy returned home, or rather to the basement of the house because their apartment was destroyed. He sent Xiaozhou to live in a hotel for a couple of days, because the current savings were not enough to get other housing. He had to pay the 2 million he received from Lu Xing to renovate the house, and only crumbs remained in the account. This situation forced him to sell his equipment as quickly as possible, which could not be used anyway, and he really needed the money. But the guy was sure that the market was full of things similar to what he had, and most hunters buy them only at the very beginning of their journey. In the eyes of the rich, such items are junk, and you can't make much money on them. The demand is low, and it's hard to sell. But then he unexpectedly discovered a reforging button in the system, and found out that the altar could be used outside the abyss. The heavy chest almost crushed the guy when it suddenly appeared and fell to the floor. Thanks to him, it was possible to improve the quality of equipment. The system reported a new skill. The guy's head was spinning from the new possibilities. A rare item can be turned into an epic or even legendary item, with each level increasing the price tenfold. The guy chose a regular sword to practice on this junk, for which the black market gives no more than 10,000 credits. Reforging required 30 standard points. However, this time the hero failed, and the sword was destroyed, depriving him of even the pennies he could have. Without understanding what was going on, the hero continued his experiments, Perhaps he didn't have enough points or the item's level was too low, so he took an item worth 100,000 credits, hoping that this time everything would work out. But this time too, the altar simply destroyed the artifact, announcing that its fragment had been received. In the end, instead of a reward, the guy received only an expensive piece of junk and nothing more, so he almost burst into tears. The status of the altar was somewhat uncertain. Perhaps it was due to a hidden mechanism, Ye Qin suggested. And then he decided to examine it with the help of the Eye of Insight, because it was unclear why the altar had any kind of attachment at all. As soon as he did this, the system reported that the true essence of the altar was now available to him, and the device itself began to change. It was an altar for reforging trash. The higher the value of the equipment, the lower the success rate of the upgrade. In general, the altar was only suitable for trash. The god of trash had definitely cursed him, the hero thought with a smile, because all his awards were legendary junk. The guy took out a hammer that was lying around in the inventory closet and threw it there. Since all sorts of trash was forged on the altar, it meant that it was best suited for this, the hero concluded. It was a very strange station, and the guy decided to check how it worked by throwing a long garbage sword there, more like a curved rusty rebar, with 5 units of damage. Taking the hammer in his hands, the hero began to strike while the iron was hot. This time the forging worked, and the item turned into a unique eclipse star blade that emits a dim light in the dark and absorbs it in the light, is enchanted with fire and shadow, is able to melt armor, and has resistance to the elements. It was a unique piece of equipment, an item that was nowhere else. Everyone would want to have one for their collection, and it was created from trash. The guy was amazed when he felt the Guardians of Balance screaming. The altar itself was a truly divine item. It was like having a money printing press, Ye Qin thought and grinned as he grabbed his hammer. There was still a ton of rusty junk lying around in his inventory that needed to be recycled. No matter what kind of object it was, a sword or a bow, it received its own colorful history and became unique. Magic staves were also perfectly reforged into legendary items, threatening to collapse the entire market. And the guy kept working non-stop, recycling the junk until it ran out. As a result, he sat down empty. The junk became legendary, and he turned ordinary artifacts into standard points, eventually receiving dozens of items, although an ordinary player might not even hold one in his hands. As if that wasn't enough, the system awarded him points for forging, and gave him the first level, without killing monsters, and so in a couple of hours of work, the guy overcame the most difficult stage for those who just received a class. Now all he has to do is figure out how to turn the artifacts into money using his hunter's license. And the solution was found very quickly. As soon as the value of his items was recognized, he was brought to the VIP room. Now the security guard appraiser, who had previously been arrogant and impudent, became very meek and politely asked where these items were from. Ye Qin answered reservedly that he had received them in the abyss, since the first level did not prevent one from picking up items, but it was worth keeping silent about the fact that he had created them. Otherwise, he could have gotten himself into trouble. Fortunately, the simple-minded auction appraiser was only concerned with money and his own percentage. Collectors also didn't care where the item came from, as long as it was good. Then the guy grinned and said that he could sell a lot more if the price suited them. And then from the abyss, a golden rain of unique artifacts fell on the guard's face. He immediately ran to get a platinum card for a permanent member of the house and a special room for the hero. When the hero walked along the red carpet, he felt like a completely different person. But at the same time, he was unhappy that he was only given some kind of platinum card. Then someone stepped forward and hit him hard in the shoulder, although they could have easily separated. The big guy, a head taller than the hero, swore rudely and asked what kind of fool couldn't move away. The guy asked for forgiveness indifferently, and the thug immediately gave him an appraising look, noticing the cheap suit bought on sale and the speech of a man from the streets. Then the big guy asked the guy his name and hunting party, realizing that he could put pressure on him. Ye Qin gave his name and said that he was a loner, and then the rude guy realized why this hunter looked like a pauper. He introduced himself as Lan Xiaofeng, nicknamed Crazy Blade from the first-rank guild Tattoos, and showed his sign. The guy immediately darkened. Everyone knew that the Tattoos Guild only employed feeble-minded berserkers obsessed with strength and war. He had to clean up the abyss after them, and the sight was not pleasant every time. It was better not to mess with this madman. So Ye Qin apologized again and decided to just leave as quickly as possible. But the berserker had already spotted a new target and didn't let him leave so easily. He put a sword to the guy and accused him of coming without an invitation, since he was dressed like a beggar and therefore should sit with the rest of the scum on the street. The hero didn't even bat an eyelid and stopped the sword with 2 fingers. He knew that even a berserker would have problems if he used force in a house run by a world organization. But Xiao Feng did not calm down. His pride was hurt by the fact that some poor hunter was walking the same road as him. Turning to the guards, the berserker demanded that they escort the impostor out and find out about him properly, as an important member of the guild. The blockheads immediately asked Ye Qin to leave without asking anything. Apparently they were also recruited through an ad, but then the scene was noticed by a security guard who gave the guy a platinum card. He immediately ran to the guy and, addressing him as a gentleman, asked why he did not enter through the special entrance, but went through the general one. When Xiaofeng began to protest again, the guards quickly restrained him and the appraiser bowed low, asking for forgiveness. The troublemaker himself was pressed face first against the wall and his pockets were thoroughly searched, and he was warned that if he continued to raise a ruckus, he would be stripped of his membership in the house. This house had 2 levels and the auction itself, the guest could look, but what is offered to ordinary clients, but is unlikely to be satisfied, the appraiser told the guy. To this, the hero replied with a smile that he had a different view of things. Perhaps he would find treasure where others saw only trash. The kind guard immediately agreed with him and led him to the room. Inside, the auction house was decorated as richly as the palace. A lot of money was circulating here. Rumors about a new batch of unique items quickly spread among collectors and founders of the house. Many had been looking for one unique item for months, and here we were talking about a whole batch that was instantly sold out. One pair of gloves was sold for 1,000,000 credits. These customers were disappointed that they got nothing. They were small fish in a big lake, and they had to make do with scraps. All this time, Ye Qing was just following the auction sales reports. His items were going for crazy prices, making him rich. As soon as he entered the room, a blind auction began, where one could buy something valuable or complete junk, because purchased items could not be returned or exchanged. The sale itself was hosted by a rather eccentric man dressed as a punk. He must have been invited to dispel the boredom of the black suits in this story. The first lot was an unspecified ring, and the price started at a crazy 500,000 credits. The guy immediately used the legal eye of omniscience cheat to evaluate the ring. He knew that the first item always goes to the warm-up. The treasure is left for last, so no one has made any bets yet. Then the hero decided to stir up the auction a little, and did something that no sensible trader would do. He doubled the bid to 1,000,000. There was no point in overpaying for an item that no one wanted to buy anyway. Berserker Xiaofeng saw from his box who had made the bet and muttered indignantly, calling the guy a fool since it was obvious that the ring was worthless. But ordinary collectors were excited by the platinum player's bet, and they began to wonder whether the ring could have value or was simply a rich man's whim. Then some decided to carefully support the rate and raised the price by 100 credits, which turned out to be 1,100,000. The rest also followed the first one, and the rate grew by some measly 100 credits at a time. The guy knew the value of money well, but still decided to play big with the stock tightwads. He doubled his bet again and set the price at a crazy 2.5 million credits, already 5 times more than the original price. Such persistence convinced many that the Platinum VIP knew something and must have found the treasure. The proud berserker decided not to stand aside and also participate. He raised the price to 3 million, reasonably believing that this bid could not be beaten, especially since the ring was still junk. But beating the opponent was worth more. At this point, young Master Yi's net worth was estimated at 79 million credits, and he had just raised the bid to 4 million. The berserker took it as a challenge, as if his opponent had just challenged him, even though he had been warned not to get worked up over an undefined ring. It's beyond comprehension who sent such a blockhead to the auction, but perhaps there was a shortage of brains in the entire berserker guild. Xiaofeng decided that since a big shot with a platinum card wanted this ring, he simply had to take it for himself. So he suddenly waved his pointer and raised the bet to 5 million. Usually for such money they want to buy something of unique quality. If a small hunting group tries to buy such a ring, they will most likely go bankrupt. Xiaofeng pointed towards Ye Qing's box and shouted at him that a mere lone hunter couldn't compete with a large guild in terms of resources. But the guy indifferently and with complete indifference doubled the bet again, as if he considered it his duty to do this every time. By doing so, he completely turned upside down the entire logic of the auction, which strives to give any product a fair price. The berserker began to spit again in indignation, not believing that a lone wolf could have such a bet. For 10 million, he could equip his own hunting party. Getting even more furious, he demanded that they check Ye Qin's bank account. Even platinum customers had to follow the rules. However, the punk host stated that the bet was verified, and the lord who made it has a fortune of tens of millions of credits. It would seem better to retreat, but there was no such word in the berserker's dictionary, and failure only made him even more angry, since he was a representative of a first-rank guild. And even more so, he could not allow a lone hunter to humiliate him and cast a shadow on the entire guild. 10.5, the berserker muttered, gritting his teeth in anger. Then Ye Qing jumped up from his seat and in one fell swoop raised the price to 100 million, just like that, 10 times the previous bid, and only 200 times the original. From such a blow, Xiaofeng's legs gave out and his mouth was covered in white foam. Ye Qin himself succumbed to the mood. In one day he had earned a fortune and was ready to give it away, so what if tomorrow he could come back and earn the same amount by recycling garbage? Even the punk host couldn't believe his ears. By the standards of this house, the money for the very first lot was fabulous. Anyone else would have understood that two stubborn rams were measuring their strength, and the ring itself had nothing to do with it. But it was precisely this irrational logic that convinced the dim-witted Xiaofeng that his opponent was ready to give his life for the ring. He remembered Ye Qing's self-confident words about how he knew a lot about trash, and the berserker decided that this ring was 1 in a million. This means he met a real expert, and in front of him is a treasure of exorbitant value, worthy of representing the guild. Otherwise, no one would have placed a bet of 100 million. Berserker was not embarrassed by the fact that the guy was dressed from a sale and that no one knew him, and even the fact that forcing his opponent to spend 100 million on an item of uncertain value is a victory. Because before the punk had shouted the bid 3 times, Xiaofeng doubled it and offered 200 million. It seemed like he came to this auction with the entire guild treasury. Things were starting to get hot. Even the other players realized that this was a complete outrage against common sense, and that Xiaofeng wouldn't survive after this. The berserker himself felt great and shouted to Ye Qing that he had surpassed him, that the pathetic beggar could only pretend to be rich. At this point, Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief and indifferently admitted his defeat. And Xiaofeng laughed. His rival would not make fun of him anymore. He did not deserve such a treasure, he said. Xiaofeng's comrade was more cautious and asked how they would explain the purchase of the ring to the boss, since they had come here for artifacts for the entire team. But the berserker confidently declared that the ring had divine value. He was ready to give a tooth for it. In the complete silence of the hall, Xiaofeng raised his hands in triumph, as if he had just defeated the legendary boss in the abyss. There was some non-zero chance that the ring would be of the divine level, Ye Qing thought with a smile. But with the same success, one could hope to win the lottery on the first try. In fact, the ring turned out to be ordinary garbage with a +1 to the attack. Thanks to the Eye of Insight, the hero knew the value of the item in advance, so it was an easy game for him. Xiaofeng didn't yet know how badly he had miscalculated, and after receiving the ring, he shouted loudly throughout the hall that he would now show everyone what they had missed. And then the card in his hands turned into an ordinary iron ring. At first he felt some kind of emptiness inside. All thoughts disappeared somewhere, and his head refused to think. And then came the main blow, as if someone had chopped an axe into his belly. There was a terrible sucking sensation inside. His heart lost its rhythm, and Xiaofeng dropped his square jaw somewhere. Realizing his mistake, he became angry. The scoundrel from the Ye family was to blame for everything. Because of him, he made such a mistake, and demanded a refund. "This is just nonsense," said the berserker, moving into denial. "He just made a mistake." But the punk host made it clear that they were not joking, and within 24 hours of the deal they would demand payment. In case of refusal, they and the guild as a whole would receive punishment from the World Organization. Their first-rank group could be suspended or even disbanded, and the culprits themselves would face charges of sabotaging the auction and a labor camp and work as a junk collector. Since the stake was huge, Xiaofeng was immediately taken into custody and taken away to monitor the transfer of all funds. The berserker screamed, moving into the stage of lying. He blamed everyone but himself, and said that this simply could not be. Other players were amazed that it was possible to destroy an entire guild in one fell swoop. Using an auction, without spilling a drop of blood, the platinum participant brought horror to everyone, and the bidding had only just begun. As soon as the troublemaker was taken away, the punk host announced that the fun would continue. The next lot was a unique necklace. When using it, the wearer could not be moved from his place. He also received the ability to self-heal. This transformation necklace seemed to be custom-made for Xiaozhou, and the guy decided to bid on it with a first bid of 1 credit. This time, everyone was on guard. After what the platinum client had done, they didn't want to take any risks, especially since Xiaofeng had been taken into custody. No one wanted to raise the bid, lest they fall into the same trap. Players believed that the auction had simply hired this client to ruin them. But if no one made any bets, then the auction house itself lost, and the punk host began to shake with fear. However, everyone was already clearly convinced that the entire auction was a farce and boycotted it with their silence. The guy smiled. He realized that since everyone already knew that he could offer a lot, they didn't even want to try to bargain. Although they didn't know the main rule of the auction, that you need to bargain until the bid exceeds the cost of the lot. And that's it. Follow this rule and you won't lose. In the end, Yechin took the necklace for himself for 1 credit, and the manager congratulated him with a heavy heart. When it turned out that it was a unique level artifact, everyone sighed in frustration that they hadn't even tried to play. It seemed simply ridiculous that he had managed to buy such a jewel for just 1 credit. But how could it have happened otherwise to a player whose luck had reached 500 units? Eventually, his daily revenue reached 180 million, and he could think about buying himself some really good items. After a busy day, the guy went to an elite housing area to update his living space. The house he had his eye on cost about 100 million, which was not that much for 1,000 square meters. Instead, he was offered to look at simpler apartments that an ordinary person could buy with a mortgage. But the guy condescendingly told the realtor that there was no point in looking any further, he would simply buy this penthouse. He looked at his client with distrust and said that it was unlikely that the bank would give him such a loan. This house was designed for the rich. But this realtor simply didn't know who he was talking to, because our hero became a millionaire in one day and this is just the beginning. So the apartment was bought for cash in 1 payment. Yesing had only one request, to prepare everything in half a day so that they could move in tomorrow. Later he returned to his new home with his sister and the bard. This penthouse looked more like a mansion, but just yesterday they lived in some kind of kennel. In such a spacious house there was no need to worry about Xiaozhou accidentally transforming. The hero told her not to worry. Even if she broke something, they could always buy more. From this day on, he will not let her suffer anymore, the guy said, looking at the lights of the night city. Later, they celebrated the housewarming so much that they could neither sing nor eat. The guy went out to get some fresh air, and he was joined by Lu Xing, who dropped by to visit as promised. The guy seemed to be in the clouds all evening, and she asked him how he was. Even in an expensive mansion, there is no escape from the city smog, Yechin said thoughtfully. He worked hard for his goals, but he didn't seem happy at all, and the girl congratulated him again on officially becoming a hunter. She told him to wipe the sour expression off his face since they were celebrating and took out her gift. The guy immediately recognized that very crystal and was as happy as a boy. Lu Xing had kept it all this time and took it with her into the abyss every time as a talisman, and now she decided to return it to him. This thing always reminded her that there are people in the world who do not want to accept their fate, and are ready to challenge the world even at the cost of their lives. That's why Lu Xing believed that with this thing she would get out of any trouble safe and sound. Survival is often confused with luck, but ever since the boy told her that it was easier for him to get through with brute force than to convince others of his connections, Liu Xing realized that it was not a matter of luck. In practice, it is always more effective to show something than to convince with chatter. The hero agreed with her. This is the only way to shut up your rivals. This is what Liu Xing liked about the guy when she showed herself in the abyss. All this was attributed to her origin from a great family. The girl wanted to be respected for her own merits. Then she herself would be able to say cool phrases like her older brothers and sisters. This crystal was not worth a lot of money, but its value, like the value of the guy himself, could not be expressed in numbers. Because no matter where he lived, in a mansion, in a kennel, or a rented apartment, she still liked this insanely strong guy who collected trash. The hero smiled sincerely. Even if he became rich in one day, he would prefer not steak and wine, but shashlik and beer, non-alcoholic, of course. He needed money for the business they had once talked about. Now the guy could gather his group of hunters, and he smiled mysteriously. Liu Xing nodded. The group required a huge amount of funds. The hero wanted to go with his special forces squad to the deepest levels of the abyss, because one is not a warrior in the field, he said, and opened his inventory. The guy pulled out a golden elf egg with an eye. Since he could not adapt to the rules of the game of this world, he had to become a law himself, said the hero. Late in the evening, when the guests left, the guy went down to throw out the trash. He had just become the owner of a luxury apartment, but to throw out the trash, he had to go downstairs and then walk 100 meters. According to the developer, rich people apparently don't have trash. Then some man approached him and rudely called him a servant and asked what house he was from. "The servants have their own separate trash can, and there is no need to drag dirt here," said the dark-skinned man with white hair. He claimed that if strangers see this trash, they will think that they live like poor people. The logic was ironclad. The guy was taken aback by such attacks. In the slums, they usually watched their words because conflicts were resolved very quickly. He politely introduced himself and said that he owned an apartment here. The stranger and rude man thought for a second and looked at the outstretched hand. Then he put a banana peel in it instead of a handshake. "Only rich people live here. No one in their right mind would take out their trash." So the servant boy insisted on his own boor. He told the guy to clean up the place and never show his face in that place again. But before he left, the guy sighed heavily and whispered, "Teach fools how to live again." After which a black hole appeared in his hands. The stranger felt like he was falling, as if he had just fallen into an abyss. Ye Qin told him to clean up his own trash and pulled the blockhead towards him. But this show of force only angered the stranger even more. He still considered the guy a simple servant. However, the guy used the victim skill on him, and the hunter was completely deprived of the ability to use his abilities and weapons. It was the effect of royal suppression, and the boy again ordered to clean up after himself. Then the stranger used the power of the Titan. His power increased tenfold, and he was almost able to get out of control. However, the legendary skill of universal thrust did not allow him to escape, and the rude man was pressed to the ground again. Yi Qing forced him to press his cheek against the dusty asphalt and inhale the dirt, and the rude man still didn't understand anything and continued to curse, asking where the simpleton got the legendary skill from. Then the hero politely explained that the legend was not an exaggeration. The skills of the whirlwind are much stronger than what is studied in the academies for professional hunters. The blockhead decided that the guy in front of him was not a strong man, but rather a support in the group. And of course, he attacked him from behind and was only able to win in this way. The hero repeated to the fool for the third time that he should simply clean up after himself. The pull increased sharply, and the arrogant stranger felt his ribs crack from the colossal pressure, as if he were sinking to the bottom of a deep-sea trench with every second. In the end, he gave up anyway and shouted that he would pick everything up. Then the hero suddenly waved his hand, and he threw the trash where it belonged. Even in the rich people's district, there were plenty of stupid people, the guy thought, and sighed heavily. After that, Ye Qin decided to take a walk to his old house, just to clear his head and clear his thoughts. Even after receiving the most expensive housing in the city, Ye Qing was drawn to his native bed in his kennel, where he lived almost his entire life, although most of the time he just slept here. The owner of the house told him that he could no longer rent out the room, even if the guy had money, because someone had bought the entire house and the land underneath it, paying as much as 50 years of rent at once. The guy smiled and admitted that he was the buyer. Later, he arrived at the headquarters of the World Guild, where their secretariat was located. Inside, two businessmen were discussing the recent events at the auction, where a buyer had cheated the Tattoos Guild out of 200 million. According to rumors, the guild had already shifted all responsibility to Xiao Feng, saying that his bid was personal and illegal. The dark-skinned man with a square face stated that they had invested financially in the Tattoos Guild, so they didn't need any problems now, and asked his interlocutor if they found out who the second buyer was. This guy showed up at a hunter evaluation once and got an all-powerful license, the man in the funny hat and mustache answered. There was also information that this buyer was somehow connected with the Blood Oath group, which no longer exists. The crystal recorded the fluctuations of his energy, the hatter said, and showed it on the hologram. Both in the place where Rodrigo Caesar died and in the hunter's testing room, similar fluctuations in power were recorded. It was a miracle that they managed to connect two such insignificant events, but somehow these hunters realized that the guy had a special class. A special class that is not listed in the hierarchy can easily destroy the existing order of things, and the rules they created will soon fall into chaos, the hatter said. If a guy can't be controlled, then he's an enemy. The dark-skinned hunter grinned and said that this guy would definitely obey them. The organization is like a god, and everyone is obliged to follow their rules in this world, he said as the object of their conversation just approached the entrance to the building. Entering the spacious hall of the organization, the guy approached the reception desk and showed his award, saying that he would like to gather his own group of hunters. A girl with a tired office clerk face asked him if he knew all the requirements for hunters. The guy already knew that he needed to pay 50 million guild credits as the authorized capital. The group of hunters also needed qualifications, as did the individual hunters. Each group could only enter those zones of the abyss that the organization approved, and they were required to follow the rules. The guy nodded and said that there would be no problem with money. He was ready to pay everything in cash. In order to select members for the group, the girl manager suggested that he go to the waiting room, where those who were looking for where to join gathered. Today, Ye Qing had to bring 4. The name of his group appeared on the board in the hall: House of the Garbage Man, 5th rank, 1 person. Experienced hunters were surprised that a new group appeared so late, and with a stupid name at that, there was no point in joining such a low-ranking group at the start. The system had assigned his group so that it was only able to perform the 5th rank work area, which was garbage processing, meaning that his team would be unable to do anything other than assist the other battle groups. It sounded like a mockery, since Ye Qing had gone through so much to just collect trash again. "What a coincidence!" exclaimed the dark-skinned hunter who recognized the boy. "Yesterday he was taking out the trash, and today he will be collecting it." The boar chuckled. He got excited and said that the guy would soon know pain, and why he shouldn't have been treated like that last time, and continued to make crude jokes. The other hunters recognized Fa Xiong, who had recently assembled his own group, the Heart of the Hunt. Thanks to his father's connections who pulled the strings, the son received a first-rank license. Everyone who stood in the way of Father Fa Xiong ended badly, so the hunters were already expecting that the new group would soon be disbanded. The guy smiled and calmly told Fa Xiong that he came here to recruit people, and it was better to leave personal questions for another place. But the arrogant hunter didn't even think of leaving everything so simply. He demanded that the guy fall at his feet and bow, and then maybe Fa San would allow him to collect trash after his group, otherwise his team would be finished. Then the hero realized that the idiot in front of him wasn't even worth overtime, and a fight almost broke out between them. Fa Xiong's team took him away because there were too many witnesses inside, and there was no certainty that the guy would be able to assemble a team anyway. Here, pushing everyone aside, the first member of the team announced his desire to join. Zhou Tong was also widely rumored, called a trash bard who never delivered his blessings. Even though Zhou Tong had worked hard on himself and passed the melee hunter qualification exam, he had such a bad reputation that no other groups wanted to accept him. But if Brother Ye Qin took him into the group, he promised to go through fire and water. The hero frowned, amazed that even after all this, the bard had not found another group for himself, and Zhou Tong told him that the 5th rank of the garbage house was Fa Xian's merit. Because Ye Qing's reward was legendary level, his group should not be less than the 2nd rank. But the group's rank had no effect on the guy's goals, so he didn't care what kind of work they were assigned in the abyss. The main group will fight the monsters directly, and they will simply clean up after them without much effort. Of course, the reward will also be meager, because they will get junk, and all the best will be taken by other hunters. Zhou Tong had no doubt that the hero had some kind of trump card since he got rich so quickly, but the guy told him that money does not always solve problems, but strength is respected at any time. Fa Xiong stepped forward and shouted to all the hunters that he would take the 10 best in strength with him today. He also considered this indicator to be the most important, and ordered the rest not to even try. Hunters whose level was around 50, magicians, healers, warriors immediately asked to go to him. They wanted to go in a first-rank group. Without a doubt, the experienced hunters who were acting like sycophants simply wanted to get in touch with Fa Xian's father, who was in charge of everything in the organization. The arrogant son praised those who have a head on their shoulders. He was not even embarrassed by the fact that he received everything thanks to family ties. Here his squad mates noticed a girl who had just approached the manager at the check-in counter. Everyone learned that Yilin had only recently become a hunter, but already had a reputation as a promising fighter. The girl with 2 higher educations looked at the board and was surprised that someone had created a group with a funny name on the last day. The bard also recognized the stunning sorceress who had taken the hunter's license exam with him, and who could cause an explosion with the snap of a finger. In the abyss, she dealt the most damage and brought them an easy victory. Zhou Tong had no doubt that this witch was very strong, and offered to lure them into the group. The hero wished the bard good luck, and thought that for once he was useful. But the bard was not even allowed to approach, as Fa Xiong, who believed that he should take all the best for himself, approached the beauty, pushing everyone aside. He still treated the girls politely and even flatteringly, since there were only 2 groups to choose from, and one of them was his. Fa Xiong offered the nice lady to become an adornment for his squad, and called the garbage man's house a hole where no one in their right mind would go. Zhou Tong cursed. His competitors had seized the initiative first, and now the situation had become difficult. However, the cold-looking beauty indifferently stated that she had already made her choice. Fa Xiong immediately flared up. He didn't understand why everything was revolving around some garbage man. He only had a 5th rank permit. Why would a strong sorceress go with him and collect trash, wasting her talent in vain? But the girl walked right up to the hero and extended her hand to him, saying that he had come up with a good name for the group, and the services of a bard to attract beauties were not needed. This eccentric witch was also interested in Ye Qing, so she asked to be included in the group. She introduced herself and named her class. Since the guy didn't have much choice anyway, he happily accepted her into the team. There was an awkward silence, and then he heard his stomach growl. The guy immediately offered to eat while they were still waiting for the others, and Yilin turned away embarrassedly and said that she was not hungry. But Ye Qin didn't listen to the objections and simply waved his hand, asking him to order some food for them. The prices were steep, but it was too late to refuse, and Yilin ordered everything she saw on the menu. Fa Xiong gritted his teeth in anger and still did not understand why he was refused, although he behaved decently with the lady. His henchmen consoled him by saying that the girl must be simply not herself, and they had enough magicians in their group. Then someone demanded that they disperse, and the surprised hunters turned around because they were not used to being pushed aside. The newly formed team also turned around to look at the one who came into the hall. Just the sight of him made Fa Xiong cross himself. The mercenary Wu Ming, who always walked around with an indifferent face, was well known to all the teams. The man who killed all the teams he went on a raid with was a walking curse. Taking him meant bringing trouble upon yourself, the others said. But then the hero met the Sandman's gaze. Wu Ming approached him himself. There was an unfinished battle between them. The mercenary said that he lived only for battles. The guy smiled softly. He liked this indifferent person since he came here himself. It meant he wanted to join his group. Wu Ming sat down silently and immediately took a bite of Yilin's dessert, tearing off a piece for himself. The cursed mercenary had the characteristic of being unlucky, which extended to all members of the group, so it took courage to accept him into the squad. With such a curse, it is harder to pass checks, damage is reduced, and items are harder to find. Everyone knew that Wu Ming hadn't worn equipment for years, and they thought it was because he was given all sorts of junk. Such a person was of no use to any group, Fa Xiong thought. However, the hero was interested in the curse of bad luck because he specialized in recycling garbage. Wu Ming made his living by completing missions in the abyss. He didn't care about the rewards from bosses, even if they were low-level trash, but the other hunters had a different opinion. For the garbage man hero, this was a Klondike, so he was delighted with this news. He told the mercenary that he desperately needed a person with such talent. Moreover, he simply had to join them. The worse the level and condition of the item, the higher the probability of successful reforging with the altar. The uninitiated simpletons only laughed at this decision. They were too stupid to understand that it was not stupidity, but strategy. Fa Xiong simply decided that the guy was collecting all sorts of trash out of desperation. "The abyss will swallow his team and scatter them to the wind," the mercenary said with a smile. "But he, Ye Qin, must die by his hand first." These words sounded like a threat. Despite this, the guys shook hands. The mercenary joined his group, and the hero swore that he would not give anyone over to the abyss. Wu Ming looked like a very strong hunter. Everyone acknowledged this. Even when entire groups disappeared into the abyss, he alone returned without a single scratch. Because of this, he was considered unlucky, a real disaster. And Fa Xiong was only amused by this. It seemed that Ye Qing was accepting walking disasters, fools, and other rabble. He even began to wonder who else the guy would invite to him. The hero tried to calm down his newly formed dream team. Despite their quarrels, he was in a good mood. Now his life was like an adventure. He had already taken 3 hunters into the group, and he only needed to take 1 more to get the minimum composition. He had to wait a long time, and the guy even regretted that he just sat and did nothing for the remaining time. The hall was completely empty by the evening. The bard noted with disappointment that they were not particularly popular. Yilin looked at Brad and the mercenary and declared that they were the ones dragging their group down. Fa Xiong also didn't go anywhere and came back to gloat. There was little time left, so the group would simply be cancelled. He even made sure that Ye Qing's application was rejected due to his lack of leadership skills. From now on, not only will he not be able to form groups, but he will not even be able to use his hunter license. All doors will be closed, and all because of the disrespect shown to him, Fa Xiong declared smugly. And all this started because of a trivial quarrel. But the guy indifferently stated that he already had enough participants. The bully looked at all the members of the group one by one. the rotten chicken Zhou Tong, the stupid woman Yi Lin, and the bad luck star Wu Ming, one was still missing. Everyone except the mercenary frowned at the direct insult, and Fa Zhong still didn't see the fifth member. But the guy with a smile on his face said that there were 5 of them and called him a fool. That's why he sat there so calmly all evening, because he knew she would come. Pushing everyone aside, the girl apologized for the delay. She just got stuck in the abyss and almost died. But they themselves were to blame for not warning in advance. Lu Xing came straight from hell and declared that she would support any plan. Now his dream team was fully assembled. The appearance of the famous huntress did not go unnoticed. She was immediately recognized. The Liu family was one of the sponsors of the World Organization. Although Xin herself was the youngest, she also had her own reputation. Such a hunter should have been lured away by a first-class group long ago, Fa Xiong said in amazement. The thing is that Liu Xing is known for her rebelliousness and refused to be trained by her family, and they deprived her of their resources. Even though Liu Xing was not valued by his own family, she was still very strong, and this meant that Ye Qing himself was no slouch. Fa Xin only snorted disdainfully. He still thought that the guy just had a few dirty tricks and was just lucky last time. He was already ready to move out on a raid without a support team. Now that the team was assembled, it was successfully registered, and the garbage man's house could participate in the raid according to its qualifications. The hero then asked the manager to appoint them as a group of scavengers and allow them to follow in the raid for the heart of Fa Jian's hunt. Fa Xiong immediately declared that they dare not follow their first-rank group into the abyss, to which Ye Qin confidently retorted that rank only determined qualifications, and if there was work to do, one could go anywhere and with anyone. At that very moment his application was approved and the hero received all the papers. He could participate in the mission of the heart of the hunt. The guy smiled and suggested working together and casting aside previous disagreements and prejudices, because they were going into the abyss of the first rank with a good income. But Fa Zhong was already extremely angry, so he just hid his hand, and the guy would just be picking up his trash anyway. He loudly declared that he would make sure that the guy got only the dregs and cursed foully. But Ye Qin only mimicked his tone and pretended to be a humble servant. Of course, he didn't really intend to serve the arrogant idiot. It was just that his status as a garbage man allowed him to go anywhere in the abyss with another group. Even with their low rank, any abyss was accessible to them as long as a group without scavengers went there, so the god of trash was going to take advantage of this. It so happened that the Heart of the Hunt group possessed the black key of the abyss, which led to the Black Tower. According to the guild reports, he was on one of the missions in the abyss, and they were given such work for a reason, also thanks to connections. The key to the Black Tower is a pass to its trial, and the rewards for its trial depend on the number of floors passed. You can get healing of diseases or removing curses, Wu Ming said. It is even possible to bring back to life those who died in the abyss. Yilin agreed with him. Countless groups tried to get the key to the Black Tower, but only a few managed to get there. And those who managed to get there are now some of the strongest in the world, like her brothers and sisters, said Lu Xing. Zhou Tong had never heard of such a holy grail and asked if the key could make him a pop superstar, to which the entire team categorically stated that even the abyss could not fix the horse bard. The bard sighed heavily and decided that in that case he would simply ask for strength. Then they would stop laughing at him. Even the scavengers had a chance to find the key in the abyss before the main group. As long as the hunting heart was fighting in the vanguard, they had a chance to search for the secret room. Ye Qin said his plan. Now Lu Xing realized that from the very beginning of their acquaintance, the hero had planned exactly this. The guy awkwardly scratched his cheek. He didn't think that his group would be so unpopular. In the end, it turned out the way it did, he said consolingly, looking at his stunned team. On the day of the mission, they entered the abyss with the main group. Unlike the city dungeons, this abyss was more like a harsh and open world full of dangers. Their small trash squad emerged from the portal after the hunters. Zhou Tong also saw the sky above his head for the first time while in the abyss. Giving in to the mood, he joyfully threw up his hands because he was already tired of wandering through the dark, musty, and damp dungeons. He wanted to breathe fresh air. Ye Qing immediately warned him that there were no rooms, roads, or signs in such places, and it was easy to get lost. Wu Ming grumbled discontentedly. He hated sand. It brought bad associations. After all, the damned mercenary himself would one day become sand. The girls from the squad showed up for the mission in raincoats, hats, and sunglasses. Although both were hunters, they preferred to protect their skin from the bright sun and wind. The 10 hunters from Fa Jian's team walked forward with him in the lead. searching for the right path. And the bard sang of the endless wasteland in the distance, the bright sun that sparkled like a dream, his soul competing with the winds, striving to cut off the heavens. Fa Xiong was indignant. He hated open spaces, preferring that the level be simple, go in and immediately get assigned to the right room. But now they had to walk a lot and look for their goal on their own. According to the scouts' reports, there is an oasis in the center of the abyss, and in it a fortress, the magician said. However, no matter how long they walked, they did not see a single patch of greenery, but because of the mountains, it could be anywhere. Even the monsters did not attack them, which cast doubt on the danger of the first-class abyss. However, they soon noticed that a flock of birds had been circling above their heads for quite some time, as if they were about to attack at any moment. It was only when they took a closer look at them that they realized that they were not birds at all, but real harpies, and cries for arms began to ring out. These monsters had the advantage of attacking from the air, and the group of hunters rushed about frantically, looking for anything they could take cover behind. The hunters stared in amazement at the scavengers, who showed no sign of fear or horror and simply stood there. Ye Qin replied indifferently that there was nothing to be afraid of, because the bird people could do little more than grab prey and throw it from the sky, and were otherwise harmless. If someone gets caught, it means he's simply not holding his position well. Liu Xing agreed with him. The hunter immediately took offense that some garbage men dared to mock them, although the garbage men were lucky that their boss allowed him to go with them. But while the hunters were chatting and sorting things out, the birds had already attacked them, and flapping their wings, tried to grab the separated ones with their claws. An archer from the group panicked and tried to shoot one of the birds. However, the flock was quite large, so one harpy still grabbed him by the shoulders, painfully digging its claws into his shoulders. He began waving his arms and pitifully asking his team for help. But what could they do without long-range attacks? The paladin with the shield who was standing nearby jumped and tried to grab his comrade by the leg, but fell a little short. The archer would have been carried away into the sky, but suddenly the harpy that had grabbed him disappeared in a cloud of bright flame. The unfortunate man's bottom was set on fire, and then he landed on it from a height. But he survived. Yilin blew smoke off her imaginary pistol, and mockingly said that she thought the group of hunters was elite, but in fact, they were all just extras. The archer immediately said that he was simply distracted, otherwise he would have had time to find shelter. His pride was obviously hurt, so he did not even thank for saving him. Not only do they not hold their positions, but they also shift the blame onto others, Ye Qin noted with disappointment. At this point, a group of harpies noticed a small group of isolated scavengers. The paladin wanted to warn them, but the archer quietly muttered that the scavengers had asked for it. They didn't even see his sword. It seemed like the guy just put his hand on the hilt as all the harpies were killed. One of the creatures was still breathing and crawled towards the archer, which scared him to death, but the hero quickly crushed its skull with his boot. Even though the stupid, arrogant hunters did not respect them, the boy did not hold a grudge and instructively told the archer not to shout, because this is what attracts harpies, whose hearing is very sharp. Meanwhile, the group of hunters had already recovered from the initial shock and fought back against the weak monsters. Since the birds had no immunity to magic, they were quickly dealt with by ranged attacks. They were especially vulnerable to chain lightning spells. As soon as this happened, these birds of peace trembled and flapped their wings in panic. Fa Xiong looked displeasedly at the ranger and the warrior and said that he would not take them on the next raid. There was no place for fools in their squad. Zhou Tong looked around in shock when the danger had passed. The unlucky archer had made a lot of noise and attracted the attention of the harpies, the hero explained to him. The monsters didn't look dangerous, but they were targeting those who shouted loudly, mages and bards, so it turned out that Zhou Tong was like a tasty morsel to them. Because the harpies flew through the air, they could easily bypass the knight's defenses and attack the weaker support members, so the bard decided to keep his mouth shut from now on. The mage from the hunting party chuckled contentedly when the birds ran away with their tails between their legs. But this joy did not last long, because the earth began to shake under their feet. Then Liu Xing was the first to realize that the harpies were not afraid of the hunters at all, but of a stronger rival for the prey. First, they saw a cloud of dust and smoke rise on the horizon, and they heard a terrible roar and screams. Thus, the horde walked across the rocky desert, their thick legs making a terrible rumble. They clanged their steel, and hundreds of throats roared warlike. Ogres, and a whole horde of them, Fa Xiong shouted to the others when he saw what was coming towards them. He immediately ordered everyone to line up, hide the healers and mages in the rear, and the tanks and warriors to go with him to the front line. the scouts from the flank were to target the enemy mages. As a professional commander, he could command 20 men at once, the hunter declared proudly, although this was only 2 squads by army standards. He intended to show these scavengers what the strength of his squad was worth and inspired his men to feats. The group of hunters formed a circle in the open area. They did not even try to find a height to gain a foothold on it, or find a narrow place where it would be easier to deal with a numerous enemy. Perhaps their self-confidence was to blame for everything. Fa Xiong immediately started the battle with his trump cards. Using the power of a titan that gave a 10-fold boost, he rushed forward, leaving his comrades behind. The first ogres quickly folded under his attack, and this start excited the hunter. He was sure that in front of him were ordinary mobs which there was nothing to fear. Therefore he ordered the squad not to hold back their strength and to attack all at once. The air was filled with flashes of spells, and the crackle of lightning, and the clang of iron. The team of garbage collectors watched all the fuss from a small hillock with indifference, and generally enjoyed their rest. The ogres weren't very strong, so the hunting party shouldn't have any trouble dealing with them, the boy concluded. And Lin also wanted to use her destructive magic into battle, unlike the bard who had already forgotten about his desire to become stronger and just wanted to hide. But the hero decided not to interfere with Fa Xiong showing off his strength. It was better for them to spend their energy and clear the way for them, and for now they could just rest. Here, some ogre, separated from the pack, climbed the hill and, stumbling, fell at the feet of the scavengers. He growled something in his barbarian dialect, perhaps a curse or a threat, but a good kick to the jaw, which made the ogre's eyes pop out of their sockets, quickly calmed his mental anguish. Ye King realized that it was not just a coincidence that the lone ogre had managed to break through to them, and that scoundrel Fa Xiong was simply testing their strength. He chuckled, enjoying his own joke, and ordered the garbage men to quickly do what they came here for. Ye King did just that, picking up the ogre's primitive weapons in one fell swoop. Wu Ming didn't lie to them when he said that his luck had negative values. The bard had no doubt that the hunters would simply throw away such junk, since they were not interested in items below the purple level. But for the hero specifically, these items were more valuable than treasures, so he asked to collect them all. Fa Xiong cut down the ogres one by one and cursed. Not only did he have to mess around without critical hits, and the equipment that fell was all gray, there was no point in even looking at it. It was as if they had actually fallen into some kind of anomaly, but the ogres also did not deal critical hits. This was the unluckiest day of his life, Fa Xiong thought, because even his lucky equipment didn't work. Meanwhile, from the hill it was clearly visible that the main forces of the orcs had not yet entered the battle, and were clearly in no hurry to do so, which was strange. Lu Xing also believed that usually monsters would simply attack anyone who entered their territory in a crowd when they met a hunter. The hero agreed with this, since he met the legendary elf in the abyss. It also seemed to him that something was not right here. Besides, the monsters communicated in their own language. On another hill stood another group of ogres, barely visible due to the thick layer of dust. Fa Xiong saw them and ordered the tanks to hold formation and the healers to replenish their health. After that, they met head-on a new wave of ogres, who seemed to have decided to wear out the hunters first. Even though they were laying down enemies in droves, they completely forgot about their rear. Meanwhile, the enemies dug a tunnel and suddenly jumped out from under the ground, like demons from the underworld. These ogres instantly tied up the nimble hunter-shooters with spider webs. The deputy mage noticed that their rear was in danger and asked the leader if it was worth breaking through to help them. But instead, Fa Xiong called him a fool and ordered him to break through. It would have been easier to simply switch the monster's attention to the place where the garbage men were standing, and move on ourselves, he ordered mercilessly. Meanwhile, the abandoned wretches could not get out from under the nets. They took smoke bombs out of their pockets and threw them into the air. Due to the thick smoke, the ogres lost track of the captured hunters and forgot about them for a while. After which, the only target available to them became the garbage men who had been watching the battle from the rear all this time. From the hill, they were clearly visible. The monsters that had broken through to the rear of the hunters were now approaching them. Yilin objected that this was not an accident and snapped her fingers in impatience. Liu Xing also wanted to show the hunters what she was capable of. But the guy stopped the impatient girls again and told them to save their mana and health while it was possible. Yilin was very surprised to realize that she couldn't use magic. The ogres obviously had some kind of plan and were luring the hunters into a trap, so the hero wanted them to be the first to fall into it. He himself could hold the flanks of his group of scavengers, and smiling, he took out his blades. Seeing the enemy falling from the hill, the ogres threw the net at him again. They already thought that they had caught easy prey, but the hero simply disappeared from sight. to appear ominously behind the enemy. The monsters turned around in horror, realizing the force they were facing. But it was too late. The guy sent the first of them flying with a well-placed kick. Two more tried to attack him from behind and hack him to death with axes. But the hero simply jumped up and the enemies missed. Having landed, the Blade Master made two precise swings. Even Lu Xing was amazed at how much stronger her friend had become in just a few days. He moved so quickly and precisely that it was impossible to discern the trajectory of his swords. All the enemies standing around instantly turned into a finely chopped soup set. With their dignity dropped and their pants wet, the ogres cowardly began to run away. At this time, the smug hunters were happy with their prank, thinking that now the impudent garbage men must have a hard time. But thanks to their sacrifice, they were able to escape. However, what was their amazement when they saw the ogres running in terror. The enemies that were supposed to fall behind them returned again, running from the other side of the smokescreen. Ye Qin indifferently heard the cries for help coming from there. He had done his part of the job. Unlike ordinary monsters, these were smart enough not to attack strong opponents, but to run away when they met them. This meant that the ogres had some kind of intelligence. All the group members understood, although in theory the very fact of using tools, weapons, clothing, and language, collective actions, already spoke of a high level of cognitive abilities. But the abyss had its own conventions. The smokescreen dispersed with one powerful blow from the club, and the tank, which did not have time to run away to the side, became flat. It was their main tank, and it had just been zeroed out, leaving the squad in disarray. Fa Xiong immediately assigned the culprits. They were the healers who did not monitor the tank's health level, although everything happened in one hit, so they could hardly do anything. The healer immediately objected to the leader, outraged by his incompetence. But their arguments were interrupted by the appearance of a formidable enemy. A huge ogre emerged from the smoke, and on its neck sat another one, no larger than a child, shouting something while waving a cane. The monster in front of them was shocking in its gigantic size, and the hunters froze in indecision. This group of ogres was much stronger than ordinary hunters, as if they came from a different level of difficulty, Fa Xiong noted, although he himself considered himself to be a first-rank group. He ordered everyone to reorganize the formation and hold the line. But his tiny group that had lost contact with the rear was divided, no longer controlled by anyone, and the hunters simply ran, each saving his life as best he could. The first waves of ogres were bait, needed to test their strength and wear them down, tie them up in battle, Ye Qin realized long ago. Thunderous black and gold discharges struck the approaching monsters and blinded them. And then Fa Xiong himself jumped on the enemies to finish them off. He surrounded himself with a field of discharges and boldly rushed into the thick of the enemy. After all, the squad leader was still the team's main source of damage. Foolishness and courage often go hand in hand, so the hunter shouted to the monsters that he was not afraid of them because he had the power of a titan. And then the giant raised his fists and grinned ominously, as if he was enjoying the upcoming fight. "Just die!" Fa Xiong shouted, and jumped at the monster without any unnecessary movements. The giant gathered strength in his fist and swung it too. He was no less tall than a tyrannosaurus, so he looked frightening. The sword and fist collided, and now the mathematics of the abyss calculated who had more damage resistance. The ratio was not in Fa Xiong's favor, and like a soccer ball, he bounced off to level the mountains with his back. His hands were covered in black graphite, which was perfect for insulating lightning, and the hunter himself cursed, amazed at the power of his opponent. Now the ogre leaned on him with all his weight and swung his leg. And this time, the hunter got to know his knee with his whole face. The ogre took a shot at the goal, and Fa Xiong's square face became even flatter. Seeing their leader playing football, the remaining hunters panicked. It was necessary to somehow help the leader, because without him, they were all doomed to death. Fa Xiong's closest henchmen rushed into battle, realizing that his father would not forgive them for the loss of his son. They gave him time to rest and took on the remaining ogres, who nearly finished off the shocked Fa Xiong. Even the archer was useful for once and was able to kill someone. The arrow hit the ogre right in the head, but instead of falling, red bolts of power began to shoot out of him. Even with its head broken, the ogre still growled furiously, after which he rushed at his killer and grabbed the stunned archer. Everyone watched in amazement as he fought with the dead man, but then they noticed that the ogre was inflating like a balloon. One of Fa Xiong's fighters shouted to the others that the ogre was under the influence of necromantic magic, and that they should not approach him. All the corpses that were nearby exploded as if they had become grenades, and the echo of the shockwave spread throughout the gorge. In this situation, the doctor did not have time to treat anyone. There were too many wounded. which meant that they were on the verge of collapse and disaster. Fa Xiong decided to retreat immediately and ordered smoke bombs to be thrown, which would remove the target of the attack from them. Ye Qing continued to observe and now knew that the bodies of the dead could become bombs due to the necromancy skill. He ordered his friends to keep away from the enemy corpses. At that moment, a dead man raised from the other world crawled up to him and wheezed something, perhaps looking for the way to the cemetery. The guy immediately wrote out not only a pass for him, but also a funeral ceremony, ordering the abyss to process the body. Dozens of hands greedily grabbed the body and dragged it into an unknown void. All the killed ogres immediately underwent the procedure of disappearing into his personal abyss. In an instant, the battlefield became clear, and Yilin even took off her glasses to get a better look. Wu Ming immediately asked what kind of ability this was, and the guy evasively answered that now was not the time for that. It was more important to remove the corpses before they became bombs. The mercenary had something to fear, because in theory the system should consider him dead, which meant he could simply be recycled. Ye Qing sighed in disappointment. He had thought to sort everything out calmly, sort through the trash and recycle it, but now he would have to do everything quickly and indiscriminately. And then the disgraced hunters, noticeably appearing in numbers, ran towards them at full speed. Fa Xiong declared as he ran that he would be very generous and make them an offer. The guy indifferently agreed to listen to him. The hunter offered them a recommendation after the raid for their outstanding contribution to fighting with their group shoulder to shoulder against superior enemy. Something like that could even help them raise their trash squad rank, which was a huge impudence because it was the reason for the low rating. The guy scratched his chin indifferently and replied that he was already happy with his position. Why should they climb higher if Fa Xiong would complain about their competence again? Now the impudent bully remembered Ye Qing's proposal to cast aside prejudices and work together. With a feigned smile, he proposed cooperation with them with a heart of desire, honestly and honestly. This change only made everyone sink to the bottom of the test tube, amazed at the level of this hunter's shamelessness. A few minutes ago, Fa Xiong disappeared with the surviving part of the team in the thick smoke. They were completely broken and could only curse weakly. The main monster lost sight of them, but it was obvious that they could not cope with him with their forces. Then the magician suggested that the leader just leave. They were in an open-type dungeon. It was not necessary to kill a dangerous boss. They could just go around him and return to the beginning. But Fa Xiong was afraid that if they did that, the monsters would attack them themselves. Then the magician smiled ominously and said that they didn't like the garbage men anyway, and they could just set the monsters on them. No one would blame Fa Xiong anyway, whose father was a big shot, and no one would care about the unknown garbage collectors. So now, when Fa Xiong was feigning sincerity of intention, his wolfish nature was still breaking through his sheepskin. The bard quietly whispered to the hero that they simply wanted to use them as cannon fodder. And in this regard, Zhou Teng had a wealth of experience. The mercenary also agreed with him. Although the heart of the hunt squad fought bravely, they were almost killed by the monsters, so now they were just luring them into a trap. However, Liu Xing was already tired of sitting idle and urged the hero to agree, and not miss the chance to fight strong monsters. As an additional reward, Fa Xiong promised to treat the scavengers as a first-rank group, and part of the reward, although it was already due to them, if they agreed to cooperate. So, torn between the contradictions between the bard and the battle maniac Liu Xing, the guy agreed to the obviously dangerous offer of the hunters. Fa Xiong, confident that his trick had succeeded and he was the smartest, immediately rejoiced and said that he recognized the scavengers. As a sign of their friendship, he offered to immediately go into battle. Liu Xing was also happy, but for a different reason. Brad cried. Yilin laughed. Wu Ming did not care about anything. Ye Qin asked for a minute to discuss the next plan with his team, and the bard was still indignant that they just wanted to kill them. He didn't believe that the hero would so easily agree to work with scoundrels. And then Ye Qing took out a legendary-level shield from the master's shoulder and handed it to the bard, as the weakest member of the squad. The item was so expensive that it was unlikely that Zhou Tong's savings would be enough to repair it when its durability dropped. But the hero nonchalantly said to throw away the shield when it became unusable and come back for another one. After that, Ye Qing asked if Liu Xing had healing skills, and they really did, although not very high level, because for a knight they were not the main ones. And then he immediately appointed the girl to look after the baby, which made her hiss like an angry cat because she always went into the abyss alone. This time, she had to support the vulnerable members of the squad who were acting like children fighting for the shield. Only Liu Xing had the skills that allowed everyone to come out of the abyss unharmed. The bard was happy with such support. He was still shaking from the upcoming mission, and Yi Lin proudly declared that she could take care of herself. The guy patted the swordswoman on the shoulder and said that he had high hopes for her, and she reluctantly agreed to look where the healing skill was lying around. Lin, who was still fooling around, the hero said to aim at the monsters so that they don't get close, because in 5 seconds they can become bombs because of the necromancer's explosion wand, so it's important to keep a distance. The magician promised to burn everyone so that not even coals would remain. After that, the guy looked at Wu Ming as if he doubted that he needed any special instructions. They both realized that advice was useless because the Sandman would not die anyway. Their goals remain the same, the hero reminded before a little entertainment, and they are able to defeat the boss even without the help of the idiot hunters. Fa Xiong smugly declared that their group would cover the scavengers from the rear while they lured the ogres towards themselves, and even warned about the necromancer who could blow up corpses. Without answering, the scavengers went into battle without even putting a buff on themselves, and the hunters laughed at them from behind. As soon as the group disappeared into the rear, Fa Xiong ordered everyone to carry out a strategic retreat before all the scavengers were killed. Ye Qin walked ahead and called all the ogres who did not come out facing him. That is, all the ogres in the world. The guys couldn't stand such humiliation and all rushed at the garbage man, but their ardor quickly cooled as soon as they approached the hero. The giant and rider pair grinned contentedly when they saw a strong opponent in front of them. Ye Qing couldn't understand anything from their chatter and asked the system for a transcript. Due to his high intelligence stats, he could understand the speech of monsters, so now he heard the ogre necromancer boasting about his clan that now guards the valley of the sleeping emperor, and anyone who invades the valley will pay in blood. All the ogres suddenly became enraged and rushed at the hero. The bard from the rear suggested that this all looked like strong mind control magic, and if the shaman was killed, the minions would no longer be so scary. Obeying the orders of the shaman necromancer, the ogres dragged a huge axe that no one could lift alone. Besides the giant's owner, this axe slowly restored the boss's health points, and his physique did not allow anyone else to control the monster. The bard remembered all the saints. Before them was an enemy with thick armor, an abyss of health, and a huge axe that chopped everything with one blow. It was high time to abandon everything and resort to a tactical retreat. The group of hunters had just disappeared behind the mountains, having carried out their dastardly maneuver and exposed the scavengers to attack. The bard suggested not to play the role of meat, even if they were taken for simpletons. The necromancer also uses his fighters as cannon fodder and plans to squeeze them, Ye Qin said. He decided to start chopping down enemies and offered the mercenary to clear everything around. Before the hero could finish speaking, the mercenary rushed into the thick of the battle. He then turned to the rest of the group to convey the command to them. "Take no prisoners," Ye Qin ordered and smiled ominously. Lu Xing understood everything. The backlines could be entrusted to her. Lin promised to burn everyone to the ground, and Wu Ming silently killed his enemies with complete indifference to their existence. Even after such a long and fierce battle, there were still many warriors in the ogre horde. So the mercenary had someone to cut into pieces. He chopped them without any grace, with the rudeness of a barbarian. If anyone tried to attack him from behind, Ye Qin would kill them with lightning-fast blade strikes. The guy shouted that he would leave the change to Wu Ming and rushed on. The mercenary nodded indifferently. Now the hero could take on the main and most dangerous target, the giant. He quickly approached and was at his very feet, and the ogre titan roared. At this time the rest of the trio were still cooling off in the rear, yawning from boredom. But then the monsters again used their insidious trick with an unexpected tunnel behind their back. The bard reacted in time and managed to chant the chain spell. This time his magic worked flawlessly and captured the vile enemies. He even praised himself for his amazing accuracy, and Lin let out a caustic laugh about his not-so-useless nature in the squad. After which she ordered the bard to dodge and not gape to the sides and simply blew up the captured enemies. The bard was outraged that he was almost roasted along with them. The witch calmly stated that she was only following the leader's orders and burning the bodies to ashes until they exploded. But in reality the willful girl was still sulking that she was not allowed to touch the shield properly. Then another hole opened and ogres crawled out of it, as if they had turned into moles. Yilin jumped high into the air and changed her firing position. She came right up to the hole before the diggers had finally emerged from the ground and grinned. She became terribly curious whether the tunnels were connected to each other, and the witch puffed napalm into the hole, causing flames to burst out of all the cracks around. "To a crisp," she said, and the bard indignantly declared that the witch was much more dangerous than their enemies. Lu Xing praised her friend, saying that she did a great job. The swordswoman asked them to stay behind, and if they were wounded, she promised to heal them. She had her own way of fighting enemies that suddenly jumped out. If they were frozen into the thickness of ice, they should not have exploded. The bard and the witch immediately appreciated the swordswoman's strength, and Liu Xing, who was not used to this, immediately blushed. After that, she looked around the battlefield to find Ye Qin. He fought with all his might against the giant who was waving a huge axe. The frenzied state doubled the damage, and every hit split mountains. But the hero didn't care about this power, even if it became 100 times greater. If he couldn't be touched, the damage was 0. But then the ogres ambushed him and burst out from underground in an attempt to grab, or at least slow down, the nimble scavenger. The deadly whirlwind swept them all aside, leaving no chance. After that, he returned to the giant all the trash that he had collected before. The dead ogres that had not had time to explode, apparently they were in stasis in the abyss, fell from above like rain. It all boomed merrily so that the echo spread throughout the entire area. Hearing this sound, Fa Xiong chuckled. The stupid garbage men had come to an end, the villain realized. The giant shed tears like 2 mountain streams. He was the only one who survived thanks to his armor, but the tiny shaman did not survive completely. Only a part of him remained. Whether from mental pain or rage, the ogre ate the shaman's remains in a fit of cannibalism. Even for a scavenger who had seen a lot on his path, this method of survival was too barbaric. The giant immediately became enraged and roared so loudly that his ears were blocked. This roar dispersed the dust cloud and almost blew away the hero himself. Now the boy realized that the shaman did not control the giant, but rather limited his strength. And this is the true form of the giant Ogma. He monster has taken the form of a terrifying skeleton. Meanwhile, Lu Xing slowly healed the witch and bard's small scratches so that their health would not sag. Here the bard realized that he had not seen the evil uncle, as he called the mercenary, for a long time and already thought that he had died somewhere. Wu Ming sneezed. Speak of easy, everything was fine with him as expected. When he came up to find out what they were talking about, everyone saw a huge pile of bodies behind him. And the bard immediately shuddered, embarrassed that he was worried about such a monster. The singer asked the mercenary why he didn't come to their aid when everyone was fighting with all their might. The mercenary replied indifferently that he was helping them by not getting close to them. With his curse, simple scratches could turn into fatal wounds, and treating Madame Liu alone would not be enough. These words made the swordswoman feel a little sad, realizing that she had turned out to be a lousy nanny. Wu Ming coldly replied to them that he joined the group for the sake of numbers, and his main profession was being a mercenary. When a couple of stray ogres ran up to him, he quickly put them to sleep without any unnecessary movements. For each killed person, a separate bill was issued. The mercenary stated that despite the loss of almost all feelings, he surprisingly retained within himself an immeasurable greed for money. At the same time, the hero grappled with the main problem, which entered the second phase and became much more dangerous. Here, when he landed on the sand, he suddenly began to sink into it up to his ankles. Such a nuisance in a fight with a formidable enemy that could destroy in one blow was completely unnecessary, the guy thought. In deserts, there are often shifting sands in which you can easily drown if you don't know how to get out. The hero quickly used gravity to pull himself out of the swamp by his hair, like Baron Munchausen, and the trick worked. The black hole pulled him out of the sand like a rabbit pulls a carrot. He quickly took up a rocky elevation to avoid being caught by the boss's insidious technique. This couldn't go on any longer, so the guy went into berserker mode, deciding to act more aggressively. He paid for this with his blood, so he quickly rushed forward so as not to waste time. But the skeleton boss was not so simple either. His swings became even sharper and faster. Even one would have been enough to end the fight. The hero miraculously dodged and managed to wound the ogre in the forearm so that he could no longer hold a weapon in his hands. And in order to dodge in the air again, the guy used miracles of ingenuity and pulled himself to the side with a gravitational vortex. This allowed him to enter the boss's blind spot and strike right on target. His sword left a deep wound on the ogre's neck, but its edges immediately began to come back together. The monster recovered too quickly from the fatal blow and was already ready to counterattack. Ye Qing was saved by his perfect parry skill. But Ogma's crushing damage still went through, and the hero took away a third of his power. His blades cracked, unable to withstand the onslaught, and the force of the impact threw him onto the rocks. In addition, Ogma placed a whole debuff on him, making emergency dodges and movement skills unavailable, the system reported. The guy tried to move, but nothing happened. It was nervous. Then he used the rework on himself, but still had level 1. With the help of many supporting hands, the hero used a tactical retreat, not to be confused with flight. Accelerated regeneration fortunately worked, so it was possible to restore my health for now. After this, he redesigned his swords, essentially creating them from scratch. And now he was ready to turn back to the enemy. It turned out that with the help of the hands of the support of the abyss, it was possible to move like that. Ye King made an evasive maneuver and went behind Ogme. Then the beast lunged. The hero cut the Achilles tendons, causing the boss to slow down. As soon as the monster was immobilized, the hero tried to jump on top of it and finish it off. 2 longitudinal cuts removed only a quarter of Ogre's health, the system reported. Although it wasn't much, the guy thought it was a decent start, and decided to continue doing so. Then the ogre went berserk again and roared furiously throughout the entire gorge. The Furious Sands ability simply threw the guy back as the entire surface around the boss began to shake like a storm at sea. Yeqing flew straight towards his team, and there was no superhero landing. It won't be that easy to defeat the boss, the hero concluded disappointedly. Fortunately, he himself escaped without serious injuries, but the ogre took advantage of the respite and quickly recovered. His health instantly regenerated, and all negative effects of his injuries disappeared. If the monster did not receive damage for 3 seconds, the over-recovery would activate, so that the next 3 seconds would be enough for full recovery. Wu Ming praised Fa Zhong's actions, who decided to simply run away and bypass this boss. There was no point in fighting to the death with him here for a piece of desert. He could still leave and catch up with the hunters. But Yichen said that he wouldn't be able to sleep unless he defeated this boss, especially since he already had a tactic to defeat him. But Wu Ming still didn't understand how to defeat someone who could restore an abyss of health in 3 counts. One hero could not cope with this task. They had to act together, he told the others. Ogma's targeting mechanism is unusual. It switches to the one who attacked it last. The solution was to attack in turns, removing the target from yourself, which would make the monster attack less often. However, it was necessary to attack constantly so as not to let it recover. So, maintaining the rhythm of strikes every 3 seconds, it was possible to defeat the enemy. Zhou Tong asked in confusion what he should do, and the hero replied that the bard's priority was to survive. This did not calm the bard, and he asked the hero what their chances of winning were. Yeqing saw the weaknesses of the monsters so he could accurately estimate, and said that there were as many as 20 with a smile on his face. The bard was then quite upset and thought it would be better to run away, but Yilin patted him on the shoulder to encourage him. 20% is an excellent chance, she said. Every 5th death attempt is successful. Yeqin warned that they would only have 1 attempt. If Ogma regained his health, everyone needed to stay as far away from him as possible, and the guy would try to distract the boss. Lu Xing gifted him with a healing spell and said that she would increase his chances of survival and would not retreat. Then the bard also gathered his resolve, since his elder was telling him to fight. It meant that he too would not run away. And Lin said that she still has plenty of mana, so she's in on the action too. A bunch of weak-minded and brave people, Wu Ming called them indifferently. It then dawned on the guy that Lu Xing's treatment could be combined with his regeneration, and the blood loss could finally be stopped. The girl was happy to help, and the guy told her that this time she really helped him out. With double healing, he could use the berserker state 3 times and not be afraid of dying. The girl screamed in amazement. The effects of the berserker were multiplied as many times as it was applied. Even if you find a balance between damage and healing, with a triple multiplier you could still die. It was indeed dangerous, the hero agreed, but he needed to become stronger. Yilin launched an attack when they were ready and used flame form, which greatly increased the damage of fire spells, but at the cost of losing health. She began bombarding the ogre with fireballs from the rear, and a real Armageddon rushed towards him. However, the boss managed to defend himself by simply waving his hand and raising a thin barrier. He immediately aimed at Wu Lin and threw the stone debris towards her. To protect her, Lu Xing rushed to intercept her. She knocked away all the stone fragments with her sword and cut them into smaller stones in the air. And the bard protected Wu Lin from the small shrapnel with his wide shield. The hero asked Liu Xing to strengthen the ground with ice. He was going to distract the boss and didn't want those in the rear to get hit. The girl did so, and an ice storm burst from her blade. The ice formed a reliable path for the hero towards the boss. Thanks to this, he was able to get very close to it, and did not risk being thrown back or getting stuck in the sand. Before the ogre could react, he grabbed several fireballs with his face. "Here's another one," the witch exclaimed and grinned maliciously. All these actions opened a window for attack, which the hero immediately took advantage of and jumped into the blind spot. But before that, the boss managed to deliver one monstrous blow that cut through the mountain and formed an entire canyon. To protect the others from this devastating attack, Liu Xing remained in place and swung her sword. However, the ice curtain could not hold back the flow of the ogre's anger, and the ice cracked. Liu Xing told everyone to run, because she wouldn't be able to withstand damage for long, and then she received a system message. The boss had changed his target. Wu Ming appeared next to her and told her to move away. With one blow, he cut through the ice barrier in his path, after which he told the girl not to worry, promising to cover her. Since she was fast, she could go forward. Then Liu Xing did just that. She sped up and ran straight across the split ground. The fearless girl walked straight towards the huge ogre, who was already preparing to deliver another monstrous blow. But then the hero appeared again and took on the ogre's aggression. His blades went straight to his gnawed, bald head. Ogre wanted to immediately counterattack, but his paw with the weapon turned into ice. With the efforts of Liu Xing gradually working together, they took the boss apart. The freezing effect was cumulative, and just as Ye Qin was about to attack again, he ordered the girl to retreat. She did so, having first frozen the ogre's legs as well. Ye Xin launched another punch to the head, and it was Yi Lin's turn to attack. During this time, the witch drank a potion that tasted like rotten eggs to restore her mana. And having finished with this, she again went through Armageddon with fiery volleys, working as a portable rocket system. The ogre demon stamped his foot and raised the curtain of sand again to protect himself from the blast. But he was immediately attacked by the hero, and his health finally began to fade. Then Agma grabbed the guy like an annoying mosquito, showing miracles of dexterity. Ye Qing would probably have been crushed like a bug, but Wu Ming intervened in time and managed to cut off the huge paw. This was another example of their excellent teamwork, and the hero praised the mercenary for it. They managed to maintain a 2-second attack interval, and the ogre didn't even have a chance to activate his super recovery. If this continued, he would be defeated dry. The guy ordered to continue the attack and not stop. Wu Ming nodded indifferently as usual. He was not afraid of death. Liu Xing replied that she would slow down the boss when they started. The fire witch didn't say anything because she was busy consuming potions. The demon wanted to curse them all, but he no longer had the tongue to do so. Yilin launched a third series of fire blasts, and this time the flames engulfed the demon. As she attacked him, the ogre responded by turning on her, and this time he decided to throw his heavy axe at the witch. Luckily, Liu Xing managed to summon ice to stop this monstrous projectile. However, his strength was so great that the ice could not withstand it, and the axe did not even move. The hero's words flashed through the bard's head. He should have just stood aside and thought about saving his life. But even a weak bard sometimes wants to become the hero of his songs, so Zhou Tong ran forward. Although he himself was the one who suggested running away, and it was not his idea to fight. But the bard still acted courageously and stood up to protect the witch, covering her with his body. "Not a meter further, stupid piece of iron," the bard blurted out, and his whole life flashed before his eyes. All he wanted in his life was to make money and become a superstar. But the truth was that he was not worthy. "He's just a piece of trash," Zhou Tong thought to himself and felt sad. He wasn't even good at singing. He could barely move his tongue, had terrible diction, and a floating timbre. As soon as he reached for the microphone, someone decisively snatched it from his hands. Zhou Tong stared at his dark reflection in amazement, which angrily told him that he was no good for this. The guy already knew this, so he obediently agreed with his dark ego. Neither a musician nor a support player, useless, the darkness told him. Even on stage, a spotlight was needed as well as on the battlefield. They say that the spotlight is on real heroes, just like on real stars. But the bard always wanted to know what this light sees: talent, dream, courage, or whether there is simply a long shadow behind the light. Before, he thought that while he was just standing on stage, one day the spotlight would choose him. But now the boy was overcome with doubts. He was just trash, the darkness told him. It was hard not to admit it. He never had the talent to ignite the crowd from the first notes. But the bard never wanted to resign himself. He was not ready to watch from behind the scenes while others were shining. At least once in his life, Zhou Tong wanted to go on stage and touch its light. The more he rushed towards the light, the more the darkness held him and pulled him back. But even if only for one single moment, the bard wanted to become a star. He might shine on stage, but here on the battlefield he could finally be a protagonist. So Zhou Tong cast aside his fear and doubt and stepped forward, for this was his moment in the spotlight. There was a ringing sound of a blow and the crack of a breaking shield. The bard took the blow and was carried away into the rocks. The hero was horrified by this picture and screamed. Forgetting about everything, he used a gravitational vortex directly under himself. He reached for the axe and threw it back at the boss, so strong was the anger that gripped the hero. The axe sank into the monster's chest and caused it to stagger back. Immediately after this, the guy used a triple berserker state, which made his blood simply boil in his veins. Ogma rose to his feet and took his axe with his remaining hand. He too understood that the end of the battle was near. The hero gritted his teeth in anger and fury. He promised to grind every bone of the monster into powder. Even the sand began to melt next to him. Lu Xing was amazed by the hero's strength as she quickly tried to patch up the bard's wounds. Like the wind, Ye Qin rushed straight towards the enemy without any tricks. He threw some spikes at him, but the wind didn't bother the stones, so the hero simply walked around them. Ye Qin intercepted one of the projectiles in midair, clasping it with both hands. Then he jumped right on the ogre's face, holding the spike above himself. He plunged it deep into the demon boss's empty skull and jumped on top. The demon tried to brush the dangerous bug off himself with his healthy paw. Then, Wu Ming worked in time again, cutting off that arm, leaving the boss with 40% health. Lu Xing froze his lower half into the ground so that the skeleton could not escape. The witch fried from above. The team continued to deal damage and reduce the monster's bottomless health. With only 10% remaining, Ye Qin pressed down hard on the spike, driving it deeper into his skull. And when he pierced his head, the guy threw a gravity hole into the rift. "Let him become dust forever," cried the hero. The gravitational vortex twisted all the demon's insides, and his health reached 0. Eventually, the black hole swallowed up the entire upper part of the boss that wasn't covered in ice. The fragments of the once legendary shield lay all around, but the artifact had fulfilled its purpose. Lu Xing saved the bard with her healing skill, but she couldn't heal the deep injuries. She just kept him alive. The hero realized that all this was his mistake. He told Zhou Tong that he should not have taken such a thoughtless risk. The laws of survival are very harsh to the weak in the abyss. But the bard had no regrets. He was glad that he had fulfilled his destiny, like that broken shield. Finally, he felt like he was in the center of the stage, a real hero, a star. However, Ye Qin did not calm down at this. He told everyone that their mission was completed, and they had to deliver the bard to the surface, and then he would go on his own. Lu Hang was indignant and asked what he was thinking if he was going to go on alone. Every battle in the abyss is a dance on the edge of a blade, when the heart beats madly like a drum, and if you do not keep your head cool, then at any moment, everything can end. Of course, the hero became stronger, but at the same time he lost the peace that he had before. Succumbing to emotions, he gained great strength, but it was only a step into the darkness. Having reworked the boss, Ye Qin received a bone amulet. Zhou Tong was clearly upset. Even after he had done his best to shine on stage, he was back to where he started, becoming a burden to everyone, still being the least useful member of the team. The hero saw all this and could not even find words to encourage the bard. He himself did not understand what he was most afraid of, whether his words would serve to make the bard continue to risk himself in the abyss, or whether it was better to remain silent for his own safety. The hero pondered as the abyss processed all the ogre bodies around him. The abyss is cruel and never spares anyone, but the hero could not bring himself to say something like that to his friend. He entered the gate alone, following in the footsteps of the escaped hunting party. On the other side of the gate, there were also traces of the battle. Even though the group of hunters avoided the boss fight, they had to deal with many monsters around. The bodies of the hunters were not found, which means they were able to escape from here, albeit with a fight, using their smoke bombs. The King's Canyon was like a long path where danger lurked everywhere. Various creatures would inevitably notice and attack, so you could never feel safe anywhere. The entire group of hunters decided from the very beginning to go the whole way stealthily and fight only in the main boss room. Ye Qin looked around. There were a lot of high-level ogres around. Their attacks were slow, but each one could kill in one hit. However, the hero did not have the habit of avoiding battles, so he did not hide. He opened himself up completely and called all the monsters to him, as if challenging them. They immediately entered a berserk state and rushed en masse at the target that appeared. Ye Qin didn't feel any fear. They were nothing more than ordinary mobs in a game with no brains or strategy. Meanwhile, the detachment of hunters, quite tired, reached the gates of some fortress. Fa Xiong struck with his fist, but the rock did not give in. He did not understand what was happening, and whether they had reached the end of the abyss. Only the last door separated them from the final test. The inscription on the door said that in order to enter, one had to have the amulet of the protector, otherwise the door would not open, the magician explained to him. However, throughout the entire journey, they did not meet a single defender. The magician again condescendingly explained that they did not pick up a single amulet because they avoided all battles. According to the description, the amulet should have been in the possession of that huge ogre that patrolled outside the canyon. Fa Xiong cursed. They had sent the scavenger team to their deaths, and now it turned out that in order to get into the last room inside, they had to go back and kill that creepy boss. However, another problem was revealed here. Their smoke bombs were not endless, and there simply might not be enough for the return journey. The hunters had already used everything they had to get to this place, and now they were effectively stuck, which meant they had just made things more difficult for themselves, since they had to kill all the monsters they had missed before. The team's mage, however, objected that their squad had lost several key hunters, and they were simply not ready to fight the boss now. The main tank had died too early. The ranger had also died a hero's death. Depriving the squad of his damage, they were left with only one healer instead of two, and even he was too weak. In other words, a disaster. Fa Xiong cursed filthily and called them all trash. He was definitely unlucky today, and he put all the blame on that garbage man who caused him so much trouble. Then they heard a voice and footsteps. Ye Qin appeared from behind the shelter, and holding in his hands the amulet that the hunters needed so much, made his presence known. They were so stunned that they froze in place, not knowing what to say. They didn't even hide the fact that they didn't expect to see him alive, and the guy grinned and said that it wasn't that easy to kill him. Since there was only one of him, Fa Xiong decided that the hero had simply abandoned his friends behind, because they were all already dead, and thus managed to survive, which of course was complete stupidity. The hero chuckled again and told the hunter not to judge by himself. He did not let his comrades die so easily, and he himself told them to leave. Without any fear, the boy touched the door with the key and a portal opened. The hunters followed the just hero without shame or conscience, and Fa Xiong said with his dirty mouth that the garbage man must have simply stolen the amulet from the boss. To steal something from the boss, one would need to have a legendary thief skill, while the guy had a scavenger class. However, he could still hide his main class, Fa Xiong guessed, who simply couldn't get his head around the idea that the guy could just be strong. The guy turned to them and grumbled, suggesting that they stop this annoying chatter. He had already dealt with the boss along with his team. Fa Xiong became completely insolent and grabbed the hero by the shoulder. He shouted that the guy simply couldn't do this, because even their team couldn't do it. Then the guy simply resorted to a small demonstration and sharply hit the wall, knocking the bastard's hand off himself. He offered them to test his power on themselves if they wished, but there were no volunteers. The emotional shock was too great. After that, the bastard quickly regrouped, showing his true colors. He sang about cooperation and support again, because the boss's room was waiting for them ahead, and even though they had lost half of the team, the other half was still in the ranks. It was still better than going alone, especially since he needed Fa Xiong to raise the group's rank and get a reward when they got out, to which the guy nodded indifferently. Fa Xiong immediately tried to lay down the idea of an equal division of the spoils. In his understanding, equal, according to the number of team members, which meant 5-1. But then someone activated the trap and interrupted the greedy chatter of the hunter leader. Everyone scattered. But one poor guy didn't make it in time, and he got more holes after he failed the reaction test in the abyss. Yi Qing chuckled and agreed to split the spoils 4-1. Having overcome a deep descent with many traps, the group made a halt. The hunters were exhausted and frightened by the constant danger. But then the guy used a scanning gaze and looked further into the depths of the dungeon. There were still many traps ahead, and at this rate they would be moving through them forever. Then the hero simply slammed the wall with all his might, and the entire cave shook from the impact. After this, all the traps, snares, magic runes, and arrows were activated at once. The hunters saw death flying towards them from all sides and were horrified. But the guy didn't even move. He just ordered the abyss to swallow everything. While the hunters scattered like rats, he stepped forward and sent hundreds of arrows flying at them for recycling. Now that all the traps were destroyed, they could move on, the boy told the hunters. Fa Xiong's mouth dropped open in surprise once again, realizing that the guy must have put all his points into strength. But the mage said that he had never seen such a skill before. They looked at the garbage man with a completely different look now, a real monster capable of destroying all the trap mechanisms with one blow, and the magician told Fa Xiong to stop chatting, and rather to agree with this man to get out together. But the arrogant bastard only snorted. There was nothing to be afraid of. There were 5 of them against 1, to which the magician immediately corrected him, because there were 4 of them. Then suddenly the guy stopped, and Fa Xiong asked what happened. But when I saw it myself, The question disappeared by itself. A mountain of sparkling gold was around the corner. The treasures lay in an enormous pile, and their appearance immediately drove the hunters crazy. In addition to gold, the pile of jewels contained fist-sized magic crystals. With such a treasure, they no longer needed to collect all sorts of junk in the abyss. It was like finding El Dorado, so the hunters' eyes immediately sparkled with greed. Fa Xiong ordered everyone to empty their inventory pockets and fill them to the brim with treasures. As soon as they got to the surface with this, they would be the center of everyone's attention. Only Ye Qin felt that something was not as it should be. He was standing to the side and not touching the gold when he noticed it. Threat, dragon detected, the system reported. Dragons, a threat that surpasses all others in the abyss, were previously only found in the highest level abyss, and only 5 of them had been discovered before. The wings opened. The long, twisted horns with a golden sheen flashed. The disturbed dragoness, with loose crimson hair, asked sleepily who dared to wake her. The blockhead Fa Xiong at first thought that among the treasures there was simply a winged and horned but woman. The dragoness yawned lazily and ordered the weaklings to remove their equipment and carefully place it with the rest of the treasures. And get out of here in good health. Having said this, the dragoness again stretched out peacefully on the pile of gold, as if on a soft feather bed. Her snoring made the whole group extremely discouraged, so they didn't know what to do. Demons usually didn't speak, much less speak human language, so this shocked everyone. Here the cutie dragoness suddenly jumped up, horrified that she almost fell asleep, although she actually fell asleep. And then she turned her gaze to the people and asked why they had not gone away yet. They were so greedy that even their filthy breath disturbed her peace, the dragoness said. Then she rose from her golden bed and told them that they had come here in vain. The dragoness spoke completely calmly, but her voice made Ye Qing feel hot and cold. Fa Xiong didn't heed the warning. He was too blinded by his own self-confidence. The humanoid monster was beautiful, and the hunter was already smirking at the thought of adding himself to the list of the best if he killed one. The mage whispered a warning to his stupid leader. "This strange woman is definitely the boss," he said. Fa Xiong just waved it off. Big deal. The monster looks like a human and looks good. There are 5 of them, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Besides, she was the closest to the garbage man now. The plan matured itself, to strike from behind and hide, leaving Ye Qing to deal with the consequences. The dragoness got tired of waiting for mere mortals to come to their senses, and lightning flashed in her hands. Each one took the form of an arrow, and dozens of them surrounded the cowardly hunters. But she also took aim at Ye Qin, who didn't bother anyone and stood silently. Flapping her wide wings, the dragoness found herself right next to the garbage man. The creature transformed, as if she had instantly changed her attire, from pajamas to something more majestic. Gold, crystals, and other glitter. He must have something he could offer her, she asked, addressing him as a child. Could it be that she is the spirit of greed? Fa Xiong asked, watching the dragoness's actions in amazement. The dragoness immediately noticed a certain object that the guy kept in his inside pocket and became interested in it. Before the boy could come to his senses, his commemorative necklace, a gift from Liu Xing, was stolen from him. He grabbed it unconsciously. Although the object itself was not of particular value, it meant a lot to the guy. The dragoness was surprised that he kept a piece of stone like a treasure, but it interested her. She found the guy charming. The guy quickly figured out what to do. There was still a monster in front of him that should have its weaknesses, and he began to look for her health bar. A searing pain pierced his defiant eye before he could see anything. The eye that could see everything. The dragoness held it in her hand like a jewel. It could pass for an offering, she said with a grin. And the hero almost lost consciousness. Even with regeneration, he was pierced by a terrible, twisting pain. He shuddered even more when he saw how the dragoness swallowed his eye. Without further delay, the hero decided to fight to the death and immediately used a double berserker. This was clearly not enough, and he summoned even more power, making the state triple. But this time there was no healing from Liu Xing nearby. The guy put everything on one card, against an unknown and the most powerful creature he had ever met. And all this monstrous power, capable of breaking through an ogre, was stopped by a careless gesture of the hand. With one snap of his fingers, the hero plowed his body through the stone floor, leaving a deep furrow. Such power was beyond imagination. It was like encountering a deity, the hero realized. This woman is definitely not the kind of creature that can be recorded as one of his achievements, Fa Xiong realized, and earned the disdainful glances of his team. They have already collected enough treasures so they can leave, the hunter shouted and threw a smoke bomb. Thick smoke hid them from view, but it was unclear whether such a cheap trick would work on a higher being. Under the thick cover, the hunters decided to take a little more treasure with them, giving into momentary greed. And then Armageddon descended upon the earth. Thunderous peals echoed throughout the cave, and the hot flames nearly burned them to the ground. When Fa Xiong turned around, he saw only the charred outlines of his men. What fools, he thought. They should have taken only what they could run with. And he himself grabbed a tiny fragment of the crystal. "That's enough," said the hunter, maddened with fear. But when he got up to run, something heavy landed next to him, dispersing the smoke. Fa Xiong looked up and saw the dragon in all its glory before him. He would have to be either very brave or stupid to steal from her. She changed back to human form and stepped towards the greedy man. "The secret dragon treasure is too hot to hold," she said. Fa Xiong looked at his hand in shock and saw the crystal engulfed in hot flames. Frightened by the fire, he immediately refused the reward and abandoned the loot. While the dragoness was distracted by the robber, the hero tried to attack her again. His blade almost reached her, but she simply spat, and it crumbled as if it were made of sand. The dragoness tilted her head to the side and shamed the guy. She despised vile attacks, considering them the lot of all kinds of scum. Smiling, she promised to show the boy that there are true regeneration skills. Yi King was enveloped in a green aura, and he felt his strength coming back to him. The dragoness was just playing around, he realized. After that, she picked up one of the gold coins by simply pulling it towards herself. And she threw it towards the vile thief with such speed that it easily pierced his thigh. Compared to the maggots that wither over gold, she preferred the wild dogs that could maintain their dignity even in a pile of rotting meat. Stepping closer, she wanted to understand what kind of person he was. The key to the Black Tower, one of the items in her collection. The guy demanded and grinned, looking straight into her eyes. Hearing this, the dragoness grabbed him by the collar and screamed that it was unthinkable that a man would demand something from a dragon, her treasure. The guy didn't even bat an eyelid and repeated her demand to give him the key, then her treasure would remain untouched. Why should a proud dragon worry about the threats of a pathetic dog? She asked impatiently. Then the hero showed her a reason she could not ignore. Having opened the abyss, the hero ordered it to absorb everything that was in this cave, everything that was acquired through the dragon's backbreaking labor. Hundreds of hard-working supporting hands began to greedily rake her treasure into the void. The dragoness let out a genuine cry of despair at such cruel injustice. She tried to grab the grasping hands, cursed, and bit them with her sharp teeth, hoping to save at least something. "Even if she kills him now, she won't stop this refining skill," the hero said confidently. "Scoundrel!" the dragoness cried out desperately, realizing her complete powerlessness before the pathetic man. The hero offered to make a deal, or watch as her priceless treasures accumulated over decades become real trash. Taking one of the artifacts, the guy showed her what would happen to everything else, and then the great and terrible dragoness gave in, showering the scavenger with curses. And the hero smiled contentedly. Everyone has their own weak points, and they do not necessarily lie within the plane of the system. The abyss gushed forth as if he had removed all restrictions from it. The darkness picked up some precious gift, some 1,000th dragon descendant. It was followed by a priceless fire seed that could not be processed. Behind them, the ancient scrolls disappeared hopelessly into the darkness. In the river of darkness, the chest with the dragoness's milk teeth sank, and the spear that she loved so much, with a tassel of her hair, made from her scales. Streams of bitter tears gushed from her eyes like fountains, and the dragoness demanded that everything be returned immediately. The fair hero agreed to an equal exchange. All he needed was the key to the Dark Tower, and if she didn't want to, she could watch the destruction of the scales of the first dragon. The cute dragoness lost all her majesty, and like a submissive child, she agreed to this deal. It was just a stupid key anyway. Later, she took him to the treasury where the dragon's knowledge was kept. In addition to jewelry, they also loved to collect various information. "Not a single guest has entered here in the last 300 years, the dragoness said, and opened the thick door of the hidden section in front of him, raising a cloud of dust. Inside, a dome opened up high above his head, and the whole building looked like a tower. The inner surface of the walls was completely covered with shelves of books. Some of them lay like a mountain in the middle of the library. It seemed that the dragons were not particularly neat. The guy looked doubtfully at the wax candles that served as a source of light. If he were a fire inspector, he would definitely have had a stroke from something like that in the library. The dragoness told the guy to sit down and said that there was a box with a stone, inside of which was the key to the Black Tower that he desired. But when the guy reached out for it with his hand, The dragoness abruptly prevented him from doing so. "It's not that simple," she said, and smiled sweetly. Then Ye Qin just waited for an explanation. The guy had already swallowed half of her treasures, so she demanded that he give her a small portion first. The guy was surprised because she herself called him a dog that digs in the trash. Where could he get more treasures to return to her? But the dragoness said that her sense of smell was very sensitive. Even though the guy was rummaging through the trash, she clearly heard the smell of legendary items near him that were hidden deep in his pockets. With a smile on her face, the dragoness asked to give her some of the unique artifacts, and in return she would immediately give him the key and something else to boot. Dragons really are crazy about money, the hero realized, and asked what would happen if he refused. But somehow, she already understood that this little wild dog was capable of obtaining 100 legendary items without breaking a sweat, so the dragoness was serious. If she could walk through worlds like the boy did, she wouldn't have to worry about such trinkets, she suddenly said. But unfortunately, dragons were also bound by the system. Then the guy opened the abyss, as if taking pity on the monster. In one fell swoop, he returned all the stolen treasures, causing a golden shower in the library. Along with this, he gave her the legendary items that the dragoness had never seen before. This should satisfy her. The guy approached the box with the key, but as soon as he touched it, red power poured out of it. Then the system gave him a warning. Because of the shadow of death, all his attributes would be reduced to 1. He would not be able to use his skills, and after 5 days, a random death effect would be activated. That's how the guy got trapped. This enchanted treasure was left by a nasty old man, the dragoness said, and laughed. To think that such a dangerous thing fell into the hands of a dog that likes to rummage through garbage. The fair hero cursed. This was not at all what they had agreed on. He felt a huge weakness inside himself. But the dragoness answered sullenly that she had kept her part of the deal, the key to the box. As for its contents, she did not care. As expected, deals with great dragons do not lead to anything good, the boy said. The wild dog that can bite got his special treat, as she promised. The dragoness answered him playfully. She began to fuss over the new toy like a child, completely forgetting about the hero. Then the angry Ye Qin grabbed the scoundrel by the horns, despite her loud protests that they were related to nerves. Following the dragon and the hero, the scoundrel Fa Xiong also entered the library, who was not smart enough to escape from here. Most of all, he was afraid that the garbage man would grab the dragoness himself. The hero shouted that he didn't want to hear anything. Not only would she not receive 100 legendary items, but she would also lose her library. He must find the gate to another world, hidden within the final codex that can rewrite the laws of death. Only then can he undo the unbreakable curse, she said in a changed voice. The guy continued to press the stupid dragon and asked where the gate was. Was all she could tell him that he had to find his own answers. The hero became truly scary and promised her all the punishments of heaven if she did not take full responsibility. Then she would receive a curse even stronger than the one he himself received. With such a weakening, it was impossible to fight monsters. The guy shouted. "Dear dog," the dragoness began. True dragons could reverse their curse, but she, Novelis, was not true. But for 500 legendary artifacts, she was willing to help him weaken the curse. The guy again promised to fleece her if she allowed herself to demand payment from him again, and then the dragoness graciously agreed to an installment plan, all for the sake of the people. First let him give up his 100 items, and then he will only owe 400, she added slyly. It was robbery in its purest form. The hero gritted his teeth in anger. Realizing that only the grave could correct the dragon's nature, he threw everything he had in his pockets into it. Dozens of objects began to rain down on her, and the dragoness beamed with happiness. The guy couldn't even believe that she had fooled him again, and told the dragoness not to pull any more tricks. Now that he owed her 400 expensive unique items, she couldn't let him go so easily. The first thing the dragoness did was return his all-seeing eye to him, which she carefully kept inside herself. After all, she was now responsible for the wild dog, and she kept her word, because she was Novelis. The guy winced again from the burning pain, which soon subsided. The hero felt strange and asked her in despair what she had done to him, but after that, the world went dark before his eyes. Ye Qin didn't know how much time passed before he woke up or what happened to him. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in an obsidian hall, a place where curses materialize, the system reported. His vision had returned and his hands were fine again, the hero discovered. Then from the other end of the hall there was some kind of crackling and noise. And when the guy looked closely, he saw himself in the darkness, the demon Yechin, the system told him. A weak man will never defeat a strong demon, said the double and grinned evilly. The only way to overcome the curse, the hero realized, was to fight himself. His copy was surrounded by darkness, and in his hand he held a sword. Although he looked like a man, it was immediately clear that he was a demon. The transcendental state increased all the stats of the characteristics by a good third. This demon surpassed its original in all parameters and knew all of its skills, all of its tricks, and thanks to the Forge of Curses, the matter from which it was created was also stronger. Yekin was shocked that he would have to fight something transcendental. The demon grinned, intending to quickly demonstrate his superiority in action. And with this confidence in his invincibility, he was the first to launch an attack. It was so fast that the hero could barely dodge the heavy sword. There was no way out. He had to fight someone stronger than him, as the guy always did. He blocked the next blow with his swords and immediately felt the full power of the demon's blade. The twin blades were covered with cracks, and the guy himself was carried back. And it was just a normal swing, without any special power or techniques. The demon was one step ahead of whatever the hero came up with, and there was no way to deal with it. Then he suddenly used soul capture. The guy froze in amazement. Now he understood what it was like for his opponents to fight against the system cheats. Because of the soul capture skill, the strength indicators were now flowing towards the demon with every second. The double even explained that he could steal attribute points every time their swords crossed, until his soul was completely captured by him. Piece by piece, the demon will absorb his soul and completely take over the hero's body. The blades rang again from the furious attack, and the guy desperately defended himself. He could still use his fencing skills and natural intelligence, but instead of dodging the attack, the demon simply went to meet it. The hero's blade shattered into pieces like glass, leaving only the handle, and the guy himself grew weaker with each passing moment. Then Ye Qin used a shield skill to somehow hold back the furious onslaught. Due to the loss of points, he could no longer use dual blades. The demon laughed joyfully and jumped on the hero again. He didn't have a single chance to survive. But even so, the guy refused to give up and endured the pain. He rolled back from the blow, but immediately got back to his feet. The junk blades kept breaking and had to be constantly reforged with every blow, while the demon had no such problems. It was a war of attrition, a race against time, and the guy was losing. Another sweeping blow simply broke his blade, and it crumbled in his hands. But there were no more points left to restore it. So the hero found himself unarmed in an instant. Here the guy remembered that he had given all his legendary items to the dragoness, and now he was empty, and he suspected that the demon was not acting on his own initiative, but someone had told him his weak spot. However, the next swing hit Ye Qing, and he was wounded in the shoulder. The hero continued to weaken and lose his points. His soul was being reforged. In the face of reality, he was completely powerless. The demon sang maliciously. What could the hero do, realizing his complete powerlessness? He demanded that they bow to him, submit to him, and then maybe he would keep a handful of memories after he had consumed him. The demon also promised to take his place, and after leaving the abyss, to kill his entire family, friends, and just acquaintances, about whom he worries the most. And he will not feel any pain, because he will be a different person. The double summoned darkness and grabbed the hero by the head, lifting him off the ground like a doll. Enter the abyss and survive, the boy remembered Liu Xing's words at that moment. He himself decided to complete this mission alone, taking everything upon himself so that they could survive. He had to protect his sister because they had no one else left, and it was a promise. A promise flashed through the hero's mind as darkness burst into his very heart. The demon liked how he resisted, and he said that he would leave the guy an eye and part of his consciousness so that he could silently watch everything that happens next. Initially, all this was needed to break the curse. But suddenly the demon found a way to speed up its action and felt completely useless. Before the gods, the demons, before who knows what else, he was incredibly weak. But by becoming him, by giving everything, the hero will be able to receive everything, the demon whispered to him. Just give up, he sang in his ear, and the darkness crept deeper into Ye Qing's heart. Just let me erase my very existence, the double said and chuckled. The darkness completely surrounded the weak man, and the words the demon had just said sounded in his head. He insistently demanded that he surrender, drop everything, and just leave. But then the darkness took the form of a dragon. The dragoness couldn't just let go of the dog that owed her 400 legendary items. The demon stepped towards him to complete the ritual of conversion. But this time his sword was stopped by the player's bare hand. The hero's eyes were filled with the light of the abyss. The demon's sword is his sword, he said. The pathetic demon panicked and began to pull the sword back, like a child whose toy had been taken away. They were one in soul, which means their strength was one for both, the guy said. The demon growled and hissed. None of this made any sense. The man should have died long ago. But Ye Qin refused to obey anyone, much less become a pitiful demon, and his eyes lit up with a dragon-like gleam. No one will decide for him, said the hero. Such was the gift to him from Novelis, who protected her investments. The demon recoiled in horror, not understanding what kind of power the man had received. An abyss opened up and a dragon's head emerged from it. Ye Qin summoned all his strength. Even if his meat fell off his bones and his bones turned into flour, it didn't matter. Even if his end comes today, he will destroy him, the just hero shouted to the demon. And who is the monster here now? The double asked in horror. In the end, the guy simply snatched the sword he was using to fight the demon. He became upset and summoned a gravity vortex. No one could defeat him in this haven, the curse screamed. Even though his weapon was taken away, he could still use Ye Qing's full power and split the earth. A stone wall of rubble rose up in front of the hero, threatening to crush him on the spot. But by swinging his demonic sword, he made his way through this barrier. The power reached the demon and he lost his hand, crying out in pain. But then he turned into a bloody nightmare. A doppelganger creating doppelgangers. What kind of madness was this? Ye Qin thought. The demon himself appeared behind the hero with a fireball in his hands, intending to attack from a blind spot. There was a fiery explosion that instantly filled the entire tiny hall. The hero was supposed to die, but what was the demon's amazement when he saw him safe and sound? Why wasn't he dead yet, the double wondered. Had the guy really reached the console and turned off his cheats? The battle continued. No one wanted to give up, and Ye Qin waited calmly. Then the double lifted 2 boulders with the help of gravity and threw them straight at the hero. But he calmly cut the cobblestones with his sword. There was nothing dangerous in this technique. He cut the demon apart again, but this time it was a bloody nightmare. Then the guy suddenly accelerated and pierced the fleeing double in the back. It's time to return everything that was stolen, Ye Qin told him. The demon screamed at him to stay away and jumped off the blade. Both were breathing heavily and could not continue the fight. And then the twins stopped pretending and took on their true form. To think that a mere mortal had managed to take back his power, and all this in his forge of souls. The hero looked thoughtfully at his sword. The weapon would only slow him down now. So he grabbed the blade and snapped his teeth, biting off a piece as if he were gnawing on a bar of chocolate rather than hardened steel. The unfortunate demon cursed desperately at such a mockery of his sword. And not in vain, because the guy also entered the second phase, transformed into a semblance of a demon. Now his face was covered by a demonic mask, and he instantly accelerated. The first blow sent the curse flying high into the ceiling of the hall. But the guy didn't let go of the creature that had abused him so easily. The double blow brought the curse back down to earth and nearly broke through the floor. Then the monster felt bad, really bad, and he remembered his mother, if he had one, of course. When the hero rushed towards him to finish him off, the demon called upon the chain skill. The chains grabbed Ye Qin, who was in dragon form, but they were not enough to hold him. He landed softly and immediately rose to his feet. Ye Qin knew these shackles and their principle. The stronger the resistance, the harder it is to break free from them. All because he is smarter than these insanely greedy and stupid dragons, the hero laughed. In one fell swoop, he broke the chains that could restrain the dragon because his name was Ye Qin. The curse once again felt the abyss of despair. The demon trembled with fear. "This is the power of a king," said the hero, and he rushed towards the enemy in a terrifying form. The demon's head swung back from his blow. The guy did not stop there and decided to finish what he started. He completely smashed the demon and then pulled out its smoking heart. Now his power was his, said the hero, and he swallowed it, the fire burning brightly, and in its light the shadows of wings appeared. All this time, Novelis sat over the guy, in her castle, and watched his internal struggle. As she expected, the ritual failed, said the dragoness, looking at how the guy was changing. She prepared a spear to kill the little dog if it finally turned into a demonic shadow. There was no other choice. Before that could happen, Novelis threw a sharp dragon spear at the sleeping hero, and then he grabbed it with his bare hand, right next to his face. The dragoness screamed as if she had seen a dead man come back to life. "The ritual is complete and all powers are returned," the hero told her calmly. Novelis couldn't believe that he actually returned at the last moment. She couldn't wait to find out what kind of deal he had made with the demon and what price he had to pay. Perhaps the guy had actually stopped being himself. Since she insistently demanded an answer, the guy coldly said that he had absorbed it. The dragoness's mouth immediately started to water, and she asked if it tasted good, although she didn't understand how anyone could eat something like that. But then the hero declared that he had figured out all the dragoness's tricks, and realized that not a single word of hers could be trusted. This ritual was never meant to break the curse. She wanted to break free of the demon's control herself, and to do that, she needed to lure it inside her body. But it wasn't quite like that. Even the dragoness couldn't defeat herself in her transcendental form, because that was the nature of the demon when he appeared before you. And it's a completely different matter with a wild dog whose power is contradictory and vicious, and therefore he had a chance to win. At the same time, in case of defeat, she could easily kill him, Novilis said. However, now the demon was dead, and her situation had not changed one iota, the dragoness said, meaning his death curse was incurable. The guy was horrified by this, because she herself said that the last codex could change the deadly curse. It was too little time for her to find him, the dragoness said, squinting her eyes slyly. Besides, since the purpose of the contract, the shadow demon disappeared, then who should she make it with now to change the curse? While Novelis continued to chatter about how she was the unluckiest in this situation, because when the shadow demon disappeared, she could no longer escape from the abyss, the guy decided to show her. "What if the shadow demon hasn't disappeared?" he said, pulling on a mask of darkness. Meanwhile, at the gates of the abyss, they had been waiting for survivors for 15 hours. The managers were very nervous because apart from the 4 garbage men, no one else had come out, and the son of a high-ranking official of the organization remained inside. And if he disappeared, it would be bad for all of them. They were much more disappointed that the scavengers had gotten out, but not a single hunter had returned. Liu Heng was also waiting at the entrance and heard the gate open, letting someone out. Everyone saw 2 shadows emerging from the abyss and rushed to the exit. Fa Xiong, the only surviving hunter, walked out of the darkness, leaning on a cane and limping, with Ye Qin walking behind him. When the managers saw that the big shot's son was alive, they were delighted, and Liu Xing was glad to see the hero safe and sound. She had no doubt that he could turn misfortune into good fortune, and the guy apologized for doing everything his own way this time. The good news was that he found the key and showed it to the girl. But instead of gratitude, he deserved revenge for making her worry and wait so long. He has a sister at home who was waiting for his return. Liu Xing did not understand why he had to take such a risk. However, suddenly the whole world froze, as if someone had stopped time, and one dragoness broke free, breathing freedom with pleasure. The hero asked Novelis not to show herself just like that. But before she could answer, her draconic senses caught the scent of the owner of that cheap necklace the boy was wearing. So she is his close partner, the dragoness realized and grinned slyly. The guy demanded that she hide immediately because he didn't want any problems outside the abyss. But the dragoness objected that right now she was only an image on the retina of his left eye, while her real body was still lying in the depths of the royal canyon, in the abyss. Then in the cave they found a way to find the dragon seal and get the dragoness out of this place, which made Novi very happy. The shadow demon form consumed more mana than even multiple uses of berserk, and it instantly crumbled. Here Novi grimaced contemptuously and asked what level he was on. Wild dog. The guy showed her his finger, and she began to guess how much it was. 1,000, 100,000, maybe 1,000,000. 1 level, the hero barked resentfully. He is a first-level scavenger with a limit of 5. And Novi exclaimed in horror that the first-level shadow demon was too weak. The hero grumbled again that it didn't matter how weak the demon was. He single-handedly defeated it. Since he was the 2nd generation of this creature, he could at least hold a part of the dragon within himself. Then the hero demanded the key from Novi and declared that he did not want her to leave the abyss, and even more so did not want to have any more dealings with her in the future. But then Novi suddenly moved closer to his delightful dragon eyes, which looked just like her own. His eyes were now connected to her nerves. She saw everything he saw, and this connection could not be broken. In the abyss, this was called the Dragon Eye Contract, and upon hearing this, the boy cursed. He had already defiled her once with his all-seeing eye technique, Novi said, and ordered the hero to use it and look at her again.